Everybody, Paige DeMacos here from the Draft Network, welcoming you into our 2021 NFL Draft coverage on day 2. Everything you can see is on Brinks.tv. We're also on Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, pretty much anywhere you could possibly imagine. You can probably find a stream of the 2021 NFL Draft coverage that we are putting on. Now, I want to thank you first and foremost for sticking with us yesterday. We had some technical difficulties, but we're back. We're ready for day 2. We're very excited to be here. This is what we call the money rounds. That's a Jordan Reed special. He loves round 2. This is where you can find some gems in the NFL draft. That is what we are looking for. That is what we are excited about. You're going to be able to win some prizes. There's predictive gaming going on Brinks.tv. Pretty much anything you want, it's going on here, whether it's at Brinks TV or thedraftnetwork.com. Be sure to check out everything that we're doing, thedraftnetwork.com, and stay tuned because we'll be back tomorrow as well for day 3 coverage. Now, I'm going to send it out to John, who's going to tell you a little bit more about what's going on and also show you off the pad.
Welcome, everybody, to the ultimate draft coverage on Brinks.tv. We partnered up with the Draft Network, and we have literally the best football minds gathered around the bar, getting ready to give you incredible insight on the money rounds, as Paige said. So you can go to Brinks.tv, play along with predictive gaming trivia questions, and points, which are referred to as Brinks Bucks. Those Bucks get you prizes, get you discounts, all kinds of stuff, and you also can bet those Brinks Bucks with your friends. But let's go over to the bar and let's just see the setup here. What we have are literally the best minds in the entire NFL. Come on!
Right here.
Last night, you guys just absolutely crushed it. Your insight is truly second to none. Cannot tell you how happy we are to partner up with the Draft Network. Everybody go to the Draft Network. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you're watching and supporting everything the Draft Network does, because there is literally nobody better in football minds than this group right here. So you guys take it away and give everybody the insight that none of the other clowns have.
Oh, man. High praise there from John to get us started. What's going on, everybody? I'm Trevor Sikkema. That's Tamara Brown. In order, we got Joe Marino, Brentley Wiseman, Kyle Krabs, Jordan Reed, Dre Harris, and Josh Norris there at the end. We're beginning day 2 of our coverage here with the Draft Network. And Jordan, they seem to be crediting you with calling this the money round, right? Second round, this is where you get a lot of the steals, the guys that you thought, man, how did that guy fall all the way to the second round? What an incredible haul this team had. Who are some guys that you're looking at? I'll just start with you. Who are some players that you're looking at here that are still on the board?
Yeah, I mean, there's quite a few in this class. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah from Notre Dame is one name that I think a lot of people are paying attention to today.
Are people scared of, like, they don't know where to play him?
Yeah.
I feel like I didn't hear a single negative word about this dude, and here he is still in the second round.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest issue with him, especially when you're talking about a sub-package player that is going to be on the field for a certain percentile of certain packages. Do you want to invest a first-round pick in a player like that that's predominantly going to give you value on certain downs? So I think that's something that a lot of people have questions with.
No doubt about it. Brentley, what about you? Who's somebody that you got your eye on?
Yeah, for me, it's Trayvon Moore, safety from TCU.
Top safety on the board, right?
He was my top safety. I had him, I think, 16th overall on my board. The fact that he slipped out of the first round, to me, was pretty surprising. So I think a team's going to get a really good player early in the second round. I don't think he lasts very long.
Tamara?
Kyle.
Hello.
Obviously, yesterday the lives of 32 prospects' lives changed forever. They found new homes.
Yes.
As you look at your best available list, who are you hoping to see go off this board in the first set of picks here?
Well, there's a couple of guys that have presumably fallen because of some medical stuff, and one of those is apparently Tevin Jenkins, the offensive tackle from Oklahoma State. I know the Athletics' Dane Brugler talked and mentioned a hip on social media today as one of the points of concern for him, but you hold him up to these offensive tackles in this year's draft class, and he's played both sides of the line, and he's very, very physical, very effective in the run game, and he's still sitting here with 33, getting ready to kick us off here for day 2. And with the medicals, it really gets scary because you don't know exactly what's going on. A lot of that was kind of under the radar for him. So it's hard to predict when he's going to come off. But the talent level, from a talent perspective, he should have been gone by now.
That was a similar situation with Caleb Farley yesterday, right?
Yeah, so Tennessee, they're interesting in that they have shown a little bit of a willingness to take some guys on who have had injury stuff. You think about when they drafted Jeffrey Simmons, despite the fact that he was injured, and that was a big boom for them. So that need at corner was really prominent after losing Adoree Jackson and Malcolm Butler. So they're looking to roll the dice and hopefully strike gold just like they did with Jeffrey Simmons.
Now, there's not just a lot on the line for these teams here in the second round to get some of the best players, but we have the mock draft champion here with us once again, Josh Norris, and he was the king of the first round, okay? He had the mock draft in history yesterday.
You know, not one of, the
You're right. You are right. This is the most accurate mock draft in history. But Josh,
Yes.
today, each one of our scouts filled out a second round mock,
Huh?
and we're gonna have a little competition of our own to see who has the most accurate. And I want to know from you. You predicted the players going to the right teams yesterday. You tell us who you think is gonna have the most accurate mock draft here between the guys.
Well, Jordan's not even making eye contact with
Yeah.
me. So he's comfortable.
Look at the fingers are
Confident in
calling me.
himself.
Be confident.
I'm going to go with the man who also gave that same look that I did, filling out that first round. And so he's going to get this day 2 one correctly.
Okay.
Joe Marino.
Wow, Joe. That's a lot of
No
pressure.
pressure. I will say, the top 3 of this group also get some underdog swag to take home with themselves. I mean, that's the real prize.
It's a big deal.
Right.
I want that hat.
Bragging rights and a nice hat on the line. Joe, I need to hear from you then. Jacksonville's on the clock here at 33. You tell us who you think some options are for Jacksonville.
Well, I think first of all, I appreciate Kyle's communication of this being, hey guys, if you will, just do a second round mock draft. Send the link over to Rob. No idea that this was a competition whatsoever.
Eat
so Kyle-
your heart out, Nick
No.
Sirianni. This is a real competition,
Oh, you're kidding.
okay?
Kyle-
This
Wrong,
ain't no
paper, scissors. No,
here.
wrong, paper,
No.
scissors.
I'm like, yeah, I better get this done before I leave the hotel. So, anyways, Jacksonville's picking. Who did I put? I have no idea. Tyson Campbell is the guy I think they're going to pick. I don't think that's who I put in my mock draft because Kyle didn't tell me it was a competitive mock draft.
Who are some options then? I mean, it doesn't have to be the guy that you exactly think might go 33, but for the Jaguars,
Yeah.
they've got the first crack at these guys who slipped to the second round, if you
We got 2 names for you. One of them is Christian Barmore, the defensive tackle from Jacksonville. They really wanted to get Tyson Alulu. That deal didn't go through. He winds up going back to Pittsburgh. How about a tight end, Pat Fryermuth from Penn State? I think both of those 2 players would make a lot of sense for Jacksonville. They really don't have anything at tight end, and quarterback's best friend, tight end, Trevor Lawrence, makes sense.
And there's actually a connection with Fryermuth. I believe this position coach at Penn State is now the tight ends coach in Jacksonville. We know that teams love to have those connections, and it's absolutely neat for that team as well.
Especially this year more so than others, right? It's all about
Yes.
the relationships and the comfort and
Information.
guys who are going to pound the table for you and vouch for you. So that's a great little connection there for Fryermuth in Jacksonville.
Kyle, do you think they're gonna go with the defensive player here since they took Trevor Lawrence and Travis Etienne?
It's hard to say, first year of a new regime, they're kind of getting their imprint on the team, and I do think it's interesting, Urban Meyer drafting a running back with his second choice. This may be, hey, we want to get this infrastructure around Trevor Lawrence as juiced as we possibly can. Jordan, you have a galaxy brain moment over here, or what? He gave me a
No,
little
I just
side
need to
eye.
know how the point structure works because I have Fryermuth at 45.
That's
not
fine.
30.
Kyle didn't tell us.
That ain't no problem. That ain't no problem.
Are we
It's-
going off of what
It's the same thing the Huddle Report does.
So if
Yeah.
as long as you get the team and the prospect match, you'll get the extra 2 points. Doesn't matter where it is. Wait, wasn't that the case with you, Josh?
Oh, yes.
Didn't you have Jason Oye
I
go
will say-
27?
Yeah, I will say I argued with on Twitter last night until about 4:30 in the morning.
Wow. You really do think you're on top calling people randos on Twitter. Don't
He's
you?
the champion.
I'm feeling myself. What can I say?
Brittany, where are you at with all this?
Interesting, right? Like as Kyle mentioned, they took a running back with their second pick of the first round, and for me, while I love ETN, I thought that was a huge shock. They have so many issues, in my opinion, in the trenches, right? Dylan Aradins from North Dakota State is a guy I think makes a lot of sense at the top of the second round. He can play offensive tackle, he can play a guard, so he has the position versatility, right? And he's really, really sound player that I feel great about putting in front of Trevor Lawrence and blocking for the new running back Travis Etienne. So that's a name I would look for. I like the Barmore pick. Taven Bryan, he hasn't really panned out the way many of us thought he would. I know he's a really good interior penetrator. In the run game, he's not really that stout. getting more kind of physical at the point of attack would make a lot of sense to help that run defense.
Does anybody want to call their shot on Urban Meyer picking an Ohio State player? Who's the first one? When does it happen? We know Tommy Togiai, the defensive tackle, Christian Barmore. I mean, there's no shortage of prospects at Ohio State. I mean, so does anybody want to call their shot on an Ohio State guy to the Jaguars?
I think go Tommy Togiai, defensive tackle in about the 3rd round.
Yep.
That would be my choice.
That seems like
Yep.
the logical one.
I think
agree.
that's probably the cleanest as far as they've got 2 more top 50 picks. You're probably looking for more impact players, right? And Tommy's a really solid interior defender, but he's not a guy who's going to make a ton of splash plays for you or playing a penetration type role. So that valuation is going to be hurt a little bit because you're not going to get a ton of negative plays in the offensive backfield.
Because they're not going to go like a Trey Sermon. Obviously, they went with Travis Etienne at 25. I feel like Trey Sermon could have been an option for him. But then again, he's new around Ohio State anyway, so there wasn't a ton of big connections there. I wonder if Urban Meyer, probably not here on day 2, but I wonder if he's the guy who maybe still believes in Sean Wade a little bit.
Oh,
Yeah.
boy.
Yeah.
We thought might have some first-round projection, and it just doesn't look like that's going to be anywhere near the case anymore.
So Sean Wade's either going to be a Jaguar or a Vegas Raider, right? Those are the only 2 possibilities.
Big time program. You know you're going to want him.
I don't know if those are good. I don't know if you want to be in those 2 buckets. I don't know. Look, listen. You go to an NFL team,
Right.
You go to an NFL team, and I think you'll be happy with that no matter what. But to go into it thinking, okay, I got 2 buckets: the brand new head coach or the guy who questions all of his general manager and draft decisions. I don't know if that's the best bucket to be in. Kyle, what are some other players that you think could hear their name here early? Maybe not with Jacksonville, but some guys that you really looked at, and maybe the biggest surprise player that you thought was going to be on day 1 that's still there.
Well, I don't know about a surprise player, but Javonte Williams, the running back from North Carolina,
He's gonna be a big name.
there's a scarcity problem here if you're looking for a featured running back. And we saw 2 go in the 1st round. Shout out Joe, he had a little bit of a bet, so he owes me a box of Built Bars because I said over on 1.5.
What flavor?
I've cookies and cream.
Okay.
Yeah,
Got it.
It's in the mail. Great.
Noted.
Javonte Williams is that last perceived feature type back, a guy who can play on all 3 downs. He's not as proven as the other 2 guys were in the passing game, but he's really physical, and you like what he can potentially become as a pass protector. So he runs super angry. I look at a team like Miami at 36. That was the big thing with them last year. They liked their value picking other positions, and then their hearts were broken when J.K. Dobbins was picked right on the doorstep, 1 pick in front of him in the 2nd round last year. So be interested to see if they decide to play that game or not.
Jordan, what about the rest of the running back group? Because it's those top 3 guys, right? It's Travis Etienne, Najee Harris, and Javonte Williams. 2 of them are off the board already. Feels like Javonte's the last guy, and then who else might go here on day 3? I mean, is it a slim pickings after Javonte?
Yeah, it is. You're talking about Jamar Jefferson from Oregon State. He's one I think we could hear in the 3rd round. And Ramondre Stevenson is
Okay.
a possibility.
Yeah.
After that, Trey Sermon is another name that we could hear.
What about Michael Carter?
Michael Carter is
he's-
definitely probably the next guy in line after Javonte Williams. So maybe he goes back into the 2nd round, maybe early 3rd round.
Are those players that you think have some feature back upside to them, or is it more at that point committee stuff?
I think it's a combination of a lot of things. It's just really what you want in a back. Michael Carter is more of a smaller type of back, like a Kenyon Drake type.
Sure.
Maybe you don't want him as your 1A rusher, but then as a committee and a 1B type to that 1A as a counterpart to him. So maybe that. Trey Sermon, I definitely think he can handle a lead back role, but it's just some things that you have to sacrifice with him. He's more of a 1-year type of runner, so he's not going to give you those chunk plays 50, 60 yards down the field. But if you're looking for a player that can give you 15 to 20 yards at a time maximum, he definitely can do that.
Joe, you had the ACC this year. Where did you have Williams going? Obviously, Kyle has him probably going to Miami because, that's his team, but where do you see him going?
I always thought Javonte Williams would be RB3 off the board, and somewhere in this portion of the draft, early day 2, he comes off the board. Miami's a great destination. I'll throw another one out there, the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah.
You know that Arthur Smith is going to want to find his Derrick Henry, and I think we all have a soft spot for Mike Davis, who they brought in, but there's nothing quite like Javonte Williams, the guy that can be the longer-term play there at that position and probably give you an upgrade to that Mike Davis role. So I think whether it's Atlanta or Miami, I think those are the 2 most logical destinations at this point for him.
Brentley, you nodded your head and you seemed like you were in agreement between those two landing spots for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think both those landing spots would be great. I'll throw out one more quickly and then we'll go over to Jamie. But watch out for the New York Jets. You know, they just drafted a young quarterback. I'm not so sure adding a running back wouldn't make a lot of sense. I like that fit.
Jamie?
All right, everybody, let's kick things off. We got a pick so far. I got it right here.
Dun, 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 dun,
I'll be the card guy. I'll be the card guy all night.
All right. Do we have that many cards, or are we just erasing it and putting the same name on it?
It's the magic of television, baby. You have no idea.
Okay, I like it.
Okay.
Magician never
Big brain
plays
time.
tricks. That's good.
Jacksonville Jaguars, first pick of the day, cornerback Tyson Campbell.
Oh
Wow.
my gosh.
Wow. Joe, if you would have put that in your mock draft like you said, you could have got some points right now.
This is really interesting because they just gave money to Shaquille Griffin to come over. They just took C.J. Henderson in the top 10 last year, and now Tyson Campbell's the pick. And I'm not sure that I look at any one of those three players and say one of them was a slot player.
Yeah.
I don't hate the pick here in terms of this being a high upside talent, a guy that has size, length, and athleticism. He's physical, but where does he fit into this Jacksonville defense when you already have Griffin and Henderson?
Well, I guess there's no such thing as too many good corners in today's NFL, right? And that's one thing. I do think another thing, Joe, you and I talk about this quite a bit on Draft Dudes, but this is kind of the game you start playing when you have instability with your organization, and everybody who's here as decision makers now was not a part of the decision last year to draft C.J. Henderson in the top 10.
Right.
So, you know, regardless, maybe this is indicative of what their evaluation of C.J. Henderson or their expectations for C.J. Henderson are right now. So this to me is kind of a red flag for C.J. Henderson. Like, he's the one that I think gets put on notice because of he's the high investment that's now kind of going to get pushed.
Jordan, you talked a lot about liking Tyson Campbell, I believe, when we were discussing him as a prospect and not knowing exactly that he would go to Jacksonville, but knowing that he would probably have his name called somewhere early. We heard whispers about him going in the first round. So hearing his name now at 33, this being the spot, what do you think about it?
I mean, there's a lot of intrigue with him, but there's some things that are missing there as far as the ball skills in the air. But just talking to him and Eric Stokes prior to the pro day, they were taught to put the hands of the wide receiver. So that's going to be a bit of an adjustment for him as far as getting his head around, finding the ball in flight while it's in the air, and just playing the ball like that. But something I'm noticing about Urban Meyer is that him being a college coach, you have Trevor Lawrence, you have Travis Etienne, and now Tyson Campbell, 5-star recruits, kids that he knew coming out of college.
Wow,
So I think that's a trend that we're starting to see with him and start to develop. He wants to take these 5-star recruits that he's known, that he's not necessarily groomed, but with him being very close to the recruiting systems, I think now he's taking these former 5-star kids.
We know that college coaches, really just coaches in general, they love to chase the stars, right? And
Trevor,
it's those 5 stars
the
right
guy
there.
who was in on Tyson Campbell before anybody is right next to you, Dre Harris. This guy, when Dre presented him to the team, you were high on him.
In the summer. And you talked all about the potential, the physical tools, and we were just talking about him today. You said until he has to find the football, he's got everything you want, a press corner.
Right. I mean, he has things you certainly can't coach as far as the size, length, and speed. I mean, I think that the ball skills are concerning, but he definitely has tools that you can't coach, and it's something that somebody thinks they can coach out of him. So I think if given in the right scheme and the right system, I mean, then he can certainly thrive. So, but I do see the intrigue as far as him going to Jacksonville with C.J. Henderson there, as well as Shaquille Griffin. So it'll be interesting to see how they use him. So,
I was going to say, do we feel like this might be less of C.J. Henderson on notice and more of just, he doesn't want any excuse. Like, the NFL is turning into an offensive arms race, right? He doesn't want any kind of excuse. If Griffin goes down, if Henderson goes down, he wants to make sure he's got other guys on the
I've
roster.
kind of noticed this with team building, that it seems like teams now want at least 3 or 4 edge pass rushers and now at least 4 corners on the roster.
Yeah.
And if there's a more analytically driven organization than the Cleveland Browns right now, it's difficult to find. And I think they're ahead of the game. We've seen how they have attacked that edge rushing group and what we saw yesterday. Greg Newsome in round 1, despite already having Denzel Ward, signing Troy Hill, and also having Greedy Williams on the roster. So it's kind of this period when we build these rosters that you kind of want 4 corners that you are comfortable with before the field.
I mean, you know, we preach that corner is still one of those valuable positions. We often talk about quarterback, offensive tackle, and then pass rusher, but a lot of people will point immediately to corner as well. Maybe this is just what it all boils down to. That they want to get a lot more corners on the board. I see Jamie. He is trying to time the walk down. He's got another card.
So the New York Jets have a new quarterback, don't they?
Yep.
Yes.
It's the word on the street.
Yeah, they do. They do.
So
They might.
maybe you need somebody new to throw it to.
Oh, please tell me. I have it in my mock draft. Please tell me.
Elijah Moore. That's a point for me, baby. Miss.
That's a point for me.
Let's hear about it, Brentley.
I mean, to me, it's an outstanding fit, right? You have Denzel Mims, who they drafted last year. They signed Corey Davis in free agency. They still have Jamison Crowder, but to me, Elijah Moore, he can fit in the slot. Outstanding play speed, really strong hands, really good after the catch, and he has just this smooth way about him where he runs around and create easy separation, right? It's not fidgety. It's just all smooth, and it's to me, I think this is a perfect fit. Surround Zach Wilson with as much playmakers as possible. Again, it all goes back to what we were saying last night. We have to surround Wilson with as much talent to succeed. We failed with Sam Darnold. We cannot make the same mistake. I love this pick.
Joe and Kyle, I see both of you nodding your head with what Brentley had to say. Where do you think about this fit between Wilson and Elijah Moore?
Well, you think about Zach and where he really won this past year at BYU, and a lot of it was aggressiveness and down the field and looking to push the ball, creating explosive plays. And then you look at Lane Kiffin and that offense and Elijah Moore being featured in that, and he is a home run hitter, absolutely. So I think stylistically, you're going to get a great chance for those two to develop a rapport and chemistry with one another, growing together as they come into the league.
Joe?
Yeah, this is a good pick. I gave Joe Douglas some flack yesterday for the trade up for Elijah Vera Tucker, but there's no criticism here. This is exactly what you want to give your young quarterback, a guy that's going to consistently create separation, can win at all three levels of the field. He's not the biggest receiver, but he plays big, and he's an elite competitor. I think this is a slam dunk pick for the Jets, and just knowing that he's going to be in the spots that he's supposed to be, help keep Zach Wilson on schedule. It's a great pick.
Well, we got our fantasy guy down here, so let's get the fantasy angle.
Yep.
Josh, what do you think about Elijah Moore?
I was asking for this type of receiver, and I think it's rooted in Michael Thorpe. Under the tutelage of Kyle Shanahan these last few years, we know how good of a job Kyle Shanahan does in evaluating these yards after catch wide receivers. And I also think a portion of the NFL draft is about replacing declining older players with no guaranteed money left in their contract. That is Jamison Crowder on the New York Jets at the moment. You look at what Elijah Moore did in college, 18 forced missed tackles last year, that's 6th in all of college football, and he almost certainly will fill that slot wide receiver spot. Sure. I absolutely love this pick, and we go from Zach Wilson to interior offensive lineup to pair with Mekhi Becton, and now a wide receiver. Like Kyle said, they're setting him up for success right now.
Yep.
Thank you, Josh. Kyle, there's been a trade.
There has been a trade.
The Falcons are no longer on the clock. The Broncos are on the clock. What move do you see them making here with them jumping up to this spot?
Say it, Kyle. Say it.
What do we think? Owusu Cormo?
Has to be, right?
Right?
I mean, they come away with Patrick Surtain and Wusu Koromoa?
Yeah, it's a great fit. And Denver, you think about Vic Fangio and his identity as a coach is so rooted in defense. And Joe, I think it was you who was talking about Joke to them. And we had heard some potential interest in both Joke and Zaven Collins as potential trade down candidates if they had ended up moving down in the first round, which did not happen. So I think this is a case of, hey, there's a guy who the price necessarily wasn't right with a top 10 pick. We made a different selection at a more high value position. That guy's sitting here staring me in the face. Let's not waste any time. Let's go get our guy.
Another player they were rumored to have interest in was Najee Harris. So, I mean, I wouldn't put it beyond them to go and get a running back here. And Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, you'd love the idea that, hi, Jamie.
Jamie.
I also wouldn't put it by them to go out and get a running back here. How about North Carolina's Javonte Williams?
Wow.
Go get your running back.
Wait, okay, Kyle, you said Miami.
Yep.
Brentley said maybe you can consider the Jets or the Falcons. What do you think about this pick to the Broncos instead?
So it makes a ton of sense with Joe talking about getting up and jumping the Dolphins, who are a perceived team. And this just, the Dolphins are that team, that Geico commercial with the guy, the fisherman with the dollar at the end of the stick, right? You almost had it. You got to be quicker than that. Miami and running backs, it's just again and again and again and again. Now, the good news is we've heard of other players that the Dolphins may potentially be interested in here. But this would seem to indicate that Intel had Miami in on making this, and the Dolphins, with how they value the position, they're not going to play defense and give up extra picks to draft a running back. They're just not going to do it. So I like the fit with Javonte Williams in Denver and complementing with Melvin Gordon, who's in a contract year. He signed a 2-year, $16 million contract ahead of the 2019 or 2020 season. So I think this stylistically makes a lot of sense, and just go get him.
Gotta go with the fantasy angle again before we get to the rest of these guys. Josh, Javonte Williams. I think you and I talked about this before the show. Maybe the last impact back that you can go get.
Well, he's fantastic on contact, and that is one of the things that transfers most from the college level to the NFL level. First, on the Dolphins, it makes me love Myles Gaskin even more. On Underdog Fantasy right now, he has an ADP of 79. That's just after Raheem Mostert, Mike Davis, just ahead of Leonard Fournette and A.J. Dillon. But it's not just Melvin Gordon that Broncos backfield. They went out and got personal favorite Mike Boone this offseason as well. I mean, it's a loaded backfield in Denver, and I'm not sure if one back is going to get 200 touches on that team, but if there is one, it might be the guy they just traded up for in Javonte Williams.
So, Josh, how do you stack these? We know the top 3 running backs and what team they play for.
Yeah.
When you think about this from a fantasy perspective, what's the pecking order?
Well, I think you have to listen to what the teams are saying. And what we know about the Pittsburgh Steelers and Najee Harris is almost certainly 200, 250, maybe even 300 touches during his rookie year. I believe Urban Meyer got up there on the podium yesterday and said, look, we want James Robinson to be our early down player, and we want Travis Etienne to be our pass catcher. That's a lot to give up for a pass catcher. I'm not sure if I totally believe him. So I'll probably put Javonte second after Najee Harris.
All right, Jamie's back. He's got another card in his hand. The Miami Dolphins are making the pick, right?
They are making the pick. They're not trading out.
Okay, let's hear it.
They're going to add some secondary help.
Okay.
Some Pac-12
There we
secondary
go.
help.
Oh,
We got a safety off the board finally. Javon Holland, safety, Oregon.
One.
Kyle,
Yes.
I know you originally said you wanted Williams here, but how are you feeling about this one?
I'm not mad that, I think Josh has talked about Myles Gaskin, and Gaskin averaged 97 yards from scrimmage per game played. He just played in 10 games last season. So their production, especially with the wide receiver help that they have, I think everybody's going to get better on that offense just by having better spacing at their disposal. So Brian Flores, we just got done talking with the Tyson Campbell pick. No such thing as too many good secondary players. Brian Flores in this Dolphins defense is very multiple. They're very diverse. They like to kind of mix and match personnel. One of the soft spots on this defense was the nickel position. And they've had a UDFA in Nick Needham, who's been playing 60% of the defensive snaps the last 2 years. He led the team in penalties over that stretch, and he's given up quite a bit of receiving yards. I think over 1,100 yards over the last 2 seasons combined for production against him in coverage. So he's a great story, but at the same time, you need to get better there. And they've made some moves. They've brought some people in free agency, but Javon Holland, as a safety, you can now kind of counter teams that want to play. We talk about building teams that are meant to combat the teams within your division. And the New England Patriots came out and signed 2 really dynamic tight ends to their roster. And you think about trying to defend that. They have Eric Rowe, who can play coverage, but Javon Holland can do a little bit of everything. He'd probably be more effective than Rowe as it pertains to getting into run fits in the box and making sure that they have their integrity with their gaps. So that's where I see this fit working the best for the Dolphins. Is this is not a single high free safety. This is not a traditional free safety. This is a diverse defender who can play man-to-man coverage in the slot. He can step down and tackle in the box, and he showed he was a better athlete than we thought he was on tape with his pro day testing.
Brentley, you seem like you agree with the versatility this guy has.
I mean, I've been a Holland fan since his freshman year back in 2018. I think he's an awesome player. Obviously an Oregon Duck. Gets to go to Miami, right, to be able to have the tutelage under Coach Brian Flores. And as Kyle mentioned, Flores comes from that New England Patriot tree. They like to use their defensive backs in a lot of versatile ways. And Holland is arguably the most versatile defender in this class, at least from a defensive back standpoint, right? He can play in the slot and be the nickel. He could play single high and be the deep free safety. He can even play some in the box a little bit. I know he's not the biggest guy in the world, but he's a sure tackler and he's tough and physical. He's a guy who's super smart, outstanding instincts, outstanding ball skills, outstanding range, and he can provide special teams value as he was super fun to watch as a punt returner. I know you guys got Waddle, but if you don't want to risk Waddle in terms of injury, Holland's a nice little player to have returning punts.
How shocked are we that this is safety one instead of Trayvon Merrick? I'll go to you guys down there.
I think the thing is that the most valuable thing that he brings to the table is ball skills. He gets you the ball back, and I think when you pair him with Xavier Howard, I think that forms a formidable secondary where you put fear in the other team throwing the football. So pairing him with Howard gives you a free safety who gets you the ball back. He's got excellent ball skills. He can cover, and he's the type of safety you'd want in today's NFL for sure. So I like the pick here.
Well, we got Jamie back on the corner. Philadelphia Eagles on the clock, correct?
They are, and they go offense here.
Okay.
They helped Jalen Hurts a little bit earlier with a receiver. Let's get some protection. Landon Dickerson in Alabama
He goes to the Eagles.
is the next Philadelphia Eagle.
All right, so I'll open it up. Joe, I'll actually start with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow, that don't sound excited for me
No,
to
I'm
go
just-
to go to
I'm
you here with
interested in-
Dickerson.
Okay, so
His
we got,
mock must be trash.
I'm not thinking about my mock. Brandon Brooks is coming back, right?
Yeah.
Jason Kelsey's still here. They like Semialo at left guard. Where are we playing Landon Dickerson? I mean, so maybe this is definitely the long play here because it feels like Jason Kelsey might retire every
Right,
single year.
right.
So getting a guy who's pretty beat up to come in and get him in your program and get him healthy and he can be that successor. We know that Nick Sirianni saw firsthand how important Quentin Nelson was to the Colts and even Ryan Kelly. So that's where my mind goes with that pick. I just don't think that this is a player that's going to help them this year.
Joe, you've got a trade.
Okay.
I'm going to interrupt you there. The Patriots are now trading up.
So the Patriots are on the
Patriots
clock.
are
I
on the
believe the
clock.
Bengals were on the clock before.
On the heels of landing new quarterback Mac Jones.
Yes.
Okay.
This has to be a player to help him, right? Maybe a slot receiver.
They are being aggressive this draft for sure.
I mean, Elijah Moore's off the board.
Yes.
Rondale
You think
Oh,
Rondale?
or
Rondale.
Terrace Marshall, who was
Oh
also
my
on this.
goodness.
Oh.
Just two thoughts.
Imagine Waddle, Rondale Moore, and Elijah Moore entering the AFC East in a matter of 24 hours.
I think it's Barmore.
You think it's Christian
I
Barmore?
think it's Christian Barmore.
Okay.
That's the kind of versatile.
Jamie already knows. They
So we'll find out
listened.
here.
The Patriots traded up with a purpose.
They did. I got two words for you.
Is that the name of the prospect? The two words?
That would be good.
Okay.
Roll Tide. Christian
Christian
Barmore.
Barmore. Look at you. Now, all right.
I do have that in my mock as well.
I'm giving Brentley full props here because me, Brentley,
don't.
and Josh did. Oh man, now I can't give you props. We were just doing a live stream not too long ago on Instagram, and you talked about Christian Barmore maybe being a big target for the Patriots. I mean,
Yeah.
you were too scared to put it in your actual mock, but I'm going to give you props for doing it on the live stream.
I thought he would go higher, and so I didn't really account for someone trading up for him, right? But to me, this makes so much sense. New England's getting old in the interior. Barmore's the kind of guy you can play multiple spots along the interior. You can be a 0, you can be a 3, you can be a 5. And when his motor's on, when he's showing his best play, it's as good as any interior defensive lineman we've seen in a couple of years. And so the risk with Barmore is the inconsistent play snap to snap. But when it's on, it's on. And what better coach for him to go to than Bill Belichick? He'll be able to get the best out of him. And as we all know, Bill Belichick, he can turn players who are kind of mediocre in terms of where they were originally, get the most out of him. I think this is a high upside pick, and it's not going to shock me if he's a pro bowler early on.
Kyle, this is a player that we heard had some first round buzz.
Yeah.
We were talking about him back into the first round, and then it felt like a week leading up to draft week. It was like, oh boy, we better maybe put him even higher on some mocks because it just seemed like that's what we were hearing from the NFL. That part turns out to be a smokescreen, but clearly they valued him enough to trade up for him at the beginning of the second round. Trading up for Barmore, what does that tell you about this interior defensive line class?
Well,
Anything?
I think the buzz about Barmore being a first-round selection was also tied to the perceived scarcity of this interior defensive line class.
Sure.
Because you look at it from top to bottom, and everybody's got questions, and there's a bunch of specific skill set types that aren't really well-developed or guys you would expect to step into a starting role. And even Christian Barmore, he has like 700 career snaps. at the University of Alabama that he's taken. So this is a player who does not have a very large sample size,
Right.
and it's been very irregular. But this is about the NFL draft. You look at the tools, the traits, you extrapolate, and the Patriots are choosing to do that with Barmore. And this Bill Belichick style defense, it's all predicated on being strong up the middle, right? The best way to gouge a defense is right through the middle, right? That's the quickest way, shortest distance between 2 points, straight line.
Right.
So being stout up the middle and getting guys like Donta Hightower back from a COVID
gonna be
opt-out
huge.
as well.
It's gonna be
They
huge.
signed Devon Godchow in free agency, so they did lose Adam Butler in free agency, but getting Barmore as a penetration type and playing him amid these other really stout players that are there up front, I like this a lot for the New England Patriots, but don't expect him to be a high volume player early on. I think he's going to be a part of a rotation, and they'll be able to take their time with him and wean him in.
Jordan, we got the Carolina Panthers on the clock now. I think there's a handful of options of where they could go, but what are you thinking here? They go J.C. Horn at the top of the draft. So what are the target positions? And maybe a couple of names that you're looking at here for Carolina.
It's got to be offensive tackle, right?
I think
Yes.
so.
They
Yeah,
have to.
feels like it.
They're coming into the season with Cam Irving and then also Greg Little, and you just make a huge investment in Sam Darnold. There's no way you can try either one of those two guys out there to be your starter. So I look for Liam Eichenberg here. I think he makes a lot of sense just because he started a plethora of games at Notre Dame, 4-year starter, and he's done a really good job there. So Liam Eichenberg.
So Jordan, now the Bears are trading up
Trading up.
now
There it
instead of Carolina. being
Two
the top,
trade
they'll
ups.
be the Bears.
Yeah.
Back to back for Chicago.
So you think
That's
for the Bears?
I mean, yeah, this could be the same
Could
conversation,
be a
right?
receiver too.
What about a corner?
God, are they really not going to pick offensive line
Okay,
again? No
we've
way.
got corner, we've got tackle. Kyle, what are you thinking here for the Bears who traded up?
I'm gonna go with the corner too. Yeah,
Oh,
you know they
man.
lost Fuller in free agency, right? So or they parted ways with Fuller this offseason, and we saw a good number of corners go in the first round. And now Tyson Campbell comes off the board early, and you start kind of playing the game where you're looking over your shoulder at the teams that are behind you, the teams that are up in front of you that may be in the market there for a corner. These corners are starting to come off, so there's a lot of good ones left, like Asante Samuel Jr., who's a quick-footed guy, and I think could have some success stepping into the same role that Fuller had in that defense. So I would go with corner at this point.
Wow. Josh,
Yes,
what are you thinking here?
I kind of like the
Gotta
receiver
trust
spot
you.
because it certainly sounds like Ryan Pace is kind
All
of
in.
out on the Anthony Miller experiment,
Right.
Despite
Yeah.
trading
Yeah.
up for him in the past, that's where so many of these wide receiver types are going to be pigeonholed is into the slot. Even Terrace Marshall, who's 6'1", 205, has been moved around quite a bit. I'm kind of hoping for wide receiver here.
Sorry to disappoint you, Josh.
Okay.
Oh, man.
It's not a wide receiver.
Is it offense?
It is offense.
Is it offensive tackle?
Maybe. It's a player you expected to go yesterday.
Okay.
Okay.
They have traded up for Tevin Jenkins.
That's brilliant. Ryan Pace killing the draft.
Paige is going off right
Killing the draft.
Wow, what
Wow.
a pick.
I have expected to hear Paige screaming
I
from
know.
the
Yeah.
production
Where's
studio,
Paige?
right?
Where is Paige? Oh my
So,
goodness.
Tevin Jenkins, right? We talked about the medical questions, but this is all in. Chips on the table, right? And I guess Ryan Pace is one of those guys who works best under pressure because he's on the hot seat. He was on the hot seat. And if these two picks hit in a way which we anticipate based on our assessments of the players, we will get really, really good production out of this rookie class. 2 first-round caliber players for Ryan Pace, despite the fact that they traded up in the first round to go get the quarterback.
Yeah, and I mean, you lose Bobby Massey in the offseason, you bring Charles Leno back, so they have a huge hole at that right tackle spot. And then you invest, you go up and get a Justin Fields. Now you want to make sure you protect him. So Tevin Jenkins, I think, is a phenomenal selection right now.
And Jenkins is going to help this run game too, right? I mean, it's that's been kind of an issue.
David
They haven't had
Montgomery.
any consistency. Jenkins is just a guy that wants to snatch your soul. I mean, this guy moves bodies all over the place. So you talk about not only getting protection for Justin Fields, but creating some space for David Montgomery. And I just think about some of those late season games in Chicago where it's going to be a little bit cold and you have to deal with Tevin Jenkins moving you out of the way, and then you got to come downhill and fill against David Montgomery. That's an imposing idea, especially when you think about Justin Fields and all the dynamic skills that he has and brings to the table.
To me, I'm just so impressed with the job that Ryan Pace is doing right now. To get Justin Fields at 11 and trade up, to get Tevin Jenkins at 39 and being aggressively traded up, this is what you got to do. I mean, if the Packers do trade Aaron Rodgers, the time is now. You put your chips in the table, and let's go. Let's go, baby. This division is yours. So I'm a big fan of what they're doing.
From a value standpoint, because this is the compensation. So basically, the Bears gave up a third-round pick to move up 13 spots. Totally fair for a talent like everyone.
Yeah.
So many people on this desk are saying, is a first-round talent questions or not the talent? Is that fair compensation?
Yeah.
To me, yeah, definitely. I mean, I think you could have drafted him at 20, you know?
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
and we wouldn't have said anything. We would have been praising that pick.
Jamie.
Falcons stay here. No trades, finally. They're going to take a safety,
Oh, they needed to.
but not the one you think it is.
Come on.
Richie Grant.
Richie Grant is the pick for the Falcons right here.
This is insane.
Why were you so quick to pick that one?
I mean, it's the only other one that made sense, right? Outside of Maury. And Maury, he had a back issue that flared up at his pro day, so maybe I think that's something that might be scaring teams away. But Richie Grant, even though he's an older prospect, he'll be a 24-year-old rookie. He's somebody that can play single eye on the roof. He can come down and be great as a strong safety as well. So it makes a lot of sense for them, especially losing Neal in the secondary.
Well, they need this player with Dean Pease running this defense now. They needed that, Kevin Byard guy to play over top, and they lost Keanu Neal, they lost DeMonte Casey. This was a need for this football team, an underrated need, and I think it's absolutely critical for Dean Pease to be able to unleash those pressure packages. You need to have a Richie Grant type player right over top of all that.
Where did we have Richie Grant? Just overall as a scouting
He
staff.
was 58th overall player on our
Okay,
consensus
all right.
rankings.
So I mean, it's a little bit higher than the consensus, but this is the range that you would think in the second round, right?
The highs for Richie are really good. He's versatile. He can play some coverage. He did that down at the Senior Bowl and really made a strong impression with his ability to play some man-to-man in the slot. The issues on tape where there were some irregularities with angles in pursuit and as a tackler and breaking down and making sure he's coming to balance. But yeah, he's a back-end guy who has good ball skills and the size that you would like for a guy who can play physical as the last line of defense. It's just you got to make sure you clean up some of those pursuit angles as he's stepping down in the box.
Man, safeties. A little hot here at the beginning of the second round, huh, Dre?
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing you love about Grant is that he has the upside to be able to cover your man. So their defense doesn't necessarily have to bring in a third corner. You can drop him down and play him in man coverage in the slot, which gives your defense flexibility. So someone with his skill set is very valuable to the defense.
Can I jump in on that real quick? I think that's an interesting trend that we may need to start watching for is the single high free safety, the high post guy, middle of the field close versus the priority here for the safeties is the guys who can play in all phases. So whether or not you go in base and you got to play split field coverage, or if they go in empty and you want to go zero and you got to play man to man, like the two safeties who have come off the board are guys that you can feel confident and comfortable that you can put them out there, and they're going to be able to match personnel regardless of tight end neutralizers or trying to find tight end neutralizers, with that being the new mismatch.
Jamie, you're back again.
I am back again. They're getting fast and furious here. Lions stay here. They add to the defensive line. Levi Owunzurike is going to Detroit.
Wow. And I thought this was another potential safety spot, and now I feel like I don't know where Trayvon Merrick's going to go. So we'll talk about Merrick in a second, but Levi Owunzurike, who's highest on him on the staff? Because I want somebody to talk about his strengths going to the Lions here. Anybody?
Me.
You highest?
I absolutely love the player. I did him. He's in my region. He's a great run stopper. He gives you some upside as a bull rusher in passing games as well. But I really like the player. I think he's got an even front scheme. I think it's a great pick. And he could step right into their defense and be a day one starter. I really like this pick for them.
I feel like a lot of us were predicting heavy skill player emphasis from the Lions, right? Either in the secondary or at wide receiver. Here they are, first two picks in, and it's O-line and it's D-line. And it feels like now that it's happened in hindsight, we go,
Duh.
of course, it's Dan Campbell, right, Kyle?
Yeah, so Dan with the press conference and talking about how tough and blue collar this team is going to be, and Dan is a football guy to the ultimate T, right? And to go out and get a big-bodied mauler like Penei Sewell, and to get a guy in Levi who I think is really fascinating because the way he was asked to play at Washington was to spend a lot of time on the nose and in the interior A-gaps. This is a 3 technique type of player, a guy who can really shoot into gaps and win with quickness. And he got down to the Senior Bowl, had plenty of success winning one-on-ones at the practice that he was able to be full go at. So you extrapolate the skill set, and it doesn't necessarily line up with what he was asked to do a lot of the time, but you think about moving him towards a more complementary role to what he's physically capable of doing, and I'm really excited to see what that's going to look like.
Jordan?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, Brad Holmes has done a really good job as far as, I think the Lions have one of the worst rosters in the NFL.
Yes.
We're just talking about from top to bottom. But whenever you're talking about team building, the age-old saying is, if there's any doubt, build your team from the inside out. And that's exactly what we're seeing him do. He drafted Penei Sewell, number 7 overall. We saw how excited he was in the war room yesterday, and then he goes up and he gets Levi Onwuzurike. I think that's a great pick as well.
I feel like all GM and coach speak has to rhyme. Like Jordan's got so much of it because you're a coach yourself, and he's just like, hey, if there's any doubt, build your team from the inside out. And I feel like just all coach speak just has to rhyme, and that's how people remember.
I actually do think it was an under-the-radar move that Brad Holmes made because they had made the Jared Goff deal, and they also went out and got Michael Brockers,
Yeah.
someone that he knows very well who can be a great run-stuffing defensive tackle. And I feel like for years that fan base has clamored for someone on that side of the ball to stop the run, and hopefully now they have 2 players that can do that.
They haven't been able to stop a nosebleed.
I mean, the players that Patricia wanted on there.
Oh, wow.
I mean, it's just,
Hello.
it's been crazy.
Kyle, your Dolphins
They're on the
have,
clock.
have traded up.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Hold on,
I see you
hold
rubbing
on.
your hands here.
I just want everybody to make sure they know here. I believe the Dolphins just traded up
They did.
with the Giants.
Yeah.
Yes.
Whoa,
So that
Gettleman,
means
2 times.
back-to-back.
Wow.
Oh.
Gettleman's just messing with us now.
Ah, baby.
He's just messing with us.
Look,
He got the feeling.
The nerves got to him. The nerves got to him.
Y'all
My
heard
guy
him
put
this year,
down-
the whole preseason saying that he wouldn't trade. He doesn't ever trade. He finally makes 2 this year. So
He got to sit on it last night after getting his first feeling.
Yes.
Oh wait,
Look,
wait, Jamie's coming, but before he comes, Kyle,
Yes.
what's the move here?
I have no idea.
Okay,
I'm
all right,
fascinated.
great.
Oh, okay.
edge.
Say it's offense.
Okay.
Oh.
Little protection, maybe.
Is it an interior offensive line?
Probably not. I would say it's an
Nope.
offensive tackle.
Okay.
Liam Eichenberg
Okay.
is the pick for the
Okay.
Miami Dolphins in this
This is
spot.
interesting.
Yeah.
I feel like I talked about Eichenberg to so many different places. Never Miami. What do you think about this one, Kyle?
So Miami very much has a type up front. You know, their average size of over the past 2 off seasons of offensive linemen that they've added to the roster is like 325 pounds. Eichenberg's not quite that big, but he's really sturdy as far as what he does in pass protection and how good his technique is. So I appreciate the effort to go out and get a guy who's really good in pass protection, because what they had with Austin Jackson and Robert Hunt, who were the 2 rookie tackles who started for them at the end of the year last year, they were better in the run game than they were in pass protection. If you're going to get things right for Tua Tagovailoa, you got to be able to hold the pocket, especially when you think about the receivers that have been added to the mix. They're receivers who are going to look to attack and win downfield. So you're going to have to be able to hold the ball in the pocket a little bit longer. So Eichenberg, his best traits being in pass protection and just being really consistent with everything that he does. It's kind of the opposite swing of what they have with Austin Jackson as a guy who was super up and down because he's super athletic and super traitsy, but not overly developed as a technician.
Well, looking forward to seeing Eichenberg as the newest Miami Dolphin. Let's take it over to Ben, who has more on this pick.
Liam Eichenberg, the offensive tackle out of Notre Dame, now here for the Miami Dolphins. A trade up to go get that right tackle that they so desperately needed. The Dolphins line was kind of a weird one last season. They drafted Austin Jackson in the first round out of USC. He's the left tackle. And then brought in Robert Hunt out of Louisiana Lafayette, and he was going to be a guard or maybe a tackle. He was a tackle in college, but 33-inch arms and his build, he's a bit of a stockier, smaller guy, had teams thinking he might be a guard in the pros. Well, Robert Hunt is forced into the right tackle role after injuries and some line shuffling last year. You got to remember that Dolphins line 2 years ago, was about as bad as they came. And so Robert Hunt played well at right tackle, and that left the Dolphins in kind of a weird spot. In this situation, you could draft yourself a left guard. Remember, they traded Eric Flowers away and leave Robert Hunt at right tackle, or you could push him in and then draft yourself a right tackle and have him play guard as you always planned. Liam Eichenberg gives you both options. This was a tremendous multi-year starter, senior player at Notre Dame, which, remember, has been an offensive line factory over the last several years. He did come in at his pro day with 32 3/8 inch arms. That's even smaller than the arm length of a Robert Hunt. 33 inches is typically the threshold NFL teams look for when they want tackle play. That length on the outside allows you to mirror and allows you to work that edge rusher, all the way down the outside track. Without that length, you have to be better with your feet. You have to be quicker and more explosive. You have to react better to counter moves. And so that length gives you a larger margin of error on the outside. And Liam Eichenberg doesn't have it, but was unbelievable against college's best outside rushers. Drake Jackson out of USC, he'll come out next year. Azeez Ojulari out of Georgia, he's out in this year's class. He's going to be picked pretty soon. These players were dominated by Liam Eichenberg, and so he can fight for the right tackle job along with Robert Hunt. And they'll both also work out in camp in the interior. And in the event that Eichenberg wins that job, excellent pick. In the event that he doesn't, he has to go play guard, guess what? Excellent pick. The toughness remains, the football IQ remains, the run blocking remains. So Liam Eichenberg was one of my favorite tackles in this class. Not for a year 3 projection. His ceiling may not be super high. Samuel Cosmi, Dylan Radins, these are high ceiling players. Liam Eichenberg's ready to play. And the Miami Dolphins, with the way they've picked, they're ready to win themselves an AFC East. They're ready to win themselves a playoff game. I love it for Miami. I love the aggressiveness and going up to get your guy as well. This run on offensive linemen is beginning. We've seen now Landon Dickerson, Tevin Jenkins, Liam Eichenberg, Sammy Cosmi, Dylan Radins, Creed Humphrey. They're all still on the board. I expect them to go pretty soon. But, of course, those picks are for our scouting staff. Tamara and Trev, throwing it back to y'all.
All right, so the Raiders traded up.
Yes.
What do we think?
We have no idea.
Could be Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Could be a safety.
To me, it has to be Trayvon Morgan. You know, you think about they lost Eric Harris. They lost LaMarcus Joyner. Gus Bradley's coming over from the Chargers. He's going to run that Seattle-style cover 3 defense, which really prioritizes that free safety to have a lot of responsibility. Trayvon Morgan, to me, is an absolute steal here if this is the pick. I'm trying to figure out why he's still available. Is it some last-minute injury news that we don't know about? Because from his tape, there's zero excuse that he's still on the board.
A safety 3.
It
A safety 3.
blows my mind. Has to be, right?
Is it past injuries or is it just, people were just worried with back stuff? Because, we had the Caleb Farley back injuries and he still went in the first round. Mary's got some back concerns and here you still slide. Is that just because he doesn't play lockdown corner?
I think the spines are very tricky, especially if you're a tackler. So that could be a cause of concern for most teams. It's a tackle when your spine needed.
Not to troll here, but is TCU like a big enough school for?
That's an excellent point.
Is there a defensive tackle they might like? Because we just saw Barmore come off the board. Ozarike just came off the board. Is this them saying, man, this is a lean year for defensive tackles? We just said goodbye to Mo Hurst. Finding an answer? I'm not sure there's a great option in terms of value, but it makes... Hi, Jamie.
Hi, Joe. How are you doing this evening?
I'm well.
So, we all know the narrative of the day that the Raiders were taking a lot of heat for maybe reaching in the first round.
Gosh.
This one's not a reach. Trevon Moehrig is going to Las Vegas.
Nice! TCU is big enough, Josh.
Don't quote me on that.
Josh, looks like you were right. You were right on that one. TCU is considered a big enough school, clearly. We'll be back with more on this pick after the break.
Spurrings TV. Play, win, repeat. Oh my. Play, win, repeat. Oh my. Play, win, repeat. Oh my. This is where it starts, where your story begins. This is the trail you blaze yourself. And step by step, you get stronger, faster, better. This is where it starts. How will you finish? Ingles, we're with you every step of the way.
Best ball season is here, and it's bigger than ever. With no waivers, trades, or setting lineups, it has never been easier to have a shot at the $1 million grand prize. Underdog Fantasy lets you draft a season-long league in seconds, thanks to their slick mobile app and state-of-the-art website. And best of all, if you don't love it, there's a $100 money-back guarantee. So what are you waiting for? Draft for the 2021 season today.
Brinks TV, loving on you with lots of cash and prizes.
So you mentioned Prevacus. How do you feel that that drug will contribute to the sustainability of football as a sport? And without it, or without other solutions, what do you feel may be the consequence?
Well, I think every high school, every college, every trainer that is in the NFL should have this available on the sidelines and applied to something that could be a concussion or a traumatic brain injury. I think NASCAR would benefit from it. I think there's all sports, gymnastics, whatever the sport may be, basketball, soccer, to have this available and ready to apply, I think is great. And I think, what we're trying to do is just to say, hey, this is one modality for safety and an opportunity for a safer and better environment to be a part of. So without it, I think there are things that I think I touched earlier with you is what the league is doing. The NFL is doing is trying to have no contact throughout the week. This COVID season has been crazy anyways, never mind, players basically just going out there and walkthroughs. And I think that's maybe going to be the format now that we're going to use. And that way, when a game time comes on a Saturday, Sunday, or Friday night under the lights, we can alleviate some of those cumulative effects of injuries or brain effects through practice and give the brain a whole week to heal from game to game. And if we can do so, I think that'll help in whatever way possible. We're not gonna eliminate brain injuries. There's going to be brain injuries in sports and even some sports you wouldn't even think there'd be brain injuries. But the major ones, hockey, football, even soccer, you head in the ball. I mean, they're talking about eliminating heading from the game of soccer. Which probably be sacrilegious to a lot of soccer players out there, but for moms and dads, for the safety of their children, it might be a good thing at least to start there at a young age and see where it takes us.
Trevon Moehrig now, the safety out of TCU, expected to be the first safety off the board. Minus 700 at most books, is the third safety off the board. It's the Las Vegas Raiders that grabbed him, and thank goodness they did. They made John Abram a first-round pick a few years ago, and he was a hard hitter out of Mississippi State. Everybody understood why John Gruden loved him, but he didn't really have much coverage ability, and that makes it tricky to stick in the league. He's been a heavy hitter ever since, but injuries tend to plague those players, and so he hasn't been available. They signed LaMarcus Joyner to the big contract and then cut him a year later. Jeff Heath's on the roster. They signed Carl Joseph back after cutting him. It has not been the most organized personnel room in Las Vegas. John Gruden, Mike Mayock, we heard some rumored struggles coming through that. This is a good player. This pick helps Trevon Moehrig, 3-year starter for TCU, and that Gary Patterson defense there with the Horned Frogs is complex. Trevon Moehrig played their single high safety role at 205 pounds, and he has impressive route recognition, from that roof position. It's what allows him to influence plays on the sidelines even without elite range. But that size, 6'1", 205, 210, means that he is successful coming down into the box. He's successful coming downhill and being able to play physical into crossing routes. He has the size to stick with tight ends in coverage. And so for a team right now that effectively has no starting safeties, a player like Merrick falling all the way down the board, that's excellent value. I expected him to be safety 1, safety 3, and hey, the Raiders, they don't make a lot of expected picks, but this one is a good one, getting a player who's fallen down the board. Of course, our board is moving on with another pick. So Trev, Tamara, I hear the old Commissioner Jamie's with you for the next one.
Ben, thank you so much for getting us all caught up on the newest Las Vegas Raider. But Jamie, it sounds like you're going to be telling us who is making the Dallas Cowboys their new home.
Well, I think he was very commonly mocked that they would take a cornerback in round 1. Did not happen. They go with Michael Parsons. So why not take a cornerback here in round 2? It is Kelvin Joseph going.
This is the most Dallas pick of all time.
Jordan's making a lot of hums over here. Are you satisfied with this pick or no?
Oh, I mean, I thought there were some better players on the board. Asante Samuel Jr., Elijah Molden, and there were some other corners that I thought were a little bit better than Kelvin Joseph, but he's a bit of a taller and a rangier, more of their type. We saw him take Trayvon Diggs last year in the second round, so they basically go back to the SEC with Kelvin Joseph, a player that's had a lot of success, originally started his career at LSU, and then had a bit of a breakout year last year at Kentucky before he opted out. So, I mean, I understand the intrigue from a height, weight, size, speed standpoint, but he's a little bit rough around the edges as far as his talent right now. He has some things that he needs to improve upon.
Kelvin Joseph, I feel, definitely plays with like that edge. You know, when you talk about corners having confidence, you know, just kind of like being in your face. He's a man coverage kind of a guy. Kyle, what do you think about Kelvin Joseph over some of the other players that Jordan mentioned that they kind of stepped over, even at the same position?
Yeah, super raw. I don't know if it's necessarily too big of a surprise when you consider they went after Trayvon Diggs last year, and you know he's kind of cut from the same cloth as far as his size and length for the position. But the lack of sample size is what's most concerning to me when you think about Jordan talked about his saga with LSU and then the transfer. I think he had 11 career starts in college, period. Mm-hmm. So we talked about sample size with Christian Barmore, but same thing here with Kelvin Joseph. This is all tools, and it might take him a little while for him to get there.
Jamie?
You guys miss me?
Yeah, you were quick for that one.
So we have a theme here. Do everything you can for your rookie quarterbacks.
Oh.
And protect your young quarterbacks. Walker Little is the pick out of Stanford.
For what team?
For the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Wow.
Joe.
Oh,
go ahead, Joe. Listen, go ahead, Joe.
All right, so Walker Little, I think he's probably a 5-star recruit, right, Jordan? Is that kind of fit that
5-star
Urban Meyer?
recruit.
All right, so we're learning a lot about the Urban Meyer Jacksonville Jaguars. Walker Little hadn't played a lot of football in the last 2 years, and that's troubling because he's been injured, and then he didn't go to the Senior Bowl this past year, and obviously you go back to, was it 2019, 2018 to really get eyes on this player, and you see a guy that has developmental appeal, but as far as understanding where he is right now, I have no idea. Now, they did bring back Cam Robinson, so they do have, you know, their entire offensive line from last year in place, but I don't know that there's a path to playing time here for Walker Little, and he has a lot to prove, and he's got a lot of rust to shake off.
I think you make a great point. That's why I'm a little surprised that it wasn't Dylan Radins, a guy who can step in and play guard. Because when you look at their tackles, they have Juwan Taylor, who they drafted, I think, 2 years ago. And like you mentioned, they franchise tagged Cam Robinson at left tackle. So I don't really see a path to year one playing time for Walker Little. And like you said, he hasn't really played football in 2 years. He missed the 2019 season with injury, and then he opted out. And so to me, this pick is, we have to really look at it maybe a year away.
Yeah.
But it's a little surprising.
Go ahead, Drew. I was going to say all it is to me is Cam Robinson insurance. With him being on the franchise tag, maybe they want a cheaper option with Walker Little. Now on a 4-year deal. Maybe they say, we'll let Walker get healthy. He had the torn ACL last year. So now they have that insurance policy if they don't want to pay Cam.
I was going to say, I don't think the offensive tackle pick itself is that much of a surprise, right? Because they bring their left tackle back on the franchise tag. So people assume that this might be the case for them. But here in the second round, and we're in the top half of the second round, right? I mean, this thing just started. This is a guy who is, now we talk about maybe as a fringe first-round player. And Kyle, I just want to know what you guys thought of Walker Little as a staff overall. I know he had the injuries that you dealt with, but get us up to speed on this guy.
Yeah, I think the concern with the injuries is this is a former 5-star recruit, but at the same time, geez, Jamie, long time no see again. Former 5-star recruit, but with the injuries, the question is how much of his athleticism can he maintain? This is a really big body guy on the outside. You don't know how much of that athleticism is going to be able to endure the wear and tear that his body's had thus far.
That camera angle made it look like you were walking to us on like the show Cops or something.
Yeah.
They were just like,
Look like Matt Jones.
or whatever.
There you go.
So I just need that every time you come up to the podium now.
I want to know if you guys want to talk about more offensive linemen.
Thank God.
Okay.
Cincinnati, please kill
What
offensive
team?
linemen.
What team?
For the Bengals? Or what team did he play for?
It's got to be Creed Humphrey.
I'm sorry, what?
Which one do you want? The team that he's going to now or the team he used to play for?
The team.
Don't worry about it. It's Jackson Carmen.
Okay.
Put you on the spot there.
You
Jackson
could have just said
Carmen's
the word
going.
orange and we would have been
Wait.
able to probably figure it
The
out.
Bengals.
Brentley, you said thank God. Why?
I mean, you think about how many times Joe Burrow was hit last year. I have a little stat for you. Before he went down with injury, he was hit 72 times. That's tied for most ever by a rookie quarterback with Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones played a full season. And so to tie that record to me is insane. And, you know, Zach Taylor, he was dropping back Joe Burrow so much with really a terrible offensive line in front of him. And, you know, with the decision to draft Jamar Chase, which, you know, you could argue was it right passing Penei Sewell or not, but to me, adding more talent to this offensive line was a no-brainer. I personally think this is a little rich for Jackson Carmen. I know there's been some dialogue that he's not necessarily a tackle, he's more of a guy at guard, which to me would make sense for the Bengals because I do think their biggest immediate hole right now is inside. So I can see Jackson Carmen starting from day one. And, I mean, to me, it's a solid pick. Value, maybe not, but I'm not going to hate on it.
Kyle, where did he fall on the list that you guys had?
Yeah, so Jackson Carmen we had graded as a fringe second round, early third round type of prospect. And for us, I think we collectively probably agreed that he could play tackle, but you'd get better results from Jackson Carmen as a big body guy playing on the interior at guard. I guess the curious thing for me here is some of the other offensive linemen that are still on the board. You still have Creed Humphrey, you still have Wyatt Davis, you still have Dylan Ranunes and Sam Cosmi. So I look at, you know, regardless of whether you wanted the guy to play inside or outside, there were a couple other of options that stylistically, maybe this is just the choice of the kind of player Cincinnati wanted, but I did think just from a raw talent perspective, maybe there were some other options that, you know, maybe could have given you a little bit more bang for your buck. But Cincinnati traded down. They picked up some extra assets along the way. So you certainly can't hate the process here for Cincinnati.
We've got the Los Angeles Chargers now on the clock. On the clock for now. Seems like everybody's wanting to move. But, Brentley, this is your territory. This is your home turf here with the Chargers. What do you think they're going to do here at the top of the second round?
Yeah, I mean, to me, I think about a corner. You know, they already released Casey Hayward. They were able to re-sign Michael Davis. But, you know, Brandon Staley coming over from the Los Angeles Rams and them running a lot of kind of too high and cover one, kind of play calls, right, and coverages. And last year, the Chargers ran mainly cover 3, and so they're going to need some more defensive backs. You know, Sanjay Samuel Jr. is a guy who's still on the board. I think would make a lot of sense. A guy like Paulson Adebo as well can make a lot of sense. And so I keep an eye out for corner, with edge being a slight possibility, but I think corner's where they go.
Anybody else? Names for corners?
These two pounded the table for Asante Samuel Jr.
Okay, all right.
What do you think about him as this fit here?
I mean, I love Asante Samuel Jr. I'm a big fan of him. Everybody knows about the bloodlines, the ball production that he had. The biggest question with him is he inside corner or is he outside corner? But, I mean, he said, I'm the same size as Jair Alexander, so why can't I play outside?
Yeah,
Even though he's not as explosive as an athlete as Jair, but there's some question marks about him just because of his length. He does lack that. So maybe the Chargers want more of an outside type of corner.
I think that would make sense. I was going to ask Dre what he thought about the corners, but Jamie's back on the corner with another pin.
I want to know what Brentley thinks about the corners. Brentley, would you like to announce this pick? Because you just tweeted about it right before I got out here. Is Asante Samuel Jr.
Wow, there you go. Now I get to ask Dre about it. Okay, so we've heard a little bit about Asante Samuel Jr. from Brentley, from Jordan. Dre, what did you think about Asante's game?
You know, I think Jordan kind of summed him up best. I mean, I think he's a guy who lacks the elite size. He's quick. He has great feet. He has hips. But I think he will need to learn to play playoff man. He may struggle some in press, but if they put him in the right situation to be successful, then he can definitely have some success either on the outside or the inside, preferably the inside though. So.
All right, for more on Asante Samuel, we're going to toss it over to Ben and Ezekiel Lab.
Asante Samuel Jr., the pick in there for the Chargers. I'll tell you what, it's a home run, to be very frank with you. The Chargers had a new head coach, Brandon Staley, and he came from the Los Angeles Rams, so didn't really have to move at all. But with the Rams, you're looking at a Brandon Staley defense. I was thinking about Joe Staley, longtime tackle for the San Francisco 49ers. Brandon Staley defense that had Jalen Ramsey as the star corner, and he was critical in being able to play man coverage across the board. And I don't think Asante Samuel Jr. is going to end up Jalen Ramsey. He doesn't have the size, the athleticism, though, of course, his pops was a pretty good corner. I really liked Asante Samuel Jr.'s film. He's quick, and he's instinctive, and he's explosive to the ball. And so do the Chargers have their Jalen Ramsey? Unfortunately, no. I don't think Michael Davis is that player on the roster. I don't think Casey Hayward at his age is that player either. But I do think that Asante Samuel gives them another Troy Hill. He gives them another Darius Williams, this player that we saw in Los Angeles with whom Brandon Staley was successful. This is a too-high defense, and that may sound like a crazy term. Actually, it sounds pretty simple, and it is. Too-high defense has two safeties high. There's not a single high safety, like we talked about Trevon Merrick, but there's going to be two high safeties. And often in two high safety defenses, we're going to see the corners in off alignments. That's where that quickness and that instinctness becomes important. When you're up in the face and you're in press man, you want length, you want physicality, you want to be aggressive in man coverage. In off coverage, we're going to line up in a half turn. We're going to line up in bail. And we're going to want to react to the receiver, keep space, bait throws, and then close downhill. And that's exactly what Asante Samuel Jr. did at Florida State. And so this guy's going to be maximized by the scheme that he plays in with the Chargers. And there's also opportunity on that roster, Michael Davis, Casey Hayward, for some legitimate reps. This is a very good defensive mind in Brandon Staley, selecting a very good defensive player in Asante Samuel. With his NFL bloodlines and his football IQ, I have really high expectations. Tyson Campbell went before him. Kelvin Joseph went before him. I say confidently Asante Samuel is going to outperform both of those players and maybe a couple of the round one corners as well. But I'm really big on Asante Samuel. I think bigger than the rest of the scouting staff. I'd like to hear what they say.
All right, San Francisco 49ers now on the clock. Actually, Brentley, do you want to say any official words on Asante Samuel? I feel like you had the pre-love there for Samuel, and now you get the post after you know that it's actually happening.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I tweeted it. I did think it made a lot of sense, right? Like I said, the team did lose Casey Hayward. They could not go into the season with Tevon Campbell as the other starting outside corner. I think the guy's really summed it up really well. He's a competitive, really good instincts, really good feet, just really good natural ball skills. And so, yeah, he lacks the length and size really outside, but I think he more than makes up for with his athleticism. And so I think it's an outstanding pick, and really the Chargers are 2 for 2 here. I mean, think about Rashawn Slater falling to them at 13, Asante Samuel falling to them in the second round. It's a home run for Tom Telesco right now.
We've got the 49ers now on the clock. And as Jamie said, the theme so far has been, you get a new quarterback, you get him some help. Do we think that's the direction that the 49ers are going to go here in the early second round?
They did lose Kendrick Bourne. Kendrick Bourne played a ton of snaps for this team last season. Obviously, Deebo Samuel missed a ton of time. Brandon Ayuk had an outstanding rookie season. If we know anything about Kyle Shanahan, he wants that yards after catch playmaker. Is Rondale Moore fit here?
I think stylistically he is.
Yeah.
It's a question of value, right, and how comfortable you are with his ability to stay healthy. That's been the big bugaboo with Rondale Moore. Is it's like, man, he's so electric when he's on, but he's like that exotic car that has to have everything totally finely tuned. If anything's off, the car does not run.
Yeah.
And even this year, I thought it was an interesting saga for Rondale where he opted out but then was back, and then he missed the first half of an abbreviated season, and then he came back, said it was a hamstring issue. A hamstring issue was what ended his previous season. He missed the eight final games of that year. And then when he was back, it was like Purdue just manufactured him these lazy touches just to get him the football and showcase him a little bit. Everything was screen passes and jet motions and touch passes, and they effectively tried to turn everything into punt return left or punt return right as far as his utilization. And I think you have to go all the way back to 2018, his true freshman season, to see when he's the best version of himself as a player.
What do we think about? Is there anything to the redundancy of having Deebo Samuel already on the roster to a player like Rondale Moore? I mean, obviously he fits a type, but are you getting all those types of touches to those kinds of receivers?
But it's always been that type, and maybe they do want to change that a little bit with Trey Lance, but I also think Lance can be exceptional in that area, and then when it is covered up, he offers that extra gear that the previous quarterbacks did not. But you even look at yards after catch players at other positions. I mean, Tevin Coleman, when he was with the San Francisco 49ers, was top 8 at his position. George Kittle is top 5 at his position. So it's not just wide receiver where this is the case. It's the rest of the roster as well.
Jordan, you have up your big board for defense. Is there a possibility here that the 49ers could try to get some depth for corner or D-line?
Yeah, I think corner definitely is a possibility here. I think one name that does make a lot of sense in that, cover 3 scheme is Efiatu Melifonwu. I think he's a player that does make a lot of sense for them here at the 49ers selection.
What about the offensive line for the 49ers, right?
You talking interior or more?
I'm talking interior because I'm just looking at the depth chart right now. I mean, I know they signed Alex Mack. What is he, like 35 years old?
He's older, yeah. He's more of a veteran guy, but.
And I'm just saying, my mock draft has Creed Humphrey to the Niners, and I think that would make a lot of sense because the theme of the night, right, is protecting and surrounding a young quarterback with good talent around him. I think Creed Humphrey could be the pick.
Do you think it's going to be the pick, or do you want it to be the pick because you get 2 points in the mock draft?
Yes. A mix of both. There's a reason why I put him there. I do think it makes a lot of sense.
It's because it makes sense.
But I feel like we're losing a little track of the competition, and I just want to bring it up a little bit.
Yeah, let's do that since Jamie is kind enough to leave us alone for 3 minutes over here at the
Yes,
desk.
yeah.
The updated scores for the TDN scouting staff mock draft to this point. Brentley is out in first right now. He has 14 points with the 1 player match.
Nice.
Joe,
Nice.
before we got started, said nobody's going to hit anything. So Brentley, thus far, everybody is living vicariously through him. Josh, how many hats do you have for Underdog?
I have 4 of them, but we can whittle it down to just 1 if Brentley's the only one.
Well, no. I think you said 3 hats, right?
Yes, we do.
Well, right now we have a 3-way tie for second place. So somebody's, somebody's going to lose out.
Somebody's going to Philadelphia Eagles.
Kyle,
draft
Joe,
room.
Jordan, 12 points apiece. We're 2 points behind you, so watch your back. And Dre, you're still in it, 10 points. So everybody's very close. We just need a couple of prospect hits, and we can get right back into this thing for anybody.
So what was your pick for the 49ers?
Jeez, you're going to make me pivot.
He doesn't have it up.
He doesn't have it up.
He doesn't want to know.
Wyatt Davis, interior offensive lineman from Ohio State.
Same wavelength.
You think about the success that they had with Laken Tomlinson in this offense as a bigger guy, right? And you don't typically associate those style of blockers with necessarily being good fits for this wide zone type scheme. But at the same time, Wyatt Davis is a guy who, in 2019, when he put his good tape on display, had the ability to win in both lateral situations and playing forward.
Well, he's back. He couldn't leave us alone for too long. 49ers.
Leave him alone for 3 minutes. I'm so sorry. Am I inconveniencing you here on Draft Night?
Yeah, I mean a little bit, but you also bring good news. So
that is good news.
We have to deal with it.
What's been the theme of the night so far?
It has been getting young quarterbacks help on offense.
Yes, and getting them protection.
Yes.
This one's a little bit further down the board than maybe we expected. Aaron Banks, the guard
Let's go!
out of Notre Dame.
Wow. Somewhere Ben's also happy, so that's
Is that a brand guy for you guys? Or?
We love Aaron Banks. Yeah. When we watched him, we thought, there it is, Aaron Banks! I knew I was getting.
That was great, but Joe seems the only person that's not super excited down there.
I wouldn't say that I'm not super excited. I think there's guards I like more than Aaron Banks, but it's interesting because we think of this 49ers offense as a wide zone-based rushing attack, but you look at this guard pairing of Laken Tomlinson and Aaron Banks, and I see a couple of maulers, right? Gap power type blockers, and so it's really interesting to me that this would be the type of offensive lineman that they would go after. I really like Aaron Banks, but I thought he was more for a team stylistically like the Jaguars or the Miami Dolphins, big physical offensive line that want to get downhill. not necessarily a wide zone scheme. So maybe it's a shift a little bit here. They want to be able to run more inside zone, maybe some more gap power concepts into the run game. So I like the player. I guess I just am a little bit surprised by the fit.
Well, I will say this for Aaron Banks, he was another guy who was down at the Senior Bowl. And we'll talk a lot about the Senior Bowl, especially on day 2. You know, everybody has plenty of boxes to check for the early guys, but the Senior Bowl this year was so critical because it was the only data point in the draft process in which we had everybody all at the same place and all on the same field, and you could have comparative visuals. And Aaron Banks performed well climbing to the second level there at the Senior Bowl.
You're back.
Cardinals are going to try to outscore everybody.
Oh, Josh likes hearing this.
So who are they adding?
It's a receiver.
Man, as a receiver, maybe a little bit of a Rondale Moore.
Oh my gosh.
Second
I'm going
round.
straight to
Wait,
Josh.
yeah,
Trevor
Josh.
might have won the bet.
I'm going straight. Oh yeah, what
$2 for Dre.
Did y'all shake on it?
$2, baby. Straight. Rondale Moore.
$2 they owe me. So
All right, somebody pay him.
Well, no, I'm not going to pay him so he can pay you. I'll just pay you because I owe $2.
That's fine, as long as
So
I get
now
$2
I owe you
in my hand.
$2.
As long as I can get a candy bar at the airport, it's fine with me. Josh, you're the fantasy guy. As a wide receiver going to a team that loves to pass as much as possible. What do you think here about the fit?
Well, the Arizona Cardinals obviously have 156 targets on the table. Rondale Moore is thick Tavon in this class. This is what we have turned him as. I think his future is fascinating. It's exciting. It's typically like this type of player has not necessarily succeeded in the NFL in the past, but I think like in the present, in the moment we're in, where he can take jet sweeps, he can take jet actions, he can get backfield touches, manufactured touches, and then even I was impressed by when he was actually asked to do traditional wide receiver things. They need someone over the middle of the field and get those explosive plays out of the backfield, and Rondale Moore fits that, especially if Cliff continues just to put DeAndre Hopkins on one side of the field and ask him to run routes there.
My only thing about that is now they have 3 receivers out of their top 5 who are under 5'10", and so you got these 3 fast cars who are explosive and do all these things down the field, but none have the size to like play in the red zone and those issues. I mean, so I think that they're still going to have issues in that regard.
Well, I think this is the end of Andy Isabella. I think that also signals the
They
end
took
of
him
that.
in the second.
I know, but I think it's over.
What about Christian Kirk?
I think it's the end of Christian Kirk as well.
I agree.
I was going to say, I think that this pick puts a lot of these guys that they've drafted recently on notice. We talked about it with the Jaguars getting corner at the top of the second round here with that group. This pick with Rondale Moore might be the same thing, but Ben Solak's got some more words on this Rondale Moore selection to the Arizona Cardinals.
You want to see something. You want to see something in this draft class. Turn on Rondale Moore against Ohio State. Listen, Purdue was up against Ohio State, the number 2 ranked team in the country. Dwayne Haskins was the quarterback. That was a national contending team. Rondale Moore waxed them for 4 quarters. Sean Wade, who is in this draft class, was a potential number 1 round 1 pick. Rondale Moore had something to say about it. 5'7", $180, non-traditional size. Never ran a vertical route in his doggone life at Purdue, but they fed him shallow targets, and he did everything with them. The build, the density. This man squatted 600 pounds as a freshman coming into Purdue. He should have been one of the biggest recruits out of Kentucky. Louisville lets him get away. Jeff Brom said that's no problem. Boilermakers. Rondale Moore has been one of the most electric receivers at the college level over the past couple of years, and so are there questions. Yeah. 5'7" is tricky. That's about 1 percentile for height of wide receivers coming out in the last 20 years. And like I said, he didn't really run vertical routes. A lot of it was shallow, quick breaking stuff, all about the run after the catch. But the good news is in Arizona, we have an atypical offense for an atypical receiver. Cliff Kingsbury was still a head coach in college, Texas Tech, when Rondale Moore was putting it on Ohio State on the Buckeyes on primetime national television. And so he knows in an air raid offense, remember the Cardinals, more 4 receiver sets than any team in the NFL. In an air raid offense, this run after the catch ability, that's desperately needed. He tried. Take Andy Isabella in the second round to be a speed threat for them, to be a downfield threat for them, and Andy struggled. And so with Larry Fitz likely out of the picture, looking maybe at retirement, you have DeAndre Hopkins. That's an outside receiver. You have A.J. Green. That's an outside receiver. You have Christian Kirk, who's a perfectly cromulent slot guy, but not electric, baby, not electric like Rondale Moore. This is one of the most exciting team and player pairings we've seen so far in the top 50 picks, and if Rondale is healthy and used appropriately, We're in for a highlight reel experience in Phoenix, Arizona. Oh, it's an exciting pick. Scouting team, I love this one, fellas.
Thank you, Ben. Now the New York Football Giants are back on the clock. Brentley, you really liked what Gettleman has done so far in this draft. Where do you see them going next?
Yeah, I mean, I love the fact that Gettleman is just playing with all of our emotions. Now he is trading. He has never traded back, but now he's trading back 2 times in this draft alone. And so I think there's a player that we really haven't mentioned a lot today. And, you know, some of us were surprised he didn't get drafted yesterday, and that's Azeez Ojulari from Georgia.
Perfect.
Talented edge rusher. You know, in Patrick Graham's defense, he does a lot of multiple fronts. This is a guy who can do a lot of things, whether that's playing as a 4-down defensive end or a stand-up outside linebacker. And so to me, if the knee checks out, they would be getting a really good player here and some really good value.
Who knew that in a draft that we said would be full of mystery and intrigue, that Gettleman trading down twice would be what we found on the other end of things? I see Jamie walking, so before I even ask a question,
Yeah, shut up.
I'm just going to get right to it.
Wait, Jamie, can you confirm the position?
Edge.
I
Oh.
think Brentley nailed it.
To be. What did Brentley say?
He said Azeez Ojulari.
Oh, well, you know. Yeah, it's Azeez Ojulari.
Wow.
I want that hat, Josh.
That underdog swag.
Did you have this one? Did you
Yes,
actually
I
have
had-
this
I
one?
had
You had this one in the mock?
I had this
So
one
we
in the
got
mock.
two. He's got two matches.
Whoa, man.
Running away with it.
Man.
Got two.
Just call him Day 2 Josh Norris. This was his nickname.
Here's my question. At what point is Dave Gettleman a little bit afraid to pull from Georgia at all? Because
Yeah.
you have Lorenzo
Right.
Carter. You have Lorenzo Carter, who I think is a good player, but wasn't, a pass rusher coming out of school. Andrew Thomas, who I loved coming into the NFL, but
DeAndre
certainly
Baker.
didn't live up to the #1 offensive tackle last year. We know Dave likes to draft from big schools.
DeAndre Baker as well.
DeAndre Baker. I mean, it's kind of a trend here with Georgia players that Dave Gettleman's drafting.
Joe, what do you think about this one? Azeez Ojulari, thought about it as a kind of a first-round pick, slides because of the knee injury. What do you think about this
I
one?
love Azeez Ojulari. I mean, just a redshirt sophomore. You watch him on tape, and he's only like 249 pounds, but he doesn't play like it. Has a lot of length, and he's a really good run defender. A guy that you watch him against Alabama and Auburn, and he is standing guys back up right into gaps, and he's a really good pass rusher too. A lot of burst, a lot of bend, a lot of length, and you see he's got a pretty diverse repertoire of moves. So I think for a player that they traded back to get, I mean, I wouldn't have blinked an eye if they picked him in the first round. To get him here after a couple trade backs, I think Gettleman is playing the draft well. He's stockpiling picks for next year. Who is this Dave Gettleman?
Ben, why don't you break down Azeez Ojulari for us?
Azeez Ojulari, the edge out of Georgia. This was a pairing I had in the first round of my mock draft. Not that we're still keeping score on first round mock drafts, but I had it in the first round, and it's because Dave Gettleman loves his Georgia players. 2018, third round pick, outside linebacker, Lorenzo Carter. 2019, treated back up in the first round for corner DeAndre Baker, and then 2020, number 4 overall, Andrew Thomas, offensive tackle, and that was a really good offensive tackle class. And so Gettleman likes his Georgia Bulldogs. I wouldn't say it's gone well for him with Georgia Bulldogs with New York, but here's another one, Azeez, and he fell because there was a little bit of a knee issue noted during the medical rechecks, and we learned about it late, and so he's a second-round pick. He's top 50. It mitigates some of the risk, but it doesn't take away any of the excitement in the ceiling. Listen, if you were building an edge in a lab, you wouldn't build it like Azeez Ojulari. You'd build it like Jalen Phillips. He went first round. Ojulari's a little bit different. He's 6'2" and change, not necessarily the height you're looking for, 250 pounds, not necessarily the weight you're looking for. This is a smaller outside rusher, but then the arm length. It's 85th percentile for all edges that play outside linebacker. That length is what made him exciting for a coach like Kirby Smart and a coach like Nick Saban coming from this college offense. Azeez is lining up over the tight end. He's lining up a 6-tech, 7-tech. I'm out wide, and then I'm going to get pullers coming my direction. I'm going to get fullbacks coming my direction. I'm going to be unblocked. And now at 249 pounds, I've got to be physical in space. I have to use those arms to jack offensive linemen. Those are 315, 320, 330 pound offensive linemen. I got to jack offensive linemen off me, and I need to be lower than them. We talk about playing with leverage. When you're 6'2", Jalen Phillips was 6'5". When you're 6'2", you're coming into a 6'6", 6'7" tackle with natural leverage. And so with that upper body power, that arm length, Azeez Ojulari was one of the most effective boundary run defenders that we had in Georgia last year. Now, Giants fans, I hear ya. That's not sexy. Sexy is sacks. That's what we want. Pressures on the quarterback. Azeez Ojulari, 8.5 sacks last year with 4 forced fumbles because he's really good at getting to the ball hand of the quarterback. Quick pressure is what matters in the modern NFL. Quick passing game means I need quick pressure. Azeez Ojulari, as a hand in the dirt outside rusher, wide alignments, has the explosive first step and then the bend through the ankles to take those tight corners and get to the throwing hand of the quarterback. They need that in New York. I got B.J. Hill. I got Leonard Williams, big contract. I've got my 3-4 defensive ends who I can put out on a tackle and have them rush with power, but I need that quick, bendy, 250-pound outside rusher. Azeez Ojulari, welcome to the New York Giants. I think it's going to be a good one. Scouting team, thank you for throwing it back to me. I feel like I've gotten a few players now. These are my guys.
All right, we've got a situation where there might be a team on the clock, or there might be a trade. All right, Jamie. Jamie's saying
I got this all sorted out.
Okay.
You know, I got this all sorted out. It was a
Okay.
correction. The Panthers have traded with the Browns. Cleveland's on the clock.
Okay.
But there was a pick already made.
Yes.
Washington football team
Yes, sir.
takes a guy with unbelievable testing numbers this pro day cycle. Sam Cosmi.
Wow.
Defensive tackle out of Texas.
I mean, this makes a lot of sense, right? You mean, Brett?
Just throw me the hat, Josh.
Brentley
Oh.
just
Throw
gave
me
me
the hat.
he just gave the curl of the finger here.
Another pick right in the mock draft.
Wow. Love it. He separated himself here.
No, we're done. Like
We're done.
we're done.
All right, so what do we think about this one here? Because they go Jamin Davis at 19, right? I mean, this was a selection that we all, as a scouting staff, were able to predict that was going to be the case. Now they go offensive tackle. And so I felt, when I predicted that at 19, I was worried. I was like, man, there's some good offensive tackles that you're not picking at 19. The fact that they got Davis at 19, now they get Samuel Cosmi. What do we think about it?
Jordan, I'd like you as you were responsible for the Texas Longhorns, so you've studied Sam going all the way back to the summertime. What's the story here? Obviously, he's a really athletic offensive tackle, phenomenal traits. But when we collectively watched him, I think you'll probably detail some specifics about his game that make this an interesting selection at this juncture.
Yeah, so he's the next in line of those players that we see go in the second round, those athletic offensive tackle types, Brian O'Neill, Ezra Cleveland, along those lines. I think he's a similar type of player to where he's a borderline first-round pick, but a lot of people are really on the fence about him as far as, should I take that athletic guy with the upside in the first round, or should I wait to that sweet spot in the second round? And that's what you get with Sam Cosmi. The Oklahoma game was an absolute adventure with him. Some plays you see him absolutely mauling people, and then the next play he just plays with really bad technique. So you really have to hone in and improve his technique, but I like this spot for him.
Do you think this helps fill the hole with now we have another pick? So I take that back.
So ready for it.
Jamie, you have the floor.
Browns traded up, as we just talked about, and the slide is over.
Owusu Cormo.
J.
Oh, wow.
Oh, man.
Yes.
Wow.
Take it away.
Little RVD animation right there. I see you. I see he gets the WWE
Wait,
represent.
lots of wows here by Jordan. What do you have to say about this?
Well, everybody thought that they were going to take him at 26, and they ended up getting him at, 52?
52.
Now, which is absolute phenomenal value for him. And the Browns, they needed some second-level type of talent, and they really don't value the linebacker spot, but they still need help in the secondary. They bring over John Johnson III from the LA Rams, who was a phenomenal selection for them, bringing over him in free agency. They needed a little bit more speed on the second level. I think they lacked some athleticism there. What you get with JOK, you get speed and coverage. I think he's phenomenal as far as his instincts, and he gives you blitz value as well. And we know they lack a lot of things as far as interior pressure right now, but maybe you can slide Clowney and Myles Garrett inside now, and you can blitz him off of the edge.
And it's funny, I think when we were looking at all of your mocks today, was it you or was it Dre that was the closest to this pick?
I have no idea, but I think I had him somewhere in this round, somewhere.
I think you had him at like 47 or something, or 45.
I mean, that's
It may have
close.
very
That's
well
pretty
been.
close.
Yeah.
It may have very well been, but I do think that this is the perfect scheme for him to go to in terms of playing covered up in a 4-3 scheme. I think this is the only fit for him, but I do like the player, plays well in space, good tackler within the box, so I think it's a good place for him.
Are we beyond the point where it's okay to say that we believe in the Cleveland Browns now?
It's insane.
Yes.
Like it's not going to come back to bite us anymore. Especially the offense that Kevin Stefanski built last year with the two running backs that they have. You get Odell back now. Maybe how Baker played behind that great offensive line towards the end of the season, but defensively, how much they've invested here. We just saw Greg Newsome, obviously, in round 1, went out and signed Troy Hill. Now you add this safety linebacker hybrid that can maybe match with some of the top tight ends in the league. There's a lot to love about the Cleveland Browns, and I'm okay admitting that.
Yeah, I think what's really fun about JOK to Cleveland is the narrative and the buildup, and people who follow the team closely talk about how, like Jordan mentioned, they don't value the linebacker position. So, of course, the linebacker that they take is a guy who some people don't even really think is a linebacker at all. He's actually a 220-pound safety. And he took the vast majority of his snaps at Notre Dame out in the slot, like out on the hashes. So you think about the linebackers that the Browns did have, and Anthony Walker being the guy that they brought in free agency, he's an in-the-box kind of guy. So having JOK as a complement to that, really complementary skill sets. You think about Grant Delpit there coming back from the injury as well, and how versatile he was at LSU, and John Johnson and all the things that he can do. And it really allows them to play with the same personnel, and they'll be able to handle 12 if the Pittsburgh Steelers come out and they want to run at him, or the Baltimore Ravens want to run downhill at him. And then it'll also allow them to counter Zach Taylor's Cincinnati Bengals offense if they try and go empty with Joe Burrow, which he did so well at LSU.
Tennessee Titans now on the clock. Now this gets to a very interesting pick because talked about some desperate needs at both wide receiver and corner in the first round. They end up going with corner, but they do so by taking a big swing with Caleb Farley. And so, Joe, I'm going to go to you here. Do you think that will impact this pick? Will they go with more of a high floor player, knowing that they took a big swing in the first round, or do you not believe that that's how drafting is done?
I think that Tennessee now has to focus on finding some weapons in the passing game for Ryan Tannehill. And Terrace Marshall Jr. from LSU is on the board, and I think he's a really nice pair to go with A.J. Brown and Josh Reynolds, another guy that can get down the field. And so I think if they want to maintain some of those elements that has made Ryan Tannehill successful in the past, they should go and get a receiver here. The guy that I think would be a great fit is Terrace Marshall Jr. And even Amon-Ra St. Brown from USC, that seems a little bit high for him, but I just feel like this team is missing so much in the passing game. They lost Corey Davis, Jonnu Smith is gone. They got to find a receiver.
No love for
Pat Freiermuth? I mean, they lost Jonnu Smith, receiving tight end, Tommy Tremble possibly.
So that's the thing about this tight end class is the options fall
thin.
away really
Yeah,
quick. So if they want to
right.
get a tight end, they probably need to do it here. Pat Freiermuth, like you guys have said, is available. Everybody loves to comp Brevin Jordan to Jonnu Smith. So I think even Tommy Tremble would all be in play. It's got to be. That's what I'm saying. It's got to be a passing game weapon for Ryan Tannehill. He lost too much.
Anybody want to throw out some other names other than the ones that he said Terrace Marshall. He talked about Josh talked about tight end. Anybody else?
Feels like also right tackle could be a possibility. And they've lost one of their safeties obviously during the offseason as well. This Titans team where it felt like 2020 was let's bring the band back together and try to make one more run at it. They failed in so many of their offseason maneuvers that kept them from reaching the top. Now it feels like they have to reload a little bit to really compete in 2021.
It feels like they're the team that has lost the most out of the AFC playoff field.
For sure.
Even going to Arthur Smith as the offensive coordinator. So we talk about tight end, but I do think it's interesting to think about with Arthur Smith no longer being the play caller there. Does that change how maybe they would prioritize the tight end position? So the name that I would throw out would be Amari Rodgers from Clemson. I know this is kind of a fringe pick, but he's a guy who wins in the short area of the field, yards after contact. He's good with yak, so he's another interesting name here, Jamie.
Wow, that was smooth.
That was.
Do it again.
That was. I mean, the timing of the shoulder turn into when you had the final step up to the corner is beautiful, Kyle. Well done.
Offensive player, not a pass catcher.
Tackle.
Dylan Radins.
Wow.
Who are we having the conversation with yesterday where you were talking about Mike Vrabel and it was, he goes through the checklist. Do they have the offensive tackles? Do they have the defensive ends? And then do they have their quarterback? And then
We'll have the answer to that right after this. So hold that thought, Trevor.
I will.
We'll have the answer for that and have more on this pick right after this break.
It's the Gilcliff $1 Million Mega Stimmy Sweepstakes on Brinks.tv. First, register on Brinks.tv and automatically get your first entry. Next, get bonus entries when you buy Gilcliff at retail. Confirm your entry by uploading your receipt at killcliff.com. Then, repeat. The more you buy, the more chances to win. To find the retailer that sells Killcliff nearest you, check out the store locator at killcliff.com.
Well, there's also been legal action taken in recent years regarding the NFL's kind of lack of protection or responsibility for players' brain health. And I'm curious about how you were involved in that, and what was that course of action like for you?
Well, I think everyone takes a very evaluate each individual as an individual, and then you get kind of stigmatized as one of 5 or 6 different types of categories when it comes to looking at your brain. I've had my brain scanned, and I've done the Harvard study, and I've done many of those instances where my brain relative to other brains is not as bad as I would say a linebacker or a running back that is in collisions more frequently than I ever was. So I just think each and every person is evaluated differently, and by their evaluation, I think there's definitely there's positions, and there's definitely players that are experiencing more brain trauma, CTE like symptoms than others, and I think it's those we need to take care of. I think the league is tried to with this protocol now that they have in place, reaching out to families and players and trying to help them as best as possible. Could it be better? Always could be better. We're always trying to tweak it. I think the league is trying to tweak it too. And as an alumni and care for the players that I played with, the guys that I practice with, I think it's imperative that we at least look at that and see if we can try to make the quality of life and the quality of life for all of us a little bit better, a little bit easier. And I think the league is looking at that, and hopefully we can all come to some sort of impasse as far as making sure the game is safer, better, and that the post playing days we're taken care of.
All right, we're back here at Brinks HQ here for day 2 of the Draft Network's draft coverage. Tennessee Titans just selected offensive tackle Dylan Radins, and I'm going to go to Dre. We might have a pick in, so Dre, we might have to be quick with the analysis.
Okay, cool. Yes, so he's a great player. He started 33 games. He's got great feet, toughness, and he has the type of feet and type of nasty play demeanor that will fit well with Mike Vrabel, who I worked with in Kansas City. So I think that this is going to be a great pick for them, and I think that.
Can he play right tackle?
He can play right tackle, and he can also play guard.
Okay.
And I think he can play left tackle as well.
I think there's a little bit of versatility in there, and that probably was very alluring to Vrabel. I mean, do we think? Yeah, Kyle, I see the hand.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
This pick probably burned up the Indianapolis Colts, who were picking right behind him a good bit. You think about the Colts and the need that they have there at tackle, and Radins at this point in the draft is great value. He was inside of our top 32 overall prospects from our personal evaluations at TDN. So to get him here outside the top 50, it's a good value. And the Colts, you think about what they had as a need. So a little bit of AFC South rivalry and gamesmanship being played here with these two.
Go ahead, Dre.
The thing that I'll add to is that Coach Vrabel is a guy who values toughness. He values a guy who's a leader, and Dylan Ramirez fits all those categories. He's tough, he's a great leader, and he's a perfect Mike Vrabel guy.
Kind of sounds like you couldn't get further away than Isaiah Wilson.
Exactly. Exactly.
It still blows my mind that as much as Vrabel emphasizes football guys, like we're looking for guys who love football, somehow they came to the Isaiah Wilson pick last year because of how quickly he burned out.
Well, it was drafting. This is the dangers of drafting for need. And you have Jack Conklin, who walks out in free agency and signs with the Browns, and Isaiah Wilson was the closest thing that was available in that draft at that juncture to give them the same kind of player that Jack Conklin was as a mauler in the run game. So you get why, but the process was bad, and when the process is bad, you often get bad results.
I would say too that during my time in the National Football League scouting, like you learn two things: you either miss on the area if he loves football or if he can learn football. And clearly, Isaiah was someone who didn't necessarily love football, so it was an easy miss.
We got the Indianapolis Colts up now. Kyle teased that one. Where do we think they're going to go?
I mean, it makes so much sense with tackle. Anthony Costanzo retiring, that offensive line remains one of the best in the NFL. Maybe a tackle class with shorter arms. Certainly seems like Chris Ballard does not care about that because Braden Smith is one of the players that he targeted in round 2. Maybe you can find another starting left tackle here in round 2.
Who's the tackle that comes to mind? I mean, Jalen Mayfield's available. James Hudson. I mean,
Spencer Brown.
Brady Christensen.
Stone Forsythe. I mean, they got to get a left tackle. It's such a glaring need.
I'd go either Christensen or Spencer Brown.
I think.
I forgot Christensen's on the board.
Christensen's
What if
This
it's
guy-
He's played a lot of
a wide
football.
receiver?
No, it's got to be tackle.
Which spot?
They don't have a.
It's got to be tackle. You got to protect.
So who's their wide receivers now? They got Michael Pittman Jr.
We're just gonna say Terrace Marshall.
Paris Campbell's coming
It's
back.
Terrace
healthy.
Marshall until he gets picked.
Paris Campbell's coming back healthy.
Every time.
Yeah, right. I mean, they would like to lean on.
He's one of my
That's our
favorite
guy right
players
They
in the
would like to
draft.
lean on Paris
Hey,
Campbell.
yo.
but-
That's our guy.
Damn.
So
It's
okay,
an excellent pick. by
Pick
Chris
is in on the
Ballard.
screen.
pick is in on the screen. So we reacted to the pick there.
Vanderbilt's defensive end Deo Odingbo is the pick here.
I'm glad that you said it because that rolled off the tongue a lot better than it was going to for me.
So,
I
that's
appreciate
why
you
we have the
saying that.
scouting meetings, right? Because how many times did we talk about it? Say it again for me, make sure I get it right. So Jordan and Dre, you guys really audible with your reactions here, and I heard of that's our guy, right? So talk about this pick a little bit. Indianapolis, the fit, obviously the situation with the torn Achilles in the pre-draft process. So probably not a player they'll see this year, but a good opportunity to get a good stylistic fit.
This player is dynamic. He's long. He has everything you want in someone who plays up front, and he was moved around in a ton of different places. He can play the 3 technique. He can play in the shade. He can play the 5 technique in the eye front. You can play him in a lot of different ways. And clearly, the unfortunate part was he tore his Achilles in the offseason, so he's going to be on the shelf for a year. But Chris Ballard, that I know of, is banking on him getting healthy, coming back the next year, and he's going to be a force if he comes back healthy. This will be a value pick if he comes back to be the player that he once was. I can guarantee you that.
So Kwity Paye round 1.
Right.
You have Tyquan Lewis, they spent a second round pick in 2018 in. Kimoko Toure, who spent a second round pick in 2018 in. We know the investment, obviously, in the defensive line. Does it not cross out any potential playing time between all three, or is it back to what we're talking about where you need a heavy rotation when you pressure the quarterback with obviously the anchor and DeForest Buckner up the middle?
Yeah, I'm surprised just because of the injury issues that they have had to deal with in years past. Kimoko Toure, we know he hasn't been healthy. Tyquan Lewis has been on a similar trajectory as well, but versatility. Kwity Paye, when you're watching this film, one play he's at 0 technique, the next play he's at 5 technique, the following play he's at 3 technique. Deo Odeyingbo. One play he's at 0 technique, the next play he's at 3 technique, next play he's at 5 technique. So versatility is something that I think really came into the equation with this pick, and they're just trying to create pressure from different spots.
Jamie?
Out here making picks without me before. I remember that.
Who are we here to announce the pick of?
The Steelers.
Okay.
Ooh.
Pat Fryermuth,
Oh,
the
no.
tight end. Penn State
Wait.
University. The Penn State University.
Joe, why did you say oh no?
The Steelers are just not doing a great job with their assets in this draft. Let's be honest about where this football team is. They have needs on top of needs on the offensive line. They have ignored it twice for a running back in Najee Harris, and now a tight end in Pat Fryermuth. As far as my perception of the Pittsburgh Steelers after 2 picks, They've done nothing to change that. They're a team that I think is not being honest about themselves, about where they're at in their life cycle with the declining Ben Roethlisberger, and they have not given him the opportunity to be the best version of himself in probably the last year of his career because they have not gotten him an offensive line. This is what happened with Rivers and the Chargers at the end, and it's happening again with Roethlisberger in the Steelers. They need an offensive line, and they've done nothing to help it.
To me, this is, I think Joe said it the best. This is a massive risk move. So you're putting a lot of faith in Zach Banner to be your left tackle and Chuks Okorafor to be your right tackle. In a division that faces Myles Garrett twice a year.
Good luck.
We just saw the Bengals draft away out of Penn State. I'm sorry, the Ravens draft away out of Penn State. The Ravens signed Trey Hendrickson, right? And the Bengals signed Trey Hendrickson. So I don't get this one. This would probably be the biggest shock to me of the second round.
If Mike Tomlin's streak of consecutive winning seasons continues this year with the Pittsburgh Steelers, it will have been his best coaching effort to date.
So let me ask you this: who would you have liked them to pick here?
It's a simple answer. It's Creed Humphrey.
Right.
How do you pass
That's
Creed
the name that
Humphrey
comes to mind.
when Marquise Pouncey retired?
Right.
You don't have a clear answer at center.
The thing I'll add though is that I think that he has earned the right for us to give him the benefit of the doubt because he has continued to find great players late in the draft, and this is a draft that's deep with linemen and guard and tackle. So I'm hoping that they address the offensive line soon, but he's proven that they can find diamonds in the rough later in the draft. So
Do we think that Freiermuth is a second round worthy talent? I understand like when you're looking at the pecking order of tight ends in this year's class, obviously you had Kyle Pitts way ahead.
Yep.
Then maybe Freiermuth second almost universally, and then it's just the Grand Canyon in terms of after that, in terms of falling off a cliff. But when I watched Freiermuth, he was a move tight end in some situations. Like he played 135 slot snaps last year, 118 inline snaps. I didn't really see anything dynamic to his game. Didn't see anything explosive to his game.
They saw Heath Miller.
Probably.
They saw Heath Miller. That's the only thing I could think of when I think of this pick. They saw Heath Miller. Mike Tomlin knew exactly what Heath Miller looked like when he came out, so I can see the correlation of why. Not saying it's right, but I can see why they would gravitate towards taking Freiermuth just because he saw a lot of Heath Miller in him.
I think his 2019 tape was certainly a better illustration of what the ceiling can be versus the 2020 tape, and the 2020 tape was cut short. He had an injury himself. With the abbreviated season to be put forward, the versatility that he did show in some of the games last year. The Memphis game and the bowl game was a good showing for him. The Michigan game was a good showing for him. So he has played at a high level and been a productive receiver. Yeah. But Josh, like you said, he's not Kyle Pitts. He's not going to run 4.5. He's not going to be a mismatch guy. But Pittsburgh's kind of Najee Harris and now Pat Freiermuth, they're going to line up in I probably, and they're going to run the ball. But to not have the offensive line is the surprising part, because if you're going to try and work around Ben Roethlisberger this late in the game, you should at least have some guys that can get of new starters up front without having replaced the talent that you've lost to begin with.
We've got two first-timer teams up here right now. Seattle Seahawks on the clock. The Los Angeles Rams.
Welcome
right
to the party.
Right.
The Seahawks with very little capital. Are they going to go corner or are they going to go lineman?
Maybe.
I like my chances here with my mock draft.
I think they're going to go wide receiver. Kyle might like this guy. It's Dwayne Eskridge.
Oh my goodness!
Are you serious?
I love
Are you
Dwayne
kidding me?
Eskridge.
You had to see your mock?
This
No,
is.
Oh, I was going to say, my gosh.
It's Seattle, guys.
I mean, this is
24
this
years
is
old?
all you can say right here for the Seattle Seahawks. They've got DK Metcalf. They have Tyler Lockett.
And nothing else.
They
Freddie Swain was their wide receiver 3 entering tonight.
But they have so many needs along what I think the offensive line and the defensive line, and they go with what? Wide receiver 3?
No, I mean, it's absolutely totally fair. They had 144 targets on the table. But Freddie Swain as your third wide receiver entering a season where we've heard that Russell Wilson is a bit unhappy. He needs someone to throw the football to. Obviously, Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf are on another level. I also just look at Dwayne Eskridge, and you can talk more about him. I mean, he was 23, 24 years old, beating up on smaller school 19, 20-year-olds. That's where all of his production came from. It's not someone, a projection to me, a profile that I would love entering the NFL.
Well, I guess if you're going to look for a silver lining for that production, especially right away, because you're expecting with this draft valuation, Seattle only having a very limited number of picks, you're expecting something from him and not have to wait to get it. It's a good offense to go to with DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett, so you can be sure he's going to be getting a lot of one-on-one reps against other opposing teams' CB3s. At the very least, he should be good for about 400 yards against 2 games with the Arizona Cardinals this season based on what their corner room looks like. But Eskridge, exciting, electric with the ball in his hands. Perhaps this is a way to mix and match with Tyler Lockett as far as how successful he is in the versatile slot, outside, cross the middle of the field. But Joe's sitting over here laughing about this pick. He's beside himself. And we've had plenty of spirited debates on the draft.
I'm the negative guy on this friggin' thing.
Well,
Joe, what's worse, trading up for Elijah Vera Tucker or drafting Dwayne Eskridge with your first selection?
There's nothing wrong with drafting Dwayne Eskridge here. As Josh pointed out, they had a need to get another wide receiver. I just have my doubts about Dwayne Eskridge as a prospect. And I mean, he's an older prospect. He's a converted corner. He's a guy that doesn't necessarily have natural hands or ball skills. He won on a lot of just being faster than everyone else at Western Michigan, get over the middle of the field, run away from somebody, catch the football in stride, and then nobody can get an angle on you, and it's a 70-yard touchdown run. When it comes to winning and getting open in the NFL and being consistent at the catch point, I have concerns, and I think they're fair because of what you see on tape.
I agree. Oh, well, I'll have Dre. Dre, you raise your hand. You were polite. So
No, excuse me. Thank you. I like the player, though. I mean, he has short area quickness. He is dynamic with the ball in his hands. My only issue is, as far as the roster goes, you have 3 of your top 5 guys who are about 5'9", 5'10", and under. You cannot win with a lot of race cars. You need guys with size, and so that is my only issue as far as being able to have an offense with people with different types of skill sets and not just having 3 guys who are in your top 5 who are 5'10" and under.
Especially with a quarterback who doesn't play the quick game. I
Right.
mean,
Yeah, that's a great
he's
point.
a quarterback who wants to hold on the ball, create time for himself in the pocket, even draw a little bit of pressure,
Right.
and then fire it down the field to Tyler Lockett, to DK Metcalf.
Sure.
We'll say Dwayne Eskridge led the college football last season, 14.4 yards after the catch. I mean, it is that lightning in a bottle that we are talking about. Just not sure about the fit. I'm happy that they improved their third wide receiver. Just might not be the one I would
Now,
have done.
I'd be interested, Josh, in what your opinion is about potentially utilizing Eskridge to package some quick throws to the boundary and kind of counter some of what Russell Wilson likes to do with inviting pressure and holding the ball. So more systemic screen passes to the boundary when you get 2 over 2 and off coverage and some space to work, because with 14.4 yards after catch per reception, that was an area which he won a lot at Western Michigan by himself.
Yeah, I mean, the Seahawks offense just isn't quick in terms of their pace of style. Like, they were 22nd last year in offensive pace, 23rd in total plays. We have seen, and the Giants are an example of this, they look across the NFL landscape and they say, we want one of those players that we can get the ball in their hands and manufacture touches for them and win in that area. It's always difficult, though, when a new player like that goes to an offense because they just don't know how to use them.
Sure.
Kadarius Toney, Jason Garrett, maybe we'll get that here with Dwayne Eskridge. It might be a better thought than actually the action of it, but we could also be wrong. I could also be wrong. Mm-hmm.
Looking ahead now at the next pick as the LA Rams are on the clock,
Welcome to the party.
are they eyeing their holes on defense here, or do you think they're going to go for tackle or interior O-line?
I think they got good options on both sides here. I think about some of the offensive linemen that are left. I think the left tackle spot for them is an area that if you're going to have Matt Stafford and bring him in, you want to make sure that is right with the Andrew Whitworth. They've banked on him for a number of years now as he's really, really, really slowed down. So that vacancy, I think about Brady Christensen from BYU as a potential stylistic fit for some of the zone concepts that they do in the running game. That's kind of my favorite option for them as far as what's available on the offensive side of the ball. But there's good value all over the board here.
Yeah, I mean, sorry to cut you off, Joe, but we're looking at.
He's got a higher mock draft score. So
We're looking at. If you look at our best available players, right, and I believe it's Baron Browning, Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be an excellent fit. They have a whole linebacker. Baron Browning is a really good coverage linebacker, height, weight, speed kind of guy. I'm surprised that he's still on the board here.
Jamie?
You're never going to guess this pick.
Oh.
Tutu Atwell. To the
Oh,
Los
There's
Angeles
no way.
Gosh.
What is happening
There
right
is
now?
no way.
Jamie
How
just
did
wrote
we
the
go
party.
from Dwayne Haskins to Tutu Atwell?
NFC West, baby.
It's weird. NFC West is weird.
This is chaos.
So Tutu Atwell is a Ram, and he's
He's smaller than Ben Solak.
40 pounds. This is extremely strange. He's a high school quarterback, goes to Louisville, and in his sophomore season, nobody in the ACC could run with this guy, but throughout the year of watching him play, you really saw a very raw football player, a guy that just won with speed. And, you know, anytime contact was introduced, he really struggled because he's so lean and so small and has such a diminutive frame. And so you look at him the next year, you're hoping for him to maybe show some growth, but I still saw the same raw receiver that didn't run a very expansive route tree and just won with that speed. And now you introduce him to the NFL, and it's not like this was a day 3 swing. This is their first pick in the draft. This is the face of the Rams draft class is 155-pound receiver, 149-pound receiver in Tutu Atwell. I mean, this is a weird pick.
I also wonder, I mean, it is such a massive jump to go from Jared Goff to Matthew Stafford that, like, can we totally get a handle on what this Rams offense is when comparing it to previous years? Because truly they wouldn't have made that move unless Jared Goff really hamstrung Sean McVay. But we know that they have Cooper Kupp, they have Robert Woods, they invested quite a bit in Van Jefferson last year. I thought that was a good enough trio to win with.
Didn't they sign Deshaun Jackson as well?
They did sign Deshaun Jackson as well.
Whoa.
Puzzling dilemma here.
Especially when they had needs on defense that they could have went after. Linebackers were on
Jabril
board.
Cox on linebacker.
That's what I was going to say. This is the most surprising pick in the draft so far to me. I thought Spencer Brown would have been a good pick, especially with him probably being a year or two away. Andrew Whitworth, you probably could have used him as the predecessor while he was basically serving as a redshirt year. So I'm shocked with this pick.
I think part of it is, and I'm looking at these numbers, 27, they're 27th in the league in terms of efficiency on 15-plus yard passes last year, 29th in total air yards in terms of 15-plus yard passes last year.
But Josh,
this is just another. I think that, again, Jared Goff pushed everything so much closer to the line of scrimmage that now Deshaun Jackson, now Tutu Atwell, maybe this is something that they can hopefully unlock the defense moving forward.
But there were players that they could have taken at this point in the draft that were more threats vertically, that were bigger and stronger.
Totally.
Brown from North Carolina, Collins from Michigan. There were other players that probably could have been more of a downfield threat and more of a threat in a short to intermediate area though as well. So
Kansas City is about to enter this party. Do we think that they're going to go with some protection from Mahomes, considering what we saw happen in the Super Bowl? Is that where we think that their first pick is going to be here? Would love to know your thoughts.
Probably not after just how effective they were in revamping this before this juncture. They brought Kyle Long back from retirement. They traded for Orlando Brown. They signed Joe Thuney in free agency. So they've really done a nice job of being aggressive and understanding that this ain't gonna fly. Like we can't do this on the offensive line again this year for Patrick Mahomes. So they've been very aggressive and assertive in attacking that. I do think potentially wide receiver. They lost Sammy Watkins in free agency. Defensively, I think there's plenty of options there when you think about the arms race with some of the other teams in the division and how well they're aligning themselves with young talent offensively. So I wouldn't be surprised to see it fall on the defensive side of the ball first and foremost.
I feel like Jamie's about to surprise us here.
I would not be surprised to see the fall on the defensive side of the ball either, because they're going with Nick Bolton, linebacker.
Mock
Missouri.
draft. Oh, did you hit it?
Mock draft.
Is that a hit?
Let's go.
It's just, mock draft. It's just one word and a fist bump there.
I think I might have
a
had
really
that
good
too.
pick for them.
This is actually a pick that I feel like I saw a lot to the Kansas City Chiefs at the back end of round 1. Now, not really over the last month. It kind of seemed like Nick Bolton was going to slide to round 2, but this has been a common mock draft selection to the Chiefs. What do you guys think about this pick?
I think that this is a great pick. I think that they've done a lot to address their inability in years past to stop the run. They added Jan Reed in free agency. Nick Bolton is a very good linebacker. He's physical, he's tough, he's downhill. I think he's going to be a great asset for him. They did draft Gay this past year, who hasn't necessarily played as well as they would like, as early as they like. But Bolton should step in and become an immediate starter for Hitchens, who's getting a little bit long in a tooth. So I like the pick here and think that he is going to be a starter from the time that he arrives.
So Dre mentioned Willie Gay, and the whole thing with Willie Gay is he was long and explosive and rangy.
This is speed now with these two guys.
Well, and Nick Bolton, but you also got a hammer who's not afraid to shoot gaps between the tackles with confidence in Nick Bolton. And you turn on the Alabama game this year and you watch him stick Najee Harris in the hole and stop him dead in his tracks. And that's how you know you got a guy who's capable of filling downhill. So the Denver Broncos, they just brought in Javonte Williams into the mix, and now Kansas City says, yeah, bet. All right, we'll get Nick Bolton, and we're going to smash heads in the hole, Oklahoma drill style. So I really like this fit for Kansas City.
That division is shaping up, no doubt about it. Go
I
ahead,
just
Bradley.
think about just the juice this defense has, right? Frank Clark, an alpha. Tyrann Mathieu, an alpha. Nick Bolton, an alpha. They have alphas at all three levels, guys who, are captains, leaders, and, I really like this pick for the Chiefs. Really good run defender, really downhill, physical kind of thumper who brings awesome speed side to side. I love this pick. I think it's really good value as well.
He's a high energy dude on the defense
100%.
side of the ball.
100%.
Chris Jones, Derek Nottie, Jerron Reed, Nick Bolton. You running on that?
It's tough.
I mean, come on now. I mean, it's.
not me personally, no.
For sure not. But I like that Kansas City. We think Patrick Mahomes, high flying offense, right? They have something going here on the defensive side of the football. They have a lot of versatility in the defensive backfield. They've got, Frank Clark coming off the edge. I really like the makeup of this defense and their ability to be really stout up the middle and, start to change the narrative a little bit that Kansas City's more than just a high-flying passing offense.
The Carolina Panthers, they said they are on the clock for real this time. They traded earlier. They're actually on the clock right now. Kyle, according to your mock draft over here.
He's long gone.
Oh, it's real?
Who'd you have?
Okay, well,
I
I'm
had
going
Lee
to
Meichenberg, who
that would have been a great pick for them.
win in that spot, I think.
Brentley?
I mean, if we're doing it the way it's scoring, I have Jabril Cox going at this
Which
pick.
would be a good pick.
At 59, and so, that would actually be a good pick. I know they already have a lot of speed at linebacker. It's a little redundant, but he's a really good player, and so I don't think that's a pick, but I wouldn't hate it.
Josh?
Look, the Panthers sorely need a left tackle. I think there's some split between the coaching staff and the scouting department, potentially. Look, Marty Herney left, spent a second-round pick on Greg Little just a few years ago. I would not be shocked if Greg Little's not even on this roster in week one. So the other need that I always keep looking at is Curtis Samuel's departure. Again, I repeat it. This team produced 4 1,000-yard scrimmage players last season. Curtis Samuel has been replaced by David Moore. In this offense, you could not get two drastically different players at the wide receiver position. The issue is I don't know how many Curtis Samuel types are in this draft, but improving off of that David Moore because Joe Brady wants to run plenty of 3 wide receiver sets. He cares more about that 3rd wide receiver than he does about the tight end. So that's another position I'm looking at too.
And then there's one wide receiver here who said he was asked to line up in the backfield at his pro day and run some routes out of the backfield. It was Amari Rodgers from Clemson. So he's nowhere near as dynamic or explosive as what Curtis Samuel is. But the rest of the receivers, I think it's interesting, like Josh mentioned, this would have been like a Dwayne Eskridge type spot if he was still on the board. But that pick's already been made. So the value is probably going to be more ideal at tackle than it would be at wide receiver just based off the kind of wide receiver that we're anticipating they're going to
Well,
be.
we've had a run here on tackles, right? A couple of the good ones that we would want to see are off the board. Is there really, and you got to keep it short because Jamie's right there, but are there tackles that you think are even worth it here?
Yeah, there's a handful, so I wouldn't be surprised they go that direction.
Yeah, they're not.
Okay, good. Yep, thanks.
Why don't you get Joe Brady some more weapons? Why not?
Yeah.
Terrace, Marshall.
Oh, yeah!
Oh!
Smokescreen.
There we go.
Terrace Marshall Jr. We'll start here. Fantasy guy, biggest reaction.
I'm so in love with Terrace Marshall's game. There's so few wide receivers in this class that are 6'1 plus, 200 pounds plus. And Terrace Marshall is one of those, turns 21 this summer. He has turned this one-year wonder because he took over for Jamar Chase, who sat out the 2020 season and played that Justin Jefferson slot role, and it was outstanding in it. But you go back then to 2019, he also scored 13 touchdowns that season. He has played every single alignment. He still has a growing and developing game. He reminded me so much of Cortland Sutton coming out of
Okay.
school. And so having that trio that we just talked about, DJ Moore, Robbie Anderson, and Terrace Marshall, that's quite a group for Sam Darnold to succeed with.
It's a great pick from what we talked about earlier, where he could step in right away, and there's an area where he could play this season, but also Robbie Anderson. I mean, his contract's up this year, so I mean, if you want to let Robbie Anderson go, you might be able to push Terrace Marshall to the outside and have him be more of an outside vertical stretching kind of a player. But what do you think, Kyle?
Joe, I'd be interested in your opinion, and Josh talked a little bit about the different roles in which Marshall was asked to play over the course of 2019 and 2020, but you have come out and come to bat for Terrace Marshall before the reported medical flag that he had at the combine checks. So hoping you could elaborate a little bit, like you have with our collective scouting meetings, on Marshall and what 2019 versus 2020 was for him, and maybe that's helped Carolina embrace his ability to step into the wide receiver 3 role in this offense.
So Terrace Marshall's a player that I have a first-round grade on, and so obviously I love this selection for the Carolina Panthers, and it was a great opportunity for him to become the guy for LSU, and he did it, and he was really productive when he was on the field, and they didn't have very consistent quarterback play this past year at LSU, and so I love how he really became the focal point of that offense and just kept producing week after week after week. He's got size, ball skills, athleticism. He's extremely physical, competitive after the catch. And so I just like the layers that are now at Joe Brady's disposal to build this offense around Sam Darnold. We got to find a left tackle. I know that's been like a 10-year problem for the Carolina Panthers. Hopefully they can get that done. They've traded back. They have a lot of draft capital now to maybe go get a guy. But as far as making sure Sam Darnold has legitimate weapons, this is this is definitely the best group he's had compared to anything he ever had with the New York Jets.
I don't think there's any doubt about that, but what Josh said really worries me, especially if Greg Little is penciled in as the starter at left tackle, and you just said you wouldn't be surprised if Greg Little wasn't on the roster in week 1. So that's a dangerous game we're playing.
I think what they're doing, while the Buffalo Bills copied what the Panthers did for a couple of years, I think the Panthers are now copying what the Buffalo Bills did in terms of bringing in a whole bunch of bodies and seeing which 5 work. I mean, you have Taylor Moton at right tackle who's sticking there. You have Matt Paradis at center who's sticking there. But the rest of the spots are kind of interchangeable. Like Dennis Daly's gotten snaps at left tackle. Trent Scott, they gave him a contract this offseason. He can play left tackle. You have Cameron Irving who's played guard and tackle. Then obviously Pat Alfon who can play guard and center as well. I don't believe in a lot of those names that I just discussed, but I'm not the one, adding names to this roster. I'm just trying to put myself in their shoes. So maybe the coaching staff is a fan of some of those names. And clearly they didn't love any of the tackles in this draft at the top of round 2, or else they wouldn't have moved down so many times.
I wouldn't be surprised if this team does end up signing a free agent that's available. I mean, I think of Alejandro Villanueva, who's still on the open market as a left tackle, and so to me, I agree with you, Josh. There's no way they can go into the season with Greg Little as their starting left tackle, and so I do think if it's not in round 3, that it is going to be in free agency.
You have your offensive big board going over here. Do you think that the Saints are going to get Jameis Winston some help? Or do you think they're going to address some voids that they have on defense?
It has to be a corner or a wide receiver, right?
Yeah.
Amon-Ra St. Brown makes a lot of sense. I like his fit there.
Has to be a corner or wide receiver, right, Jamie?
Ooh.
Right, Jamie?
Unless Pete Werner's changing positions.
Oh. Right? Let's go! All right, so we got Peyton Turner in round 1. Pete Werner in round 2. I think Pete Werner is probably a little closer to value than what we initially suggested, but what do you guys think? Joe, I'll go to you first.
I think this is a big win for our scouting department. Pete Werner's a guy that didn't carry a lot of buzz, but led by the fine efforts of Kyle Krabs, who does the Big Ten for us and really setting the stage for what type of player he is. And when we did the cross-check, I think everyone arrived at the conclusion that this is an extremely underrated football player that isn't just a downhill player. He's really good in space. He's really good in coverage. He's got great size, athleticism. I think this is going to be a really good starter for them for a long time.
So Werner, you want to get a really good sampling of what he can do. You put on the 2 Clemson games from the college football playoff over the last 2 years. 2019, Clemson goes jet motion. They rocker their safeties and flip their safeties, and Pete Werner is playing linebacker, and he's turning and bailing to play the deep high post role at free safety as a 240-pound linebacker against Clemson in the college football playoff. And then you watched him this past year. I thought he had a much bigger presence in the box and being really physical, and a couple of blitz opportunities that really got after Trevor Lawrence up front. So I think he's smart. I think he's physical. He's got prototypical size. He can bang between the tackles. He moves better in space than he gets credit for. I'm a little surprised that he went ahead of Baron Browning, but, you know, Browning has been a player who's been frustrating for the course of his career at Ohio State because never really felt like he reached his potential. Well, Pete Werner, they've played musical chairs with all these guys. So they've been cross-chained to play inside, outside backer, so on and so forth. And it seems as though perhaps his ability to get a full grasp on the assignments and the anticipation of playing linebacker was the selling point that helped him go here.
Buffalo Bills are up next.
Yeah.
And I want to get Joe's
Give me a cornerback.
predictive spots and names. You're saying
He's
corner.
there.
Who's still
Ifeatu Melifonwu, Syracuse. I mean, the Bills have got to get a cornerback where Josh is from. I don't like the look on Josh's face.
Oh,
Can we talk about that?
Yeah, we can talk about
so-
it, but I don't want to cut your corner
No, I think
conversation.
cornerback needs to be the pick, but Josh, dropped a little Norris bomb on me earlier and said that Michael Carter, the running back from North Carolina, could very much be in play here, and that would be a pick that I think we'd have some good discussion about should that come to fruition. So, I'm going to sit here and dream about a cornerback. We just saw Elijah Moore added to this division. Jalen Waddle is in the mix. The Bills have Levi Wallace at CB2. He's a very low floor player, and he just doesn't have enough size and athleticism to turn and run with guys, and you have to really help him in coverage, and it really dictates the way you can play. And if you want to play man coverage with Levi Wallace as your CB2, you're in trouble. And you think about this Bills cornerback room. Outside of Trey White and Dane Jackson, a 7th-round pick from last year, they don't have a single cornerback under contract beyond this year. Sean McDermott, it's okay to invest a premium asset in a CB2. So I need this cornerback. I'm not looking at anything on the computer screen. You'll get my live reaction here. But, and I don't even care who it is.
Thank you for not robbing us of that
I literally
moment.
don't
Thank
even
you.
care who it is because Sean McDermott and Brandon Dean have such a good track record and history of developing defensive backs. So just pick whatever one you want, but give me a CB.
Jordan?
Yeah, I mean, Melifonwu makes a lot of sense here for me.
Damn right he does.
I'm hoping it's Michael Carter, though, so we can see the instant reaction.
Real quick,
looking forward
Jordan's a
to it.
company man. He wants
Yeah.
the views. He wants
looking
everybody
forward
to
to
make
seeing
sure that they retweet and we go viral here. But, that's often at Joe's expense.
I'm a big Michael Carter fan. I think he's a really, really good player. I think he has great instincts. He can catch the ball out of the backfield. But as we kind of mentioned earlier, he's not necessarily a 3-down back. And in my opinion, that's really what Buffalo needs is they need a guy who can win in all 3 downs. And so let's just pretend Michael Carter is the pick. How does he kind of blend into that backfield?
They don't want that. They want 2-3 running backs working together to fill all the different roles in the backfield. And what's really missing is the receiving threat. A guy that can consistently catch the football out of the backfield on arrow routes and in the screen game, and give Josh Allen a guy that he can trust, right? I think Josh Allen, for as much growth as he's shown, he's still not a guy that really feels comfortable hitting his checkdowns and working the flats. And so if they get Michael Carter, that's the selling point. You probably take away some hits from Josh Allen, which is not a bad thing, right? I mean, this is a guy that plays a little reckless, and so that would be, to me, the reason for doing it. But I don't think Michael Carter can play cornerback. So
What about a non-running back cornerback selection? If they go a different
yeah, Creed
direction.
Humphrey at interior offensive line makes a lot of sense. That would be a pick that I'd love a lot. I wouldn't mind a defensive tackle here. I think that's a position of need, and I guess we're going to find out right here, folks.
Jamie, who's joining Gregory Rousseau?
So how do you feel about another edge?
Oh, it's the Carlos back.
It is Carlos Backus.
Bills go back to
Boogie
back.
back.
So,
They're
Joe?
real serious about this
Boogie
defensive
backs.
end thing. What are we doing here? With Jerry Hughes, Mario Addison, you just took A.J. Epinesa in the 2nd round. Greg Russo was the pick yesterday. You signed Efe Obada. You're not rostering all these players.
Yeah,
You know,
this
like,
is...
this is kind of ridiculous at this point.
To be fair to you, you talked about how they did this on the offensive line 2 years ago, and you applauded that decision.
You play 5 of them and you roster 9.
Right, but then they turned around and they took the ones that weren't going to make the roster, and they found ways to get additional draft assets when it came time to pare down the roster.
Why didn't they just re-sign Shaq Lawson? That's a great comp that I give you a lot of credit for. Boogie Basham's comp is Shaq Lawson. And I think that's exactly the type of player that the Bills are going to get. A high-energy run defender, a guy that really needs to attack interior gaps to find most of his success as a pass rusher. And he's an older guy that to me, it's overkill. And that's coming from a guy who loves defensive ends. You can only play 2 at a time. They definitely want to get this pass rusher thing right. They're definitely team pass rush over coverage. I'm still wondering who's going to line up against all these good receivers they have to face.
It might seem like a logjam right now, but if we look at 2022, and the Bills roster is fantastic, but if we look at 2022, almost assuredly Mario Addison and Jared Hughes are off the roster, right? Like they're both in their contract years, ending guaranteed money.
The number one thing that was on Brandon Beane's mind entering this draft was making sure that your top 3 defensive ends were in place for beyond this year. I mean, that's probably the plan. And I guess I don't hate it as a defensive end enthusiast, but when Levi Wallace continues to be your CB2, and you have a bigger problem. You have a bigger problem at cornerback beyond this year than you'd have defensive end.
But Sean, how many times have you talked about Sean McDermott? And
he doesn't care about
every
it.
single year.
Right.
He doesn't care.
Right.
So it's like
I'm going to continue banging my head against the wall, waiting for that premium asset to be used on the corner.
He does not care about that CB2 spot. So as much as you want to pound the table for it, that's.
I just want it, Sean. It's okay. It's okay. You can give me an athletic cornerback too to play opposite of Tre'Davious.
Is this a better outcome than spending a day 2 selection on running back for the 3rd consecutive year?
We're going to have to wait to find
All right.
out the
Receiver.
rest of this answer because Jamie is here.
Receiver. Let's talk a little bit about interior offensive line right here. They lose Corey Linsley. They replace him with Josh Myers.
Over
Creed Humphrey.
Wow.
I think the weirdest thing about this is we heard a lot of buzz this week
About
Creed Humphrey.
Yeah.
Oh, he's one of these guys that's going to go earlier than you think.
Right.
And lo and behold, like he's not even CB or center number 2, right? Like so Josh Myers now coming off the board. We had Landon Dickerson go at 37 or whatever it was to Philadelphia. Now Josh Myers. Creed Humphrey's tumble is not even the 2nd-rated center in this year's class.
I mean, I think that's pretty crazy. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that Myers comes from that like small town family football background. So maybe the Packers were all about it. Maybe they just loved this guy's kind of offensive lineman background and they just fell in love with it. And obviously him getting to play at Ohio State with the different kinds of blocking schemes that they run, him commanding everything in the middle. I'm just trying to find a reason to think why you picked this guy over Creed Humphrey because, Jordan, when I watched Creed Humphrey, it felt like, man, he had the great background. He was playing since he was a freshman, right? I mean, what am I missing here?
Yeah, maybe some teams think he's maxed out as far as what he can be. Maybe that's like the only line of thinking. He has a clean background. Film was fantastic. I think he tested much better as far as an athlete than what he shows on film.
He tested like one of the best athletes in the entire draft class, regardless of position.
Yes,
the thing I want to ask about Josh Myers because it felt like Elton Jenkins was slated to become the center now for the Green Bay Packers. Is Myers a center only? Can he move around? Or Jenkins is the one that has moved around in his past to guard and even a tackle. Maybe he's like the right tackle of the future at the moment.
I think Myers can play both center and guard. Ohio State runs a ton of inside and split zone, but he's a bigger center, so I think with his stature, you can feel comfortable about trying to play musical chairs, find the best combination of 5 guys, whoever that may or may not be. And I think Myers shouldn't just be pigeonholed, and that's the limiting factor with Creed Humphrey, right? Is he's right around 300 pounds. He's probably not going to be a guy who gets picked up to play anywhere other than the center position.
He's only played center as well, so maybe teams are thinking he kind of pigeonholed himself at Oklahoma. He's never played any snaps at guard.
Yeah, I do remember that coaches often emphasize when you play interior offensive line, unless you are a surefire center or a surefire guard, like you've got to be able to play all those positions. So maybe that goes into it.
Surefire center, you say?
Oh,
Creed Humphrey didn't last much longer.
Yeah.
So much sense.
Wow.
Look at what the Chiefs have done with their offensive line this offseason.
Yeah.
I mean, you trade for Orlando Brown to get rid of your first-round pick. You give Joe Tooney the biggest contract of an interior offensive lineman it felt like in the NFL.
Yeah.
Austin Blythe is kind of a journeyman who could have started at center. Bring Cal Long out of retirement. Now you have Creed Humphrey possibly at
Don't
center
forget about the
as well.
doctor coming back too, Laurent Duvernay-Tardif.
Right. So, I mean, the massive fatal flaw of this team in the Super Bowl was their offensive line. They probably have 4, if not 5 different starters
Right.
heading into
It's a major
2021.
strength.
Right.
It's a major change for a team that is so good, so consistent. It's going to be fascinating to track.
Feels
obviously, throughout the
like
summer.
a job well done by this team to continue to not let unfortunate situation with Schwartz and how well he's been as a right tackle, and he has the injuries that kind of forced him out. And then the same thing with Eric Fisher. They attacked this weakness, didn't they, Dre?
Yeah, I think it goes to show you that Brett Veach and Coach Reed have done a great job. Coach Reed is clearly an offensive line guy. Not to mention that they have the kid from TCU who opted out this past year.
Lucas Niang.
Yes,
Yeah.
who's coming back. So I think it'll be great. I think they've revamped their entire line, and they're protecting their $500 million investment in Patrick Mahomes.
Did they do enough, you guys think?
Yeah, I just think about not even the starters, but the depth, right? Because, I wrote an article for the Draft Network, and to me, I do think Laurent Duvernay-Tardif will be the starter at guard. I think the odd man out will be Kyle Long. And so to have Kyle Long as your 6th offensive lineman, your kind of swing interior guy, that's really, really impressive. And I know they signed Austin Blythe from the Rams as a center.
Right.
And so Creed might not even be asked to start day one. It's going to be an open competition. And just, we know injuries happen along the offensive line. And that's what really bit them last year. Because the starters originally weren't that bad. And they probably could have, competed a lot more in the Super Bowl had it not been for injuries. And so not only did they improve the starters, in my opinion, more importantly, they improved the overall depth.
Feels like this was the right move for the Chiefs. I mean, there's a couple of different directions they could go, but all things considered, started at pick number 31. They got themselves Orlando Brown. Now they've got Creed Humphrey.
Ben Fennell came on the Underdog Football Show, and he was talking about how tight ends, all you want them to do is lose slowly in the blocking game. Obviously, the Chiefs tackles couldn't even do that in the Super Bowl. So,
Wee woo moment. The Bucks have made a pick, Trevor. The Bucks have picked
Oh, don't.
a Florida Gator, Trevor.
Oh, God.
The Bucks have picked a Florida Gator passer, Trevor.
Kyle
Trask.
no.
The heir apparent to Tom Brady in Tampa Bay.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Chump.
Gator Drake!
Let's go.
Okay, Trevor.
I said
Yes.
it was
Trevor.
100 guy.
Wait.
Y'all
Trevor,
have to-
Yeah.
I asked everyone up here earlier, where was he going today?
Yeah, yes.
And I don't think anyone had him going this high.
To be fair, people up here on the desk said 3rd round, and he goes with the very last pick in the second round. So
nope,
that's-
but it's still second round.
It's close. I said 4th round, though.
Yes.
I never thought that Kyle Trask was Bruce Arians' quarterback. I really didn't. And so this pick is very interesting to me. I'm a huge fan of Kyle Trask because of his high school background and where he didn't really start in high school, was sitting behind De'Aaron King in high school, goes to UF, sits behind Felipe Franks, finally gets his time, makes the most of it with some great offensive weapons. But I don't see the aggressive, push the ball, alpha kind of mentality that I feel like Bruce Arians likes. So
But-
he's a great quarterback. Like, he's a great backup quarterback, and maybe that's what they really want with Brady. But yeah, I just didn't think that he was going to be a Buccaneer, but here you go. He is.
Well, unfortunately, he's going to be a Buccaneer.
It's not
He's going to
unfortunately,
stay
he
in
might be all right.
Florida.
He might be all right.
He's going to stay in Florida. We'll be back with more in round 3 after this break.
Best ball season is here, and it's bigger than ever. With no waivers, trades, or setting lineups, it has never been easier to have a shot at the $1 million grand prize. Underdog Fantasy lets you draft a season-long league in seconds, thanks to their slick mobile app and state-of-the-art website. And best of all, if you don't love it, there's a $100 money-back guarantee. So what are you waiting for? Draft for the 2021 season today.
Excuse me. Yeah, just gotta get over there. Pardon me. So sorry. Excuse me. Sorry. Sorry. Pardon me. Oh, sorry about your foot. Excuse me. Oh no.
Ingles, your place for food and football at home.
part here is there are so many people that are impacted by concussions that don't play football, right? That's how many other sports, right? You're talking about soccer has a major issue with concussions. Hockey has major issues. The military, obviously, there's so many other avenues, but obviously this being football programming and everybody that's watching being a football fan, you're focused on, what can we do to make the game safer and how do we do that? And this seems like a really, really good option. So, I'd love for you to kind of give us a scene from the football perspective that, what has changed even since you were in the game? I think it's something that I know I'm 31 years old. I can remember watching football even 10 years ago. I don't remember hearing the words concussion protocol so many times, right? It feels like every Sunday you hear those words. So what has changed since you've been playing?
Well, there's so many aspects to it. I mean, the guys are bigger and stronger and faster than they've ever been. And so, it's funny, I'll go and watch games live now and I'll be standing on the sidelines and I'll watch the game and the collisions and I sit back and I go, oh my gosh, I can't believe I played this game. I can't believe what bodies go through playing this game. And so you're seeing the level of play just continue to advance. And, with that, obviously, the rise in concussions, or at least we're able to, to see it and notice it and take precautions now. And, there's been a lot of rule changes. All with that in mind is that it's a great game and it offers so much to so many, but we need to continually try to make the game safer. And so taking the head out of the tackle, and some of the rule changes that have been there, some of the way that the NFL is trying to implement it all the way down to the youth levels, and all that stuff is great. But at the end of the day, what we know is you're still not going to eliminate every injury or every head trauma. And that's where we come into play is, okay, we're gotten better at how we take care of it after the fact. And the protocols that we go through once you suffer a concussion, but there's nothing that can really address a concussion. And so that to me is why this is so prevalent and, has a chance to be such a difference maker. And we believe can have huge long-term effects on the game, on individuals' quality of life. And that's what to me is so exciting about it, because people aren't going to stop playing football. It's going to be a part of life. Head injuries are not going to stop. So now we need to advance and figure out what are the ways in which we can help correct that or eliminate some of the long-term effects or the degree that a concussion may impact someone. And so again, I'm really excited to be a part of this because I have a passion for this game, but I also have a passion for protecting what I believe is the greatest commodity in this game, and that's the players. And then, as I just said, it goes beyond that because it's personal for me with my oldest son and some of the challenges that he's had to face.
Brinks TV, loving on you with lots of cash and prizes.
Welcome back for round 3 of the 2021 NFL Draft, halfway through day 2, and we finished with a quarterback pick, our first of the second day. That guy Kyle Trask headed to Tampa Bay, staying in the state of Florida for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Now, Kyle Trask, a highly prolific passer in the SEC, dealing with Kyle Pitts, Kadarius Toney, first-round picks. Why wasn't he selected earlier? Well, the Trask has always kind of been climbing uphill here a little bit. He wasn't even a starter in high school behind Derek King, who's now the quarterback with Miami. And he had to fight for that starting job, beating out Felipe Franks, who transferred away, also in this class. And so he's been uphill climbing his way to this spot. And pick 64 is a very respectable spot for a player that I think is more so a long-term backup than he is a groomable starter. Now, Tampa Bay is looking for groomable starters, right? They have Tom Brady in hand, and he's getting a little bit older, so they want to be ready for the future. But there's reason to be concerned with Trask entering the NFL. The first problem is tight window throws. Listen, he had Kyle Pitts there, who was a catch point phenom at Florida, but he was only able to deliver accurate, catchable balls 63 out of 100 times, 63%. And at the college level, that was one of the lowest numbers I charted, and it indicates how worried he is, how afraid he is of coverage at times. So he's often on those balls throwing farther away than is necessary, too far away to not give his receiver a chance at the ball. In a Bruce Arians vertical passing game, this Air Coryell inspired approach, That's not going to fly, and we saw that struggle. Tom Brady and Mike Evans this year learning how to work on some of the route concepts and tweak some things so that Brady felt comfortable throwing into much tighter windows than he ever had to in New England. So that's number one. Number two is what happens when he's pressured. Kyle Trask with an only 58 accuracy score when he's pressured. So again, one of the lowest numbers that I charted of this entire class. The thing about him being pressured is that he's a big body, so you'd like to see him take some hits and adjust his platform, but he tends to have a big sap off in accuracy. And when you adjust your throwing platform, when you got pressure in your pocket, you lose your ability to generate velocity from the ground. You lose that rotation in your hips and your throwing motion. Kyle Trask doesn't have the strongest arm. And so often balls that he threw when he was under pressure died on him because a lot of his balls flutter in the air. And this, all quarterbacks deal with pressure in different ways. The problem is that Kyle Trask invited pressure a lot. He had a 23% pressure rate at the college level. And what that tells you is, hey, this Florida offensive line maybe wasn't that great. Oh, maybe he was holding on to the ball a lot. But when you watch the film, and this goes for Kyle Trask or any other quarterback, quarterbacks can invite pressure. Pressure can be a quarterback's fault. Kyle Trask wasn't very disciplined in his set points. And if you're not disciplined in where you set your feet, your offensive linemen think you're somewhere else than you actually are, and it becomes easier for edge rushers. Kyle Trask would get happy feet in the pocket, and he'd start to fade back and fade back and fade back, and that invites pressure. And so Trask's 23% pressure rate is more indicative of his struggles managing the pocket and holding onto the football. When Florida didn't get their quick game going, he invited that pressure, and then as we saw, his accuracy dropped off. So there's work to be done by Bruce Arians and Byron Leftwich to get this Kyle Trask ready, groomed and prepared to replace Tom Brady when he comes and gets that starting job whenever it is that Tom Brady finally decides to retire. Scouting team, it is round 3. We already talked about Kyle Trask. Who's next on the clock?
All right, here we go. We got Jamie back on the hot corner to tell us who's up and what the selection is.
Let's start with the first pick of the 3rd round. The Jaguars thought we might need some safety help, and they get it with Andre Sisco.
Let's go! Come on, Dre!
He's a great safety.
Let's go!
I love that guy. Excellent safety, ball hawk. He gets you the ball back. He's one of my favorite safeties in the entire draft. Yes, he has some issues with some tackling things that can be cleaned up, but he's one of my favorite safeties in the entire draft.
I loved Andre Sisco. I felt like this was a dude who, he played a little bit reckless, but I feel like as a coach, you would rather have to tone a guy down than try to get them to ramp up. Is that right? I mean, Jordan, you're more of a coach than I am, but tell me about that kind of a mentality.
Yeah, I mean, with safeties, you don't get extra points for bringing them down with physicality. You just want to see a guy that comes to balance and just is able to successfully get them down to the ground. And that's what Sisco is able to do. Even though he does struggle with some tackling angles, you don't want him doing that. You want to play him on the roof of the defense. 13 career interceptions, which is phenomenal for a safety at any level. So, like Dre said, he's going to get you the ball back, and that's what he brings to your defense.
Kyle?
Yeah, so I think the big thing is making sure you just put him in a position to be successful, and that is let him be the last line of defense. And in every literal sense of the word, the last line of defense. Don't ask him to have to step down or fill in the box. He's usually that guy that's just going to make sure he's behind the pile. He's making sure nothing's popping out in the back end that he's going to have to clean up. He has some nice sticks on tape. I will see that. When he can trigger into the catch point and he's meeting the ball at the receiver, that's when you really see him make his best hits.
You had the cops camera for that one. They got like the side profile of you aggressively walking up to the corner. Who's up? Who's the pick?
Minnesota Vikings are up, and we got a quarterback.
Oh, another one?
Wow. Kellen Mond.
Wow. This
Okay.
one on
Dude,
quarterback
Minnesota.
starting here. Okay.
Yeah.
Kellen Mond going to the Vikings, Jordan. You're the resident Vikings guy.
It's not surprising. Everybody knew that they were going to take a quarterback because they have not addressed backup quarterback this offseason. It's just Kirk Cousins, and that's it on the roster right now that they know going into next season. But I think they have to take this type of risk just because Kirk Cousins has a $45 million cap number next year, which is just outrageous considering that. So they have to get a young option in here, and we know they're already cap strapped in their penny pension as it is right now. So I think if you can lower that cap number, just because there's no way you can take him into next season with that type of cap number, considering what they're getting on their investment. But with Kellen Mond, he was my favorite of the bunch, but he's been consistently inconsistent during his career. So you need him to sit back a couple years and let him to develop. If you watch him against LSU, I mean, he could not hit any receiver that was wide open. But you watch him against Florida and you watch him against Alabama, he looks like an early round guy.
Don't remind me of the Florida game, please. Please. That was like the best game of his career, and I'm sitting here thinking they had national championship aspirations, and this dude blew for him. I mean, he won it for him. payload. That's what the correct term is. We got more information on Kellen Mond over the CQ desk. Ben, take it away.
Kellen Mond, if I was going to gamble on a day 2 quarterback in this class, yeah, Kellen, he'd be my guy. Now, a lot of starts at the SEC and a lot of inconsistent play, and that's a bit of a scary thing because after 4 years of starting at the SEC level, we like to be able to say we know what a guy is. And I know my buddy Seth Galina at PFF likes to say we have all this Kellen Mond tape and nobody knows if Kellen Mond is good or not. He's a tricky one to figure out. The most important thing to note about Kellen Mond is that arm strength does not always dictate where targets go. And that's a big point on our numbers. Only 12% of Kellen Mond's throws went deep down the field, and the Aggies had some decent receiver talent. It was more tight end and running back, but they had some good receivers. He did not want, in that pro Jimbo Fisher style offense, to throw the ball deep down the field. He used that strong arm a lot more for quick throws underneath. And that's an interesting pairing with a Minnesota Vikings offense that, when we last saw it under the elder Kubiak as the offensive coordinator, wanted to push the ball down the field off of play action. Are they going to change this target distribution? I'm not sure. And so Mond's going to have to become more comfortable with downfield windows. If, however, Minnesota's smart, they'll give him some of those short targets because he was accurate. 78 placement scores, what we've got for Kellen Mond throwing underneath. Now, when we talk about good placement on underneath throws, what's critical is reading the leverage of a defender. And here, Kellen Mond's experience is evident. If you've got a receiver on a curl route and he's got a defender behind him, and let's say he's over this shoulder, you want to place the ball on this shoulder because you want your receiver to turn away from the defender as he makes the catch. And that maximizes yards after catch. Mond is an expert at this. And so we really like him in a potential quick game style approach. It's much more so what Texas A&M ran. It's not what Minnesota ran. So this is a curious pairing. They're going to have to figure this out. The last thing that matters is pass protection. We talked about it with Kyle Trask, and we're going to talk about it with Kellen Mond because the accuracy from adjusted platforms is extremely concerning. A 44 score is the lowest I gave out in this metric. And what it tells you about Kellen Mond is that he needs those clean platforms in order to be successful pushing the ball to all layers of the field. Mond has a very clean and clear throwing motion, and if he doesn't get into that with his lower body, the accuracy drop-off is significant. Zach Wilson was the number 2 overall pick because no matter the mess around his feet, no matter the arm angle, it was accurate. Kellen Mond was not the number 2 overall pick, and it's because if things get messy around him, it is problematic for his game. Now, that's 2 quarterbacks gone in 3 picks. From what I understand, we're about to make it 3 quarterbacks in 4 picks. Jamie, next pick.
Ben gave it to you right there, Jamie. You're already at the corner of the desk here.
I am.
What's the next pick?
How about a little bit of a QB run here?
Okay.
Davis Mills is the next player off the board here to Houston. What a run here on quarterback.
Just 3 out of 4 picks, right?
Yeah.
Cisco was right in between, but 3 out of 4 picks goes quarterbacks. We knew that the order would be a little bit different than what we saw in the first round. There's a little bit more hype around that, but we weren't sure when the run would start. We also weren't sure how long the run would last. Turns out it's 4 picks. So, Kyle, what do we think about not just Davis Mills, but all 4 of these quarterbacks going almost in succession here?
Yeah, I'm sure I'll put my foot in my mouth here, but it's probably a safe bet that you won't see another quarterback go anywhere in the near future. This was kind of like the second tier of guys.
Yeah.
The drop-off is real, so get it while the getting's good, right? So Davis Mills, the selection to Houston, obviously there's the dynamics in which we need to let due process play out as it pertains to Deshaun Watson, but as things currently stand, it's hard to envision him being available, and they signed to Rod Taylor, so the expectation is he's going to be the starting quarterback. Davis Mills, not a large sample size as a player, and it's really just going to be make sure you don't force a young guy into action, and hopefully you can strike some gold here with a guy who's shown plenty of flashes. But his process needs to get better from top to bottom in just about every capacity. But he has the tools to work with to be a viable quarterback in the NFL.
Brentley, you were shaking your head there. What does this addition do for this Texans quarterback room?
Well, to me, it's you have Tyrod Taylor, right? And he'll be your starter for 2021. But behind him, you really have nobody else. And as Kyle mentioned, we got to let due process sort of stuff out with Deshaun Watson. But even if the legal issues aside, right, he wanted to get traded anyways. And so you still needed a young quarterback to kind of groom and develop. And why not shoot your shot with a former 5-star quarterback? And I mean, look, I get it. The sample size is small. There are injury concerns. But Davis Mills, like, his flash plays are really pretty. You see Flash has a big arm. He's somewhat mobile. He's accurate down the field. And so while I personally don't necessarily envision him as a starter down the road, I understand shooting the shot.
Deshaun Watson's played his last snap for the Houston Texans.
Regardless.
Either on his end, their end, it's done. So you mentioned Tyrod Taylor. They also traded for Ryan Finley. Now you bring in Davis Mills. I mean, this is just another indicator of that first point happening. 3 new quarterbacks in one offseason. We know Tyrod's ceiling. Maybe Davis Mills has a little bit of a larger one. And if not, they're going to absolutely stink. And they're going to be in a better position to pick a quarterback early in 2022.
As of last night, the updated odds for Vegas to win the Super Bowl, dead last.
Yeah, they're awful.
Houston Texans. They were dead last. All right, we're going to go over to CQ. We got another quarterback, which means we got to hear from Benjamin Solak. Break down this Davis Mills one for us, Ben.
Davis Mills, 5-star recruit, number 1 in the class, Stanford Cardinal, 11 career starts, and they weren't necessarily glorious ones as a passer. It's so interesting that Houston ends up the team to grab this guy because Deshaun Watson was such a high caliber player coming out of college, and Mills was expected to be that and struggled. But first, let's understand what's the offense doing for Davis Mills, because the last prospect that came out of Stanford at quarterback, he was pretty good. This is a pro-style offense. So what that means is we're going to see standard dropbacks for this team. That's 80% dropback rate. When I say dropback rate, what I mean is no play action, no RPO. And so this is an extremely traditional shotgun 3-step drop, no nonsense in the backfield. And we know that nonsense, play action RPOs, they really help out a quarterback. And so Davis Mills was challenged in a Stanford offense that was spread-oriented, a lot of 4-receiver sets, quick game-based, but did not give him the assists that a lot of these other college offenses did, and that will encourage NFL teams, along with some of the under-center drops and the more pro-style designs in the offense, it will encourage teams that Davis Mills may be able to develop. The other thing is that in that quick game, they threw to the first read a lot. 92% is the number that I charted in terms of throws to the first read. We talked about Justin Fields yesterday. Everybody gets all up in a tizzy about his progressions. Mills doesn't really have to go through progressions. This was a very much so read half of a field. We're going to run West Coast concept here, West Coast concept there. You're going to be able to read a player's leverage at the line of scrimmage and distribute. So Mills is understood as a cerebral player, but he really didn't have to do a lot of processing post-snap, and he also didn't get a lot of help from that offense. So it was very much so nickel and dime, Daniel Jones sort of an approach. That's the ceiling we're looking at, which is definitely a little bit concerning. And the big problem here is in order to nickel and dime down the field, you have to be a very accurate passer. Davis Mills was not a very accurate passer. 63 accuracy score is on the lower end of the quarterbacks I've charted in this class, and yet Mills does not have much creativity outside of the pocket. He doesn't have the ability to tuck and run. He doesn't have a very good arm to push the ball down the field. He doesn't throw with a ton of zip. So what are you hanging your hat on with Davis Mills if you're the Houston Texans? Deshaun Watson's situation, a complete mind-boggling, no idea what's going to happen with him. It's totally up in the air. I would not want to be hitching my wagon onto Davis Mills. I would be concerned about his ability to start early, take over the starting job, or even start after a year or two of sitting. Yes, I understand the recruiting profile is there, but I simply did not see it on the film with Davis Mills. 3 quarterbacks and 4 picks. You guys are working me out. Please go take some skill position players. I can't deal with this anymore. Trev and Tamara.
Oh, I feel like that's the last that we're going to hear from Ben in quite a while. But we have Jamie on the desk here.
Picks plural. A lot has happened since this QB run here. So we got the Falcons pick, the Bengals pick, and the Panthers trading up for a pick as well. Let's go all 3 of them. I want everybody's reaction.
Let's go.
Falcons take Jalen Mayfield.
You want Kyle's reaction on that one.
Bengals take Joseph Asai, and the Panthers trade up for Brady Christensen.
Wow. All right, let's go to Kyle. Let's go to Kyle first. Kyle, Jalen Mayfield.
Yeah, so Mayfield, super toolsy. He showed plenty of flashes in 2019, but the issue with him is he played 2 games in 2020, and while he looked improved, then his season ended and he ended up opting out of the rest of the year. And then he showed up at his pro day and was abysmally bad and did not test anywhere near what you anticipated he would test on tape. So the question there is, what caused such a great disconnect between what his athletic testing was and what his tape seemed to indicate that he had as far as an athletic potential? So was this, we didn't take the process seriously? Was there something else going on? So that's kind of taken all the wind out of the sails of Jalen Mayfield, who has the potential to be a really effective starter at right tackle. But this valuation feels just about right as far as understanding that this is not an open and shut case of a guy who's going to transition to the NFL very quickly. I like him going to the Atlanta Falcons, where they recently used a first-round pick on Caleb McGarry, so it's not like he's going to be thrust into the starting lineup, but he's going to compete. And Caleb McGarry needs to get pushed, too, for that starting right tackle spot. So a rising tide raises all ships. Well, let's get some competition at the right tackle spot.
Joe, as you look at that trio of picks, what really stands out to you about what decisions were made there?
Love the pick of Brady Christensen, the offensive tackle for BYU, to the Carolina Panthers. Said it about 1 million times by now, but the Panthers have not replaced Jordan Gross, and he retired in 2011. Been a different primary starter every single year at left tackle.
When you put it that way,
it's pretty unreal. So Brady Christensen has been a quality starter for BYU, and I mean, I know that he wasn't facing the best pass rushers out with some of the teams they played at BYU, but he didn't give up any pressure at all. And so for a team in Carolina that wants to run a lot of 5-man protections, want to spread you out, put 3-4 wide receivers on the field, get creative with Christian McCaffrey, to finally have an answer that I'm comfortable with at left tackle.
Just to close that point really quickly, we discussed it with Terrace Marshall, how there are about 3 open spots along the Panthers' offensive line. Now there are 6 names to fill those 3 spots. And while none of them may be the best talents out there, competition, they'll find the best one for sure.
Jordan, I want to go to you for Joseph Osai going to the Cincinnati Bengals, because I remember early in summer scouting, seeing the clips from you guys' meetings and you bringing Osai to the table and getting very excited about him. So how about this fit here in Cincinnati?
Yeah, I like it a lot. He came off a big game following his sophomore season of where he was just absolutely everywhere. They primarily played him at what is called jack linebacker in that 3-4. A scheme that they were running. They switched to a 4-3 last year, and they primarily play him at 5 technique, and that's really where his development took off to the next level. And I say this a lot about him. He plays like he has a battery pack in his back. He does not lose any type of energy throughout the game. He's fantastic in ball pursuit, and you just need that type of players on your defense. So I like Asai. I think this is a really good landing spot for him as well, especially with them losing Carl Lawson.
How about the Carolina Panthers now in this draft? They stick at 8. They draft J.C. Horn. They move down a couple of times, make up from a lot of capital that they gave away in the Sam Darnold trade, and then come away with Terrace Marshall and Brady Christensen here on day 2. I mean, this is one of the best draft hauls that we're watching unfold. Is it not, Josh?
I think that they might have 2 or 3 more picks here in round 3 as well. I mean, that was the Scott Fitterer plan coming in from Seattle, where it felt like they had target players, but they always knew, and this is the big dilemma every single time when you talk about front offices and them drafting. People want to think that they are the best drafters, the best evaluators out there.
Well, we are.
Well, in reality, maybe some of the best ways to go about it is to have as many darts as possible, have as many options as possible. And that's exactly what the Panthers are doing here. Whereas rather just taking a target player at the top of round 2, top of round 3, they have 2 or 3 extra darts now at their back pocket.
Josh, one of the greatest traditions in TDN coverage is Trevor reminding everybody every year that he's never missed on a prospect.
No, that's not
every year.
If a player is bad and I called them good, I mean, it's something out of my control. Right. It's obviously the reason why they failed. So I'm glad that Kyle brought that up again, just so everybody on the stream could know that. So let's talk about the Bengals a little bit more. I want to get into Osai, and I want to hear some other voices here. Does this make up for what they lost in Carl Lawson? I know they brought in another name as well, Trey Hendrickson, but does this make up for it?
I don't know if it's necessarily going to be a plug-and-play, take care of Carl Lawson with what he's developed into as a player, but at the very least, you can have a rotation now in Osai with the tireless motor that he does have. Should be a nice presence there to help keep that lively.
Hello, Jamie.
Hello. The Giants have made a pick.
Don't trade back this time.
No, they traded up. They traded up with Denver to make this pick here. Aaron Robinson.
Oh, boy.
Cornerback.
Somebody talk to me about Aaron Robinson. Who's highest on him? Who do we think? Dre, you like him?
Yeah, I think he is a very good player. He is versatile. He can play inside and outside. He's got good feet, transferred in from Bama. I think that he's a guy that, if used in the correct manner, can do a number of different things for you. He has some ball skills, great hips and coverage. I like this pick for them.
Skipping over to the opposite end, Joe, you said, oh boy, when that pick was announced. Could you explain there?
No, I guess my first thought was, okay, where are we playing Aaron Robinson? Good football player, right value. I've always loved drafting cornerbacks. I'll probably never criticize the team for doing that. You have, obviously, James Bradbury, who's a really outstanding football player. You picked up Adoree Jackson. You paid him some pretty good money. You just drafted Darnay Holmes last year, kind of a slot-type player. And now you add Aaron Robinson into this mix. good problem to have, but certainly a loaded cornerback group for the New York Giants. I think the appeal with Robinson is that he played a lot of inside corner, slot corner for UCF, but I never really had any questions about him being an outside guy. So I love the versatility there and what they can do with this suddenly very deep cornerback situation with the Giants.
To me, this just screams best player available, right? Because, I mean, Joe hit the nail on the head. They have James Bradbury. They signed Adoree Jackson. They drafted Darnay Holmes, who I know they like in the slot. So the immediate need at corner might not be there. But I know teams that had Aaron Robinson as a top 40 player on their board. And so to see him still available in the third round is surprising. And David Gettleman's quietly having a pretty good draft.
It seems like a lot of teams like those UCF secondary guys this year, with Richie Grant going a little bit higher and now here Aaron Robinson. Jamie, got another pick for us?
Your pick for the Lions here.
Okay.
Aleem McNeil.
Yes.
Wow.
Love it.
Wow.
Love
Look at
it.
this draft. It's just pure beef.
All right, Joe, what do you love about this pick?
Well, Liam McNeil, he'll eat some kneecaps, I'll tell you that. Watch this guy play football.
That's what we
That was
wanna
my
hear.
favorite thing about watching him over summer is like, I'm not sure that this guy's super technically refined, but he gets after it. He plays 100 miles an hour at all times, and I think he got better in 2020. And you go back to the pedigree here. He's a high school running back, 40 rushing touchdowns as a high school football player, also played linebacker. He gets up to like 320 pounds. He's a defensive tackle for North Carolina State, and mostly an even front defense where he's playing a lot of nose tackle, not getting a whole lot of opportunities to shoot gaps and penetrate. But when he did, you saw some disruption. And so I like the versatility that he brings. I love the energy, the power. He's a terrific athlete for his size. This is one of my favorite picks so far on day 2.
Kyle?
Yeah, it's a really easy sell to get excited about watching Aleem McNeil play because Joe talked about the athletic profile that he has, and you could still see like he's got a little bit of something to him as far as his twitch. And Joe mentioned he predominantly plays on the nose, but those third down instances that he did get, he gets into gaps, and I think Detroit's going to be thrilled to have him and his versatility there.
Jamie, you're back already.
I am. Picks are coming fast and furious. The Eagles are on the clock.
Okay.
And they take a TDN favorite.
Yeah.
Milton Williams.
Let's go.
This is the perfect fit. I compared Milton Williams to Malik Jackson.
Yeah,
and guess who gave Malik Jackson a massive contract? The Philadelphia Eagles. I understand if some people have concerns about Milton Williams because at times he played at 270 pounds. He got pushed off the ball, especially with double teams. To me, I look at the strengths. I look at an interior disruptor who was instantly one of the most athletic players of his position in the NFL, who can bend and turn against heavy-footed interior offensive linemen. Milton Williams with the Philadelphia Eagles, when they ask you to get up the field and penetrate and disrupt, there is not a better fit among 32 teams across the league.
Kyle, I'm going to you, and you know what I'm about to ask you.
Yes.
Because we talked about this yesterday when we brought Milton Williams' name up as a potential first-round pick. No combine this year, but pro day testing results. Tell us about his comparisons when it came to his athletic.
So one of the great resources that's out there is mockdraftable.com. It's the spider charts that gives you a context of what a athlete is testing at in percentiles since I think going back to 1999, going through the NFL Combine and all that data. Milton Williams, if you put him through as a defensive tackle, Jamie, you go back in that room. I'm not done. You go back in that room. He's 6'3", 284. His athletic profile, 93rd percentile in his 10-yard split, 99th percentile in his 40-yard dash, 99th percentile in his vertical jump, 99th percentile in his standing broad jump, 99th percentile in his three-cone drill, 93rd percentile is slacking a little bit in the short shuttle. His top 3 athletic comparisons for his athletic profile are Aaron Donald, Taven Bryan, and Geno Atkins.
Let's roll.
Let's go.
Let's roll, Kyle.
Sounds like a pretty good place to be.
Kyle, is like all those things are great, but it isn't track, so it still has to transfer to him being.
I understand that, but hopefully he's going somewhere that's going to ask him to penetrate and not sit there in the B gap as a 4-eye and try and read gaps when he's got 31-inch arms.
Sure.
Jamie?
I want Brentley to talk a little bit. He's going to like this pick. Washington football team take Benjamin St. Juste, cornerback.
To me, that's a great pick. I'm a big fan of Benjamin St. Juste. They have a hole at corner. Benjamin St. Juste has a really good length, really easy feet. He's a smooth mover. I'm a big fan. You know, Ron Rivera loves his cornerbacks, and to me, after St. Juste, we're going to start to see a dip, in my opinion, in the talent level of corners. So to me, I really do like this pick.
Was this the right corner, you think, with the guys that were still on the board? Was this the right option for him here?
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that Elijah Molden's not off the board yet, to be honest with you guys. I mean, I thought he was going to be a second-round player, but I'm not going to argue against St. Juice. I love his length. I love his just smoothness in his pedal, and I'm a big fan of him.
Let's go to the CB expert himself. Trey, what do you think?
I think that with all things considered, this was a good pick, but I would have rather have Paulson Adebo from Stanford, who's a much better player. He's got much better hips and feet and coverage, much better ball skills, some of the best ball skills in the entire draft for a corner. So while I do like St. Juice, I think this is a little rich for him. I would have went Paulson Adebo here.
We got the Dallas Cowboys on the clock. When you look at who they have drafted so far, any names, any positions really stick out to you that the Cowboys got to nail?
Well,
Anybody here?
They got to be ticked at what the last 4 picks look like as far as who just got pulled off the board right in front of them. Dallas needs help on the defensive side of the football all across. So a couple of good corners. No such thing as too many good corners. How many teams are we seeing now draft the 4th corner? We're like, wow, where are they going to play?
Very much agree with you.
And a couple of interior defensive linemen in Milton Williams and Aleem McNeil. So Dallas drafted Micah Parsons in the 1st round, so there's been some attention paid here. But defensively, you've got all these skill players available to you on the offensive side of the football. Dak Prescott's coming back. Let's take some good talent on defense.
To me, real quick, I don't get how they haven't addressed offensive line. So, Jamie, please tell us his lineman.
Not an offensive lineman.
Defensive lineman.
Osa Odighizuwa is the pick for
Okay.
Dallas. I like this.
All right.
Wow.
All right.
Joe, what do you think?
I like Osa, interesting player. Kind of a slant style defensive lineman, long arms, can get into the B gaps and create some disruption. I like him a lot. I don't think he's a super high ceiling player, but I think he's a high floor player. I think at worst you're getting a base end type player that can reduce and rush from the inside. And he's not super dynamic athletically, but I mean, you watch his tape and you feel pretty good about exactly what he's going to be in the NFL. And I think for a Dallas defense that needs answers on defense, I like that they're getting a high floor player that it's easy to identify the role.
Brantley, when you said you were hoping that it was going to be offensive line, is there somebody on the board that you thought really would have helped out the Dallas Cowboys?
Yeah, to me, Spencer Brown would have made a lot of sense, right? You think about Tyron Smith getting older. He's a guy that's a little raw. And so that's a guy I would have liked to see kind of develop behind Tyron Smith and be that eventual left tackle of the future. And so I do think we're going to hear Spencer Brown's name come off the board soon. And, I guess Dallas is going to look elsewhere for that kind of depth on the offensive line.
I think another name to mention on the interior offensive line here is Quinn Miners, who was kind of like the darling of the Senior Bowl with the old pop belly and Wisconsin Whitewater.
Yes,
and
right.
The big belly boys, right?
Right,
So,
yes.
But his versatility, he was cross-trained at both guard and center, and I know that Dallas has drafted a number of mid-round interior offensive linemen over the course of the past couple of seasons, but go ahead.
We've got a trade here,
Little breaking
Kyle.
news. Go right ahead.
The Broncos were on the clock, but the Saints have traded up and they are now on the clock. If you're looking at what's available, where do you think they're going here?
Corners.
Joe?
It's got to be corner. They're seeing a little bit of a run here at the position, and they still haven't addressed it yet. They made some interesting picks with Peyton Turner and Pete Warner, but right now they have a situation with Marshawn Lattimore and his contract where it's really kind of difficult to figure out how they're going to pay them. I know that the Saints always make it work, but opposite of him, they're really kind of coming up empty. I know P.J. Williams is back, but for the most part, I think they need to get younger and better at corner. And after you see some of these guys go off the board, maybe there's only 1 or 2 guys they like left. Maybe it's Paulson Adebo. Maybe it's Ifeatu Melifonwu, but I think this needs to be a cornerback.
Yeah, I mean, we heard rumblings of the Saints maybe wanting to move up into the top 10 before the draft.
Yeah.
I know they ended up. I was going to say, I know they ended up drafting an edge rusher at the back end of the first round, but I got to feel like if they made it into the top 10, it was probably for J.C. Horn as the target here. It's weird to think that they've now made 2 selections and they haven't made a corner spot. So I kind of agree with Joe that this is the direction they're going. Anybody else think that it's a different position?
Maybe I'm biased here. Receiver is possible because
in a post anything is possible.
In a post Drew Brees era, you're not going to get by with just Michael Thomas catching passes. And
he might disagree with you.
I know he might, and it probably. I mean, corners even bigger need, but we keep waiting for Traquan Smith to do something.
Right.
that hasn't developed into anything. Michael Thomas is still going to see, 130, 140 targets this season.
Diami
but
Brown's out there on the board. I think home run hitting style player.
That would be nice for them.
I think he'd fit in well in that offense.
If they liked what I feel like they brought in Emmanuel Sanders for, that would be the reasoning. Obviously,
Right.
he's not there anymore. He's with
Right.
Buffalo, but I feel like that's a good selection there for them. Any other wide receivers?
To me, I think a Nico Collins would make a lot
Yeah.
of sense. A big body, physical receiver down the field, has really good deep speed. He's a big play threat, and he's a guy I think can win down the field. So,
Jamie, is it a corner or is it wide receiver?
Well, we've been waiting all draft for the Saints to take a corner, move up 20-plus spots to actually do it.
Okay.
Right? It's Paulson and Debo.
Great pick.
Dre's a big fan. Let's turn to him for this.
He is one of the best corners, I believe, in this draft in terms of ball skills, in terms of his ability to play zone and man. I think he's a great player. He's instinctive. He's got good size. He probably has top 2 ball skills in this entire draft next to Farley. He's someone that should have gone a lot earlier, but this is a great pick here.
Thank you, Dre. The Saints got their guy with Paulson Adebo. We'll be right back with more third-round coverage right here on Brinks.tv.
Best ball season is here, and it's bigger than ever. With no waivers, trades, or setting lineups, it has never been easier to have a shot at the $1 million grand prize. Underdog Fantasy lets you draft a season-long league in seconds, thanks to their slick mobile app and state-of-the-art website. And best of all, if you don't love it, there's a $100 money-back guarantee. So what are you waiting for? Draft for the 2021 season today.
Brinks.tv, where winning is like a wiener. The bigger, the better.
But I love that you brought up my guy Justin Fields, because I'm sitting over here trying to figure out what's going on and how he's fallen. And it kind of feels like it's maybe a little under the radar. And then all of a sudden we're going to get a big old surprise on Thursday night. So that's why we watch. That's why we pay attention on Thursday.
I would not be surprised at all if San Francisco took Justin Fields at number 3. That just based on the body of work, that would be a solid pick. There would be no complaints whatsoever, even though we're hearing a lot of Mac Jones and Trey Lance, as you said, and you covered the draft, man, smoke screens, is this legit? Who's making the old, but that's what makes it fun, is that I would not be surprised if any one of those 3 guys went there, and I could understand why they picked that guy of the 3. And then, it goes to these other teams, because we always say that if you're going to get a quarterback, are you convinced or do you like all 3 of those guys? Are you willing to make a move saying, okay, maybe San Francisco goes Fields, or maybe they go Jones, or maybe they go Lance? Are we okay with the other guys if we make a move up? And so, again, it's so much fun, just to watch how this plays out. And, will we see these 5 guys go in the top 10? Will people, move up to get them? 1, 2, 3, we don't see that. You got Atlanta in the mix, right?
Yeah.
We're all wondering at 4, will they go quarterback? Because you don't get certain teams, you don't get up in that top 5 very often. So you want to get an heir apparent to Matt Ryan. Is now the time to do it, or do you go? That's what makes the first round so much fun, is that we have no idea how it's going to play out, and then we know that there's going to be movement around the quarterbacks because everybody needs to find one.
That's exactly right. It's a good year to not need a quarterback, because if all these guys go early, there's gonna be some damn good football players that are falling later on in the draft. So it's gonna be a really interesting Thursday night. So Kurt, thank you. You've given me my new favorite way to discuss quarterbacks. What is your favorite flavor? I'm definitely going to use that moving forward. And thank you for talking to us about Odyssey and hopefully the changes that can be made to concussions, not only in football, but around everywhere that people deal with brain injuries.
Well, thanks for having me on. Enjoy the draft. I know you will. You put in a lot of work to get to this point for these next few days. Enjoy it, and then have a fun time in Hawaii where you can take your break.
Thanks, Kurt.
Thank you so much. Coming back to round 3 with the Draft Network covering day 2 of the 2021 NFL Draft. We are so proud to be hosted on Brinks.tv, where you can lock in with all of your friends, bet against them, answer trivia questions, and engage in predictive gaming. And of course, you are automatically signed up for the Kill Cliff $1 million Mega Sweepstakes. That sweepstakes now is sponsored by Kill Cliff, of course. Kill Cliff Colt Club, of which I am a member, has recently released their new flavor, the Flaming Joe Ignite, which is brought to you by Joe Rogan, which in my opinion is the best flavor of Kill Cliff. But don't just take my word for it. Make sure you join the Kill Cliff Colt Club so you can get yourself a taste as well of the Flaming Joe Ignite. Now that is the good stuff. Paulson Adebo is the good stuff as well. Corner out of Stanford, a 3rd round pick, and I gotta say, this was a 4-star recruit at wide receiver, and he was committed to Notre Dame. And you know what he said? He said, I've always been dedicated. I've always wanted to go to Stanford. That's the school that I want. And Stanford said, you can come, but we expect you to play corner, because he played both positions in high school, and he said, I'm gonna do it. So he left the Fighting Irish, went to Stanford, played corner, and you know what happens with wide receiver converts at corner? Ball skills. Usually we say if you're playing corner, it means you can't catch, and they took you off wide receiver. Paulson Adebo can't catch, and the ball production on Adebo was tremendous. He played in a defense that allowed him to have a little bit of room to operate, a little bit of space. He can bait throws, and you watch that Northwestern film. Heck, you watch the Notre Dame film, his old school from 2 years ago. You see him using space against NFL receivers to bait throws, and then that quick close down to go ahead and get it. So Paulson Adebo has the route recognition and ball skills that only a wide receiver background brings, and for that reason, I'm excited about his pro projection. Paulson Adebo, a great round 3 pick. For more round 3 picks, Jamie, Tamara, Trev, and all the boys.
All right, Jamie, back in the corner. Who do we got? Who's on the clock? Who they pick?
We got hot corner. We got a weapon for Justin Herbert, a new wide receiver in Los Angeles, but it's not the one you probably think. It is Josh Palmer.
Ooh. I like this
Yes,
one.
that Josh Palmer.
Well,
let's get some fantasy thoughts.
I like where Justin Herbert throws the football and where Josh Palmer wins. We know Justin Herbert is not afraid to launch missiles down the field, and you might laugh at me. I saw some shades of Michael Gallup here with Josh Palmer in terms of his ability to play the football in the air and win those contested catches. Brentley, I mean, what does this mean with Mike Williams? Because when I stack all those players up, he might have a similar profile to what Mike Williams offers.
Yeah, I mean, Mike Williams, similar to Josh Palmer, excellent ball skills, can make contested catches, can win down the field, but not necessarily great separators. And so the skill sets are similar, and Mike Williams is a guy who's been injured quite often early in his career, and they're going to have a decision to make whether to give Mike Williams a long-term extension. But look, for me, I like Josh Palmer, but I think this is a little rich. And when you have guys like De'Ami Brown, Amon-Ra St. Brown, even a Nico Collins, I'm not sure how much I love this pick. But as Herbert proved last year, he can make anyone look good, and so I'm not gonna be too overly critical.
I was talking about Josh Palmer as a value day 3 pick, and one of our premium subscribers was like, "Nah, he's going day 2," and I was like, "No way." Well, here we are. I'm giving them their props here on the live stream.
Never missed a pick, though.
No, I never missed on a prospect. I missed picks. I've never missed on a prospect. Jamie?
Vikings are on the clock. They make their pick, and they take a friend of ours from the House of Athletes, Chaz Surratt, who we cover down there in Fort Lauderdale.
Jordan, how are you feeling about this pick?
Don't like it.
You don't like it? Jordan's the most positive guy in the world.
Go in, Jordan. Come on.
Let's go in.
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you have Anthony Barr, you have Eric Kendricks, and I get they lost Eric Wilson this year, so maybe they're thinking that he can replace that role. He's a little bit raw. I just thought they could have gotten an interior offensive lineman or edge rusher here. I think those are more primary needs, but I get why they understand or why they like Chaz. Very smart player, former quarterback, right? Transition to linebacker, so he's going to give you value on special teams as well. So I understand it. I just think it's a little bit rich for Surratt right here.
What did you guys think about the Surratt evaluation throughout the year? Obviously, the last year, he's learning that position big time after transferring over from playing quarterback. And Where do you feel like he is right now in his transition, now knowing the next step is in the NFL with the Minnesota Vikings?
Joe, you're
Well,
ACC guy here.
Yeah, I don't think he's as good as Baron Browning.
Yeah.
Oh, Baron Browning's on the
Jabril
board.
Cox,
Or
Cameron
Jabril
Brown.
Cox or
Wow.
Cameron Brown. So,
God.
yeah, he's just not my favorite linebacker at this juncture. I give him a lot of credit. We don't really hear about quarterback switching over to linebacker, and it's not that he did the transition. He did it really well and was very productive. And I think he was the ACC Defensive Player of the Year in 2019, if I'm not mistaken. So he did a really good job making this switch. I just feel like you're looking at a guy that's going to always be kind of a see-ball, chase-ball, pursuit-style linebacker. I don't think he's nearly as athletic as you want a player in that type of role to be, but he still makes plays in space. He makes plays in coverage. You know, it's an odd pick just because I feel like when you consider a linebacker, I don't have a problem with that being the area that Minnesota goes here. It's just that I think there are so many different linebackers I would have preferred.
Now, a lot can change, but Jordan, when you look at these three picks here for Minnesota, it's Christian Darrisaw, it's Kellen Mond, it's Chad Surratt. Can I get like a mid-draft grade here? I know they have a lot more picks to make, but what are you thinking with the Minnesota Vikings? Can I get just like a grade? I won't hold it against you here. You could obviously change it.
Yeah, I mean, they have a couple more picks here coming up soon, so I give it a B- right now.
Okay.
I think the Surratt pick pulled it down a little bit. I was a fan of the first two. I just thought they reached a little bit on Surratt here.
I mean, like trading back to what was it? It wasn't 20. What was it? Where they end up getting Darrisaw? 23, and then getting Christian Darrisaw at 23. I mean, that's a great boost there as well. We got the Las Vegas Raiders on the clock here. Raiders got a couple of picks here coming up soon.
Big school.
To
Which
me,
big school
if
player?
this is not
Ohio
Baron
State.
Browning. I don't know what to say. Outside linebacker is a major need. Again, they don't really have a linebacker who can really cover. I know Corey Littleton was supposed to be that guy. Really underperformed coming in as a big-time free agent last year. Baron Browning, to me, I mean, he's one of the more natural zone-dropping linebackers I've seen in a while. I know he's a little out of position early in his career, but I think we really got to see his skill set really shine later on in the season. And for someone who's, I think he was 6'3", 230 with 4.4 speed, I mean, this is a guy I think is grossly underdrafted right now, and I'm shocked he's still on the board.
Now
So,
I
to me, this is
have
a
hold
big
on.
one.
I have a clarification that I need here for the big school. If Jabril Cox started at NDSU,
He's LSU. He's LSU.
but then he goes to LSU,
Yeah,
does
LSU.
this count? Is this a big school? Do we
Oh,
count?
yes.
Are we counting as big school?
This is not a big school.
Oh, wow.
Malcolm Kuntz.
Oh, boy.
It all makes sense.
Oh, boy.
We had been sitting around racking our brains of where is the hype train coming for Malcolm Kuntz. It was either McShay or Kuiper at ESPN dropped a mock draft that had Kuntz in the top 45, and we all just kind of looked at each other like, wait, what? And then Jeff Legwold dropped his top 100 board over at ESPN, and he had Malcolm Kuntz making the cut. But collectively for us, Jordan, I would defer to you as the guy who's the regional scout and watched Malcolm Kuntz with the most in-depth eye. We obviously all watched him with the cross checks,
Yeah.
but talk about the traits of Malcolm Kuntz. He is a long 245 type rusher off the edge with a little bit of burst, but a little early here.
Yeah, for sure. I thought he would have been there for them on day 3. A very traitsy type of prospect. 6'3", 250 pounds. Was really impressive against Penn State a couple years ago. But that really was like the highlight of his career. Had 9.5 sacks as a junior as well. Didn't really see him a whole bunch as a senior. And then he was hurt at the Senior Bowl as well. So we didn't get to see him there. So it's a bit of a risk here for them to take. But we've known them as being risk takers. So it's not really surprising for them to make this selection with Kuntz. He's had a lot of buzz as well.
Anybody else?
Well,
Thoughts?
Joe had the oh boy at the
That's
end.
true. Yeah.
Yeah, I just, John Gruden will tell you, good pass rushers are hard to find, man. So you might as well take a swing here. You watch Malcolm Kuntz's tape, and for a lanky type rusher, he kind of gets pushed around a lot, and I just expected a more dynamic rusher for a guy coming out of UB and potentially a guy that we heard could go in this range, and so I was left very underwhelmed with his tape. But I will say this, Max Crosby was a guy that I had some doubt with, and they seem to be able to get some production there. So they can put him on that Max Crosby plan and, build this depth at pass rusher, something that they've been working on for, it seems like, several years, ever since they said goodbye to Khalil Mack.
where did y'all think he was going to go? Let's even just say before we were kind of doing our cross checks, let's say a couple weeks ago.
Yep.
Where would you have said Malcolm Koonce was going to go in this draft?
Probably round 5 or 6. But I mean that's really hard for you to look at it through that scope because you do have to understand we're grading through a spectrum that's meant to factor for all 32 teams. The Raiders have their very own specific set of criteria, and the Max Crosby thing worked out really well for them. So that's not to say that this formula cannot work. Joe just provided a great example of that happening, but Max Crosby, I don't know if he's necessarily their featured pass rusher. They brought in Yannick Ngakoue in free agency, so obviously they're committed. And I think for Malcolm Koonce, with one of the biggest things being finishing at the top of his rushes, which he really has a hard time kind of flattening when he gets to that 6-7 yards of depth, and it's really time to dip that inside shoulder, turn the apex of that turn, and flatten to the quarterback. Working with Yannick Ngakoue, I think, is going to be an exciting opportunity for him to kind of pick up some tricks of the trade that might be able to help him get better as finishing as a pass rusher.
We're at pick 80 right now, so we've got, 25, 26, 27 more picks. I think
Just
it goes
about.
up to, 107, something right around there. Kyle, can you give us an update on the mock draft competition? Is Brentley running away with this? Is anybody close?
It's done because we only did round 2.
Oh, right.
We
yes.
only
So,
did round
right,
2.
right,
But
right.
Jamie's leaving us alone, so we do have an opportunity here to kind of congratulate Brentley officially on winning the second round competition.
We love it.
He
We
had
love to see it.
3
There it
player
is.
Is that the dog?
Man, his hat.
He had 3 player
You've earned
matches in the second
Wow.
round. He correctly pegged
Beautiful.
20 of 32 picks in the second
Ray,
round.
holy cow.
Joe,
really?
to his credit, did not have a single player match, but had 23 of the 32 picks
Wow.
in the
Look at
second
Joe.
round.
Give it up for Joe.
Damn it, let's give it up for Joe.
Here's the bad news for Joe. Joe
we're
Joe
good.
also
And a
tied
commercial.
with Dre and myself with 23 points apiece, but Dre and I had a player match, which is treated as the tiebreaker in the Huddle Report scoring. Jordan had 21 points, so you're just off the pace of the 3 main guys here that were all huddled together. So final standings: Brentley first place, Dre and Kyle tied for second.
Yep.
Joe is 4th, Jordan 5th.
There you go. There's the 3
I
hats.
think we should roast Shambo to see who wins the tiebreaker out of you and I.
I'll give it to you. How's that?
Just for who gets second and third. We'll have to do that at some point during the break.
You want
Raiders
Nick
are here.
Sirianni?
Yeah, Nick Sirianni trying to figure out which wide receiver he wants to draft. Which, funny enough, when that story came up, there is the footage of Jerry Jeudy and Devontae Smith doing rock, paper, scissors for who gets the deep
Right.
ball.
Who
At
gets to
Alabama.
run what
Who gets
route
to
on
run
that
the
play.
route. And Devontae Smith, in the only clips that I could find, he lost both of them. He was 0 for 2, and then the Eagles ended up picking him anyway.
Raiders are back.
Yep. Yes, they are. Picking Brady.
I don't like the smile though.
So is this one a big school?
It's a bigger school.
Okay.
Divine Diablo.
Go Hokies!
Wow,
Okay.
there you go. You got your Hokies in there.
The fact-
What's the
Off the
scouting
board
report?
before Hampson asked
Oh,
for the dean.
I love this. I love this pick.
It's not.
This
You
is
don't take
one-
a
this is
lap.
one of my favorite ones.
This is interesting.
Okay, all right. So let's hear from Brentley.
So he primarily played as a strong safety, but I think in our scouting meetings we all kind of accurately said his most likely position in the NFL is going to be at the weak side linebacker, and he has some good speed. He's more of a kind of a height, weight, speed kind of guy. He's really good range, and like I was mentioning, they had a hole at linebacker, specifically a guy who can cover in the flat and really get to the sideline. And while I would prefer to see more of a natural linebacker, whether it be a Jabril Cox, whether it be a Baron Browning, I do think Diablo's skill set does fill this need.
Joe, you're an ACC guy. I would love to hear your assessment of my Hokie here.
Diablo is what I would like to call an oversized safety.
Oh, I guess not.
You
I guess not.
You just didn't want to finish. You can finish it. It's okay.
I felt
Jamie
his
can wait.
presence.
Depends on how bad Kyle wants on the pick.
To me, this is a little bit of a hedge against Jonathan Abram ever being healthy, right?
Yeah.
It's been an issue for so long, and he gives them a similar skill set, and so I think that's a worthwhile pick because I think they really want that role.
Jamie.
Dolphins took a pass catcher on day 1. Pick a pass catcher here. Tight end Hunter Long.
Okay.
You think, Kyle?
Kyle?
Yeah. So Dolphins were really both of their quarterbacks were really proficient. I'm going to get into the sales pitch that was there when we were talking about Kyle Pitts being the pick at 5 with an extremely different kind of player here at 81. But both Ryan Fitzpatrick and Tua Tagovailoa were more proficient and efficient as quarterbacks when the Dolphins played out of 12 personnel versus 11 personnel. So for the Dolphins, you have Mike Gesicki, who's entering into a contract year. I do think that's something worth noting for him. The Dolphins have to be thrilled with his development as a player. They also have 2 other tight ends, Durham Smythe being one of them, and then Adam Shaheen, who they traded for during the summer in the build-up to the 2020 season, and Shaheen got a contract extension. So Durham Smythe contract year coming up, Mike Gesicki contract year coming up. Hunter Long, he's got really reliable hands, but it's this ability to play in 12 personnel and have guys that you feel confident can play in line, can help create lanes for whoever's going to be the running back, because I'm sure Dolphins fans are pitching a fit here that we passed on running back again.
But if it's 12 personnel, which of the 3 wide receivers is off the field?
Well, I guess here's the thing with the Dolphins wide receiver room is you have Will Fuller, right? Injuries have been a persistent issue for him. Devontae Parker, I think he's played in 1 healthy season for the entirety of his career. It was a contract year in which he broke out and had 1,200 receiving yards. So I think for Miami, you can, again, be multiple and be personnel specific. And that's the whole Belichickian side of Brian Flores, is he wants to be able to come into, okay, if we're coming up against a team that we think is soft, we're going to run it right at you. We're going to try and challenge you up front because they got all these big bodies up front. You can go with 12 personnel packages, but simultaneously, because one of those tight ends is Mike Gesicki, if you go against a team you don't think is athletic, you can space them out.
Yeah. What do we think about this year? I'm going to go to Jordan for this one. Hunter Long's tight end 3 off the board. Brevin Jordan's still there. Tommy Tremble's still there. I mean, I felt like anywhere you look, Hunter Long was tight end 5 at best. Now he goes ahead of these other 2 guys. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think what he provides a little bit different than the other 2 is that he's more of a dual threat, that I like to say. He can catch the football. He also can block a little bit. Even though he's not the blocker that Tommy Tremble is, he's the guy that'll tear your face off in the run game in a sense. And Brevin Jordan is more of your receiver type. I think he's more of a mixture or combination if you were able to basically squeeze them 2 into one player. So I understand why they like Hunter Long, and I think it's a great spot for him.
Can I jump back in real quick here? Just observing the Dolphins and their rushing game, because I know that's one of the big narratives and the concerns is how do you get better in the running game, especially if you're not going to draft any running backs and bring anybody in. They had 2 issues primarily running the football last year. They were outgapped because they had that safety down in the box, so they didn't have the numbers. But also, a lot of the times when Durham Smythe was the blocker on the play side, he got beat across his face or bubbled back into the backfield a lot. He could not reset the line of scrimmage. So Jordan talking about tear your face off in the run game type mentality. Hunter Long gives you much more of that. So I think that's the big appeal for the run game side of things here for Miami.
Jamie, who's going to Washington?
Well, Washington added Curtis Samuel this offseason, and they had another wide receiver here, De'Ami Brown.
Let's go.
To the Washington football team.
Fitzpatrick.
That's
With
outstanding.
Fitzpatrick,
That's a great pick.
full set.
Outstanding.
Full set.
Josh?
Let's get really excited about Washington. right
Yes.
now.
Yeah.
Start with the negative. Offensive
Why?
line might be a critical flaw, but let's put that aside.
Yeah, don't tell me
Fitzpatrick
about
doesn't
that.
care.
And let's only look at the positive. We have Fitzmagic.
Love
we
it.
have Antonio Gibson, who has transformed a little bit into a power runner with some speed and some elusiveness. Now you have, obviously, Terry McLaurin, who might emerge as a true wide receiver in the NFL, top 12 type talent.
He's awesome.
Curtis Samuel does not get enough credit for being a traditional wide receiver, but he can also do a lot more, and Scott Turner knows all about him. I think they even added like Adam Humphries this offseason in terms of a slot option. And now you have De'Ami Brown, who I think they need to put on the DK Metcalf track because we need to send that offensive coordinator from Ole Miss into the sun, and North Carolina too, because he just makes these evaluations so much more difficult. But he worked only on the left side of the formation, only ran everything off a vertical plane. Take exactly what DK did those first 4 to 6 weeks, add a little bit more each and every week, and maybe you can have your third wide receiver here with De'Ami Brown.
Hey, Josh, what if I told you that Ole Miss offensive coordinator was the same person as the UNC? It's Phil Longo.
Yes.
Spots. Unreal.
Yes. I mean, he hurts us. He doesn't make our job any easier, but it wins college football games on some level.
Right.
I'm excited. I don't love De'Ami Brown as much as maybe some people on this desk, but I do understand that the progression can happen. And I think Scott Turner is honestly a bit underrated in terms of how he can get the usage out of all of these players. And I just absolutely love the combination of Terry McLaurin and Curtis Samuel. Just add more pass catching weapons out there with the quarterback who's willing to throw the ball down the field.
Right. And pushing the ball vertically and thinking about how that all fits together and complements each other. I think that's the biggest thing. Dyami Brown, his ball skills tracking the ball vertically was where he really stood out. And for Ryan Fitzpatrick, who is more of a general accuracy passer as compared to a pinpoint accuracy passer, but he's so good in the pre-snap process that if he understands the one-on-ones out there, Dyami Brown has the body control and the ball skills to make those adjustments on back shoulder throws and to also make sure that he's adjusting his track when he's up over his shoulder tracking the football to be a really proficient contributor in that specific dynamic of the offense.
Brentley?
Yeah, I mean, I love this pick. I mean, we talk about having Terry McLaurin on the outside, Curtis Samuel on the inside, and now adding Dyami Brown, who's a true deep threat. As Kyle mentioned, his ability to track the ball down the field over his shoulder, I think, is special. He has really long arms for a guy who's not necessarily that tall. His length and just to be able to kind of corral the ball over his shoulder, to me, is unique. And, you know, he's not necessarily the biggest burner in the world, but he can easily stack a corner and get by them with ease. And so I love his ability to stretch the field. And for a quarterback like Ryan Fitzpatrick, who's a gunslinger, I think we're going to see a lot of big plays in Washington this season.
Jamie, we've really liked the Panthers' picks so far. Does that streak keep going?
Let's add another offensive player to the team. Tommy Tremble.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's absolutely
It's a good one.
Yeah,
This is a great pick.
Yeah.
It's a good player.
Man, we'll go to Joe first.
Yeah, I love the pick. I think they had a need here at tight end. Dan Arnold is now part of the mix, but I still felt like they needed to find a true answer. And Tremble's a guy. Kyle, should I do it? Should I say this stuff here?
Go ahead.
I don't want to get too aggressive.
We'll put a disclaimer on it. We're going to understand that Rob's going to clip it, and it's going to be out of context on social media, and that's totally fine.
So here's my messaging on Tommy Tremble. When you look at George Kittle, when you look at...
Love where this is going.
When you look at Travis Kelce, I mean, you're talking about a 5th-round pick in Kittle. You're talking about a 3rd-round pick in Kelce. If anybody knew that they were going to be those types of players, it'd have been top 10 selections, right?
Yep.
Tommy Tremble gives me a little bit of that thought. You see a really, really aggressive run blocker, which is exactly what Kittle and Kelce were in college. And you see a guy that didn't necessarily get a ton of opportunities in the passing game, but when he did, the physicality, the competitiveness, the hands, the ball skills were all there. And so there's been this long history of some of the best tight ends that we've seen wind up being guys that weren't necessarily high picks. And I think that Tremble gives me just a little bit of that enthusiasm and courage to think that this could be that type of steal. I'm not predicting that, but I'm saying I love the swing here as far as a developmental tight end.
You're basically saying the athletic upside, right?
Right.
I mean, the vertical jump was in the 91st percentile, broad jump 91st percentile, 40-yard dash 89th percentile. You mentioned all those other names. I won't repeat them. But it's because
Smart.
they take development and they just weren't using the exact same way as they're now. Like, you unlock it a little bit. My only concern with Carolina, and maybe, I don't know if this is a Joe Brady thing or a Teddy Bridgewater or whatever else they had back there, Ian Thomas last year only saw 31 targets. You know? It just seems like why they took Terrace Marshall probably ahead of tight end, one, because of talent, but two, that 3rd wide receiver just means more to them.
Yeah.
But in terms of a developmental tight end in this class that you'd have to spend a top 2-round pick on, because we see the position, no matter what, take 2 to 3 to 4 years, and almost all the time they are better on their second team or their second contract. I love the investment of Tommy Tremble here.
Well, let's see if Benjamin Solak shares the enthusiasm that Josh and Joe do. Ben, what do you think about Tommy Tremble going to the Carolina Panthers?
Trev, what do I think of the Tommy Tremble pick? I love it. Tommy Tremble, the tight end out of Notre Dame. We're number 24, so he's probably excited about some of these more lax NFL number rules. Tommy was an interesting player for Notre Dame, and I think he's a good guy to talk about when we talk about tight end roles. You're hearing a lot about move tight ends, about flex Ys and wide receiver body types. We had one go at number 4, Kyle Pitts. People were talking about playing him as a actual X receiver, a wide receiver who doesn't line up in line. Well, Tommy Tremble for Notre Dame, not a ton of career receptions, all right? He has had 35 over the last 2 seasons combined. They would use him as a little play action decoy. They would use him as a red zone target, largely a product of their running game becoming their passing game. And that's because Tremble can actually do a bit of everything. Sometimes these move tight ends get talked about as players who can do this and do that and do another. Tremble's not a move tight end. He is a hand in the dirt, run you over first to second level blocker. And in the running game, Christian McCaffrey, the star running back in Carolina, he's going to be extremely beneficial, whether attached to the line of scrimmage or back as an H-back, in being able to generate running lanes. And then when he gets into open field, you're going to be able to put him in motion as an H-back. You're going to be able to give him little squirt releases and slice releases, some of the clever stuff in the red zone. The hands need to become more consistent, but the catch radius and the athleticism are exciting. And so when we build out a tight end room, Carolina has Dan Arnold, free agent. Tommy Tremble can do all the blocking stuff that Arnold can't, which will keep him on the field. With the addition of Terrace Marshall and the incumbent wide receivers, Joe Brady's building out a tremendous arsenal of pass-catching weapons for Sam Darnold or whoever ends up the starting quarterback eventually for the Carolina Panthers. Love it, Tommy Tremble. Back to you, Trev and Tamara.
Tommy Tremble is the newest Carolina Panther. Jamie, what pick do you have for us next?
Got Dallas's pick, and we'll go to the other side of the ball. Chauncey Golston, the newest Dallas Cowboy.
Jordan is shaking his head over here. I would love to hear what you have to say about Dallas's pick here. I know we've been really underwhelmed with what they've done so far.
Yeah, I just don't really understand the thought process behind taking Osa Odighizuwa and then now Chauncey Golston. I think it's a little bit overkill of what they need at defensive line. I know they need bodies along the defensive front, but I just don't understand what the plan is in a sense. And a lot of Chauncey Golston's production came on the inside as opposed to being an edge player, which I think he's more natural at. But I just don't see the pathway to that high upside player that they need. So then taking Kelvin Joseph as well, which is a bit of a head scratcher for me.
Right. Parsons. Does anybody have a full recap of Dallas' draft up right now? Because I feel like we've had
I can pull it
their
up.
picks come up, and it's just been.
Keep talking, Trev. I can get it.
Well, I'm not sure. Even
Michael
like going
Parsons,
back
Calvin
to
Joseph,
even back going back to Michael
Chauncey
Parsons.
Golston.
Yeah, here you go. All right, so Micah Parsons at 9.
Yes.
Or at 12, excuse
12.
me. We had Kelvin Joseph at 44, Osa Odighizuwa at 75, and Chauncey Golston at 84. For context, and granted, just that stipulation there, we don't grade by the same criteria that the Dallas Cowboys do. That is a first-round value, a fourth-round value, and 2 fifth-round values here in the top 100 for the Dallas Cowboys relative to our own evaluation process.
It doesn't seem like a good process, even if it's their process.
Well,
Jamie, you got any better news for
Like
us here?
playing
Well,
games.
you know, before we started the draft, there was a lot of news surrounding this A. Rodgers guy. Why don't you just replace him with another A. Rodgers guy? Amari Rodgers to the Packers, who've traded up.
Okay,
That was good. That was clever.
I had
Well
that in
done.
my draft, but
Well
round
done.
two, round away.
I feel like Amari Rodgers would have gone sooner than this. What do you guys think? Do you think this is the right spot for him? Or?
I think he's like consistent, unspectacular. Yeah. And if you put him in the slot, you can ask him to work that short to intermediate areas, and maybe he can win after the catch. Maybe he can make a couple contested catches for you. It's just all about like being right place at the right time. I thought with Amari Rodgers, but you look at like the depth chart of what the Packers offer, and they don't even like have a lot of that.
Right, right.
So it's Devontae Adams and everyone else. Even
Yeah.
Robert Tundon emerged as probably their second best pass catcher last year. So there's absolutely a chance that Amari Rodgers forms into a role just during his rookie season.
These two pounded the table for Amari Rodgers. How do you like him in this fit for this team?
I think the thing that really opened my eyes to him was he had a great week during the Senior Bowl. He really won some man-to-man matchups. I thought he made some tough catches. He's always made tough catches on tape, even outside of the Senior Bowl. So that really opened my eyes to him, and he also can be a contributor in the kicking game as well. So I do like the value. I thought he'd go a little bit earlier. I like what he brings from the slot position as well as the kicking game. So,
Ben, I'd love for you to tell us more about the newest addition to the Packers, Amari Rodgers.
Amari Rodgers, Clemson receiver to Green Bay. I'm not kidding, 'cause I'm a draft nut. This might be my favorite pick. This is flat perfect. Now, Green Bay offensive coordinator, who is it's Mike LaFleur, comes from that McVay background, and an important part of that offense was the jet sweep, all right? So the quarterback's either under center or he's in the gun, but usually under center. And we're going to have a receiver off the line of scrimmage. He's going to come in motion behind that quarterback. And that motion is going to pull second-level defenders. It's going to force safeties to rotate. When we snap the ball with that motion happening, we can play fake. We can fake a handoff to that receiver. We can then hand off to the running back. That receiver can block. We can fake the handoff to the running back, turn back around, throw it to the receiver. We have everything at our disposal with that jet sweep. It is one of the best agents of free offenses right now in the NFL. Last year, Green Bay did not have a good player for that role. They had Tyler Ervin out of Cal, who was like a little running back, wide receiver hybrid, got injured, signed Tavon Austin, a kick returner, running back, wide receiver hybrid, in free agency. Neither one of them was very high impact. Amari Rodgers was the behind the line of scrimmage target for the Clemson Tigers coming out of that college offense. He's going to be so good, 5'10", 210, running back like build. He's going to be so good at some of those underneath handoffs, some of those quick jet sweep touch passes. In terms of ball in hand ability, he's one of my favorite players. Is he a developed athlete? No. Is he a developed route runner? No. But the raw ability with the ball in his hand is reminiscent of Deebo Samuel. Yes, Deebo Samuel from San Francisco. And so this guy is going to turn negative targets, short targets, into explosive gains. It's easy offense for the best system to get free offense in the NFL. Aaron Rodgers got himself a little bit of a pal. Hopefully Amari Rodgers is a good enough wide receiver pick to keep him happy. We are going to keep running through the third round here as we get done with day 2 of the 2021 NFL Draft. The Draft Network will be right back after this.
Brewings TV. Play. Brewings TV. Play. Win. Repeat. Oh my. Play. Win. Repeat. Oh my. Play. Win. Repeat. Oh my.
This is where it starts, where your story begins. This is the trail you blaze yourself. And step by step, you get stronger, faster, better. This is where it starts. How will you finish? Angles, we're with you every step of the way.
Best ball season is here, and it's bigger than ever. With no waivers, trades, or setting lineups, it has never been easier to have a shot at the $1 million grand prize. Underdog Fantasy lets you draft a season-long league in seconds, thanks to their slick mobile app and state-of-the-art website. And best of all, if you don't love it, there's a $100 money-back guarantee. So what are you waiting for? Draft for the 2021 season today.
Brewings TV, loving on you with lots of cash and prizes. Brewings TV.
Jordan, the Vikings pick is in.
Yeah.
What do you want here?
Either a guard, they still have a hole at left guard, an edge rusher, or a safety. I would be fine with either one of those.
Wyatt Davis?
Yeah, I'd be fine with Wyatt Davis.
Good word.
Caden Stearns, I think, would be a good pick.
Okay, all right.
Get them here as well. So
Is interior offensive line the preference, you think?
I mean, I think as far as all the needs that you have right now, all of them are your primary ones right now. So any one of those three would be fine.
Jordan, would you be mad at a corner?
No, I wouldn't.
There's some good ones on the board still, right? I mean, you got Ifatu, Melifamu, Elijah Molden. I mean, these are guys we thought would go in the early second round.
Yeah, I'd be fine with the nickel. They brought back Mackenzie Alexander, but he's only on a 1-year deal, so Elijah Molden would be a good pick here. I would be completely fine with that too.
What about looking outside of the Vikings pick here? Who are some of our best players available? Who are some guys that we have on our board who, you think are probably going to come off before this night ends?
Well, we mentioned Wyatt Davis. 3 linebackers. Positional value here is a bit of a bugaboo.
Speaking of Wyatt Davis,
There you go.
he's now Viking.
There you go, Wyatt Davis. I feel like that's a good pick for you, huh?
Satisfied with this
Jamie's
one?
going to be
Love
so
it.
mad.
Yeah, I mean, this was a guy that a lot of people were projecting back in the fall of he was being a first-round pick.
Right,
And
yeah.
Minnesota was a common spot for him, but he suffered some injuries down the backstretch of the year. Didn't play well in the college football playoff in the 2 games there, but as far as a scheme fit, I think it's a phenomenal fit. They have a need at left guard, and he's only played right during his career, so it's going to be a bit of a projection for him, but I think this is a home run pick for
All
them.
right, so Wyatt Davis going to the Minnesota Vikings here at the back end of the 3rd round. Kyle, I didn't mean to cut you off there. You
No,
know,
it's fine.
we had the pick that happened, wanted to get the instant reaction, but who are some guys that you guys have left on the TDN big board that are still available to be picked here in round 3?
It's pretty interesting. You talk about positional value, and 3 linebackers are the top 3 players that have not been drafted on the TDN consensus board. Baron Browning from Ohio State. Interestingly enough, though, Browning did mention in the build-up to the draft that some, if not most teams, were telling him they considered him to be an edge,
right?
Which is perhaps what's causing the delay if they don't trust him to play in coverage or on the second level. Jabril Cox from LSU.
I was just gonna say about Browning, if they're thinking about making him an edge rusher almost full time, then he doesn't have nearly as much tape doing that, right? So if
Correct.
that's the case, then all of a sudden this prospect becomes a complete projection.
Right, and he does have the traits to do it, but he has the traits to do it at 245. So
Right.
now you're talking about 3-4 exclusive, outside rush linebacker, if that's the way teams want to go. So that's the challenge with him. Jabril Cox from LSU, formerly of North Dakota State, well regarded as a coverage linebacker, but not the biggest or most physical, or a guy who's going to play through traffic with a lot of effectiveness. Cameron McGrone, who's another one of the TDN type brand guys, his 2020 tape was not particularly good. But if you watch his 2019 tape as a redshirt freshman, you really get taken into how well he was thrust into the starting lineup after the first few games of the season. He accelerated his play very quickly throughout the course of those 10 or so games in which he was a starting linebacker.
Sure,
And
yeah.
to do that at such a young age was really impressive to see from a processing perspective. Jamar Johnson, safety from Indiana, is another name that's fairly high up for us. Not a guy who's going to play in the high post, but split safety. He could play 2 high coverage role. He could play free safety if you're going to play 3 deep, which is what gave Ohio State fits. He had 2 interceptions against Justin Fields playing the free safety role with a lot of cover 3 shell. And he could also drop down and play man-to-man in the slot too, so he can do quite a bit for you, and that's kind of the profile of a lot of the safeties that we saw go early on between Javon Holland and the other one whose name is for some reason escaping me right now.
I was just going to ask
Richie Grant.
I was just going to ask you if there were any
They're smooth, though.
offensive linemen available, because the Steelers pick is in, and obviously Joe addressed that as the area that keep being skipped over.
this
And I
Quinn
guess we're
Miners?
about to find out if it's finally going to be addressed, because the Steelers pick is in and it's happening right now. But I heard you name pretty much all defensive players just now available. Do they have any options here that they can still go to?
Yeah, I think Quinn Miners would make a lot of sense. I also think Kendrick Green, the guard from Illinois, he's probably going to be a center, right? Really athletic. I think he ran a 4.88 40. I mean, this guy would be great as a replacement for Marquise Pouncey. So,
He
Jamie?
would be great, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Kendrick Green is the pick here.
There it is. Nice, Brantley.
So, Joe, does this help some of these needs that you addressed earlier that they were skipping over?
Absolutely. Kendrick Green was one of my favorite 3rd-round type offensive linemen. Wrestler in high school, came to Illinois, played guard and center, and was really good at both spots. I thought he was an ascending talent that played his best football in 2020. And you kind of watch him play and you think, well, this is kind of a narrow build guy. Maybe he's a zone type blocker, but then you see how explosive he is into contact, how physical he is, how much he wants to move bodies out of the way. He's good in space. He's good in pass protection. I think he's an all-around really outstanding interior offensive lineman. And so for a team that lost a lot on this offensive line and are looking at guys like Kevin Dotson and B.J. Finney, and then you have to think about even, DeCastro, who's been there for so long, he's getting older, and there's a contract situation for them to consider there. Kendrick Green gives them a guy that I think has a chance to make some noise as a starter potentially in year 1.
Yep.
Jamie,
Welcome
we
back.
were really happy with that last pick for the Steelers. They're finally addressing some of their actual needs. Who are the 49ers taking?
Trade up here, and I want to get Josh Norris's thoughts on this.
Ooh, let's hear it.
Okay.
Trey Sermon, running back.
49ers.
This
traded up for it.
They traded up
This
for
is
it.
not necessarily a fit.
I
when
don't
we-
see that.
When we think of, blazing speed, late round types that Kyle Shanahan has done so well with, and your Raheem Mosterts and your Matt Breidas and your Jeff Wilsons. Trey Sermon, I love as a player, but he's not necessarily that same all juice, all speed. Let's hit the crack and we'll go.
How much volume is he going to get with this team now? With this group?
I love Raheem Mostert as a talent, and in fact, I maybe have looked at Javian Hawkins as a player later in the draft that would have fit maybe this mold more. What do you think?
I'm having a thought, because I remember when we talked about Aaron Banks, right, when we drafted him, and Joe mentioned he's not necessarily the kind of outside zone blocker that we've seen Kyle Shanahan like in the past, and so I think about adding Trey Lance, who did a lot of kind of quarterback power at North Dakota State. Are we seeing Shanahan transition away from the more of the outside zone and getting more into that kind of gap power system where a Trey Sermon fits a little better? I mean,
or they can do both.
Yeah, more of the inside zone, sure, but this is. I'm just wondering if we're seeing a shift from Shanahan.
Well, not only that, but you think about how much QB run game there was at North Dakota State for Trey Lance, and how much of that took place between the tackles and downhill. So, utilizing Trey Lance and what he did well with some of the power concepts in between the tackles, I think having a back that's capable of being a sledgehammer, or if you want to do delay and have him lead up through, he can do those things.
We've talked about the running back class a lot. It's empty completely now.
Yeah.
I mean, there aren't many backs in this class where there are 20-plus yard carry touch type players. And really with Trey Sermon, he's barely in the receiving game. 15 targets, 11 targets, and 14 targets his last 3 years in the NFL.
Josh, there's just been a trade here. The Houston Texans are now on the clock. Obviously, now Jamie's here, so we don't have time to talk about
Tell
it.
us something good.
But go ahead.
Maybe have to throw right back to Josh again because it is Nico Collins, the wide receiver out of Michigan.
All right, Josh.
I mean, big body, wide receiver. This is an awful roster.
Keep coming back to that point.
I mean, they're going to be awful. Well, again, Deshaun Watson's not going to play football this season. And the Houston Texans have Brandon Cooks, Andre Roberts, Randall Cobb, Isaiah Coulter, Kiki Cutie, Alex Arison, Chris Moore, Chris Conley, Dante Moncrief, and now Nico Collins.
Cast a character.
This, I mean, it's easily going to be the worst team in the NFL, but maybe for our purposes, Nico Collins gets on the roster, gets on the field, and at 6'4", 230, 220 plus pounds, he's a T-Rex in comparison to the rest of this wide receiver group that is all, thin and lean and small and light.
Jordan, do you think you can attempt to break down what the Houston Texans were thinking here with this one?
I mean, maybe they're thinking a deep threat. That's what Nico Collins is best as. A guy you don't want really running in the east and west direction. You want him running north and south just because he's not really good with sinking his hips and changing directions. But if you allow him to run vertical and throw some big balls up to him, some fake throws, that's really where he thrives at, playing above the rim.
He's one of those challenging receivers to evaluate because he's 6'4", 215. He's super explosive with his athletic profile, and he played in a college offense that offered absolutely zero consistency with placement on schedule throws and accuracy down the field. So when you're throwing down the field, he has the ability to create separation. He's another one of those guys who wins in the vertical plane, and it's just like, okay, we're going to take our time. Hopefully we can bet on the traits here and let him become something with time.
But I don't think it's going to be productive for this quarterback, but maybe the next quarterback they have on the roster.
Jamie?
Patrick Jones is the pick here. We're back to defense in this spot.
With who?
Vikings.
What team?
Vikings.
Jordan?
All right.
Jordan just said he knew it. Why did you know this was going to be the pick for the Vikings here?
Well, so throughout the year, they've been at pick games a lot. So I knew they would have a lot of interest in Rashad Weaver and Patrick Jones. Patrick Jones really stylistically is something that they've liked in years past. Very athletic, a little bit lean, so he needs to put on some weight. But as far as explosiveness and how hard he plays, he definitely is their type.
So you've liked these last two picks by the Vikings?
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're great selections. I like the Wyatt Davis pick a little bit more than the Patrick Jones pick. But you come into the year, Danielle Hunter, he's still a little bit disgruntled. You bring back Stephen Weatherly. Outside of that, you don't have anything. So they needed an edge rusher, and I think Patrick Jones can be that depth piece that they need.
How worried are you guys with Patrick Jones when it comes to the reps that we saw at the Senior Bowl, where, hey, when he can fire off the ball, when he was hit, he clearly was able to time things very, very well and get in the backfield. At one point, I think, almost 3/4 of the way through the college football season, he was leading the nation in sacks, right? So he's got the production, he's got that speed, but are you worried about the reps that you saw at the Senior Bowl when he tried those speed moves, people were ready for it, and he looked kind of lost after that?
I'd like to defer to Joe here because you've seen the entirety of his career play out with scouting Pitt and the ACC.
Yeah, you love the energy that Patrick Jones plays with, and you love that he just tries every single pass rush move available. But he's got to have a plan. You have to deploy that more effectively. You have to be able to read the set of that offensive lineman and understand how to attack the pocket. So there's a nice foundation to work with here, but the onus is now going to be on the Minnesota defensive coaching staff, particularly the defensive line coach, to really say, hey, we love that you have all these different pass rush moves. Let's develop a couple of go-to moves that we know how to throw, know when to use them, so that you can become a more effective pass rusher as opposed to just literally emptying the tank on every single snap and not really having too much of a plan, if you will.
I mean, that definitely makes sense here. And I feel like with the edge rushers that are left, Patrick Jones probably gives you the highest upside. So to get him in round 3, I know some people thought that he was going to be a day 3 guy, but he sneaks in here at the bottom of round 3.
Am I allowed to rewind things for a second?
Sure.
Yeah. I didn't say enough positive things about Trey Sermon of the San Francisco 49ers, actually. All right? Just from my perspective.
It just hit you?
It did.
Did someone tweet you
sometimes,
this or
Sometimes
what?
it takes a little bit to digest
process.
and and realize, what if Trey Sermon, who they traded up for right now, turns out to be the 49ers running back 1? An offense that we have seen go nuclear at the running back position with Kyle Shanahan, and how great this offensive line can be. Right now in Underdog Fantasy, he's going after basically no names in Gus Edwards and James Conner, just ahead of David Johnson and Zach Moss. 115 overall. If people are doing best ball right now, or Best Ball Mania 2 to win over $1 million on Monday, Trey Sermon should be in all of your lineups because he has the upside to be a running back 1 this season.
Do you feel better?
I do. I just had to say that.
Okay, all right.
I
Good,
needed
good,
to
good.
get that off my chest because I would have gone home and stayed up again until 4:30 in the morning thinking I did not say that tonight.
You were not up until 4:30 last night. You had way too much champagne celebrating that mock draft. I know you were not up until 4:30. So we've got the Cleveland Browns on the clock right now. They've made a handful of picks already in this draft. Do we have any targets, any position targets that we're looking for when it comes to guys who are still available and things that would really help the Cleveland Browns, who seem to already be having a really strong draft?
I don't know about anybody else, but I wouldn't mind seeing a wide receiver here for them.
Yeah.
You think about they brought Hollywood Higgins back for a 1-year deal. Odell Beckham, and obviously he missed time last year, and the Browns offense seemed to play better without Odell Beckham in it. And I don't know if that's Baker Mayfield pressing or trying to feed Odell the football, or for whatever reason that was. But there's room here. Obviously they have Jarvis Landry as well, to add another body to be that kind of complement, and Donovan Peoples-Jones showed some flashes this past year for Cleveland as well. So I just think they can really benefit from adding another outside presence to their wide receiver room, because I don't think Peoples-Jones necessarily is going to be the most consistent if you ask him to play outside.
I want to see interior defensive line. I think they need to get some more depth there. It feels like I stole Dre's talking. I think about Tommy Togiai,
Davion Nixon,
Tyler Shelvin, Jay Tafele. There's some nice options here, and I think that Cleveland needs to now focus on depth, particularly on the interior defensive line. I think there's some good options for him here.
Is Hollywood really Rashad Higgins' nickname?
Yeah, Hollywood, Florida, not Hollywood, California.
Yeah, but I mean, like, Marquise Brown's nickname is Hollywood too. They play the same
Hollywood
position.
Higgins.
From Hollywood, Florida.
I mean, you can't both have the same nickname. You gotta like race or something.
I mean,
you know, like,
no,
you
but-
can't-
We're
you can't-
gonna win that race.
Right, but I'm just saying, like, you can't carry the
We
same
know who
nickname.
wins that race.
Yes.
That's
Not really a race.
How about they do rock, paper, scissors, or something a little bit more competitive? You know, just
Thanks, Nick Sirianni. Appreciate you bringing that into the broadcast. Drake, I mean, you were jazzed to talk about an interior defensive lineman. I'll give you the floor to talk about that a little bit too.
No. I think Joe touched on it very well. I think with them losing Sheldon Richardson is certainly a place that they need to address. I think they're going to continue to try to build their defense. So, wouldn't mind seeing the pick there.
Yeah, I go back to kind of what Kyle said, though, just about receiver. And there's a couple names I really like. Amon-Ra St. Brown, Tylan Wallace from Oklahoma State. back to Jamie. Looks like
Got the position right.
Oh, okay.
Anthony Schwartz to the Browns.
There it is.
Juice.
We've been told all week long, you're too low on Anthony Schwartz. You're too low on Anthony Schwartz. He's going to go earlier than you think he does. And he's a guy, this is one of Dre's guys. He's got big-time track speed. Dre, I'm not going to steal your thunder here. I'll let you break down Anthony Schwartz a little bit, but definitely brings an element Cleveland doesn't have a lot of.
Speed, man. Speed. He was a world-class sprinter. He ran a 10-1 coming out of high school. He has some drops this past year. I mean, that he'll definitely need to clean up. I mean, but he has good size at 6 foot. And just the threat of speed, and I always say this, just the threat of taking the top off a defense has a tremendous effect on the entire offense as a whole. It helps your run game. It helps every other aspect. I mean, so I'm excited to see him paired up with Jarvis and Odell to see what kind of offensive threat they'll have.
Yeah, I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility either that this might be Odell and Jarvis Landry's last year on the roster as well. I mean, their contracts are at least running out of guaranteed money, if not coming to an end either. I'm not saying you get rid of both of them, but there's some opportunities that might come available and some speed that this offense is absolutely missing. Schwartz is someone who's highly intriguing here with Baker Mayfield.
Schwartz would tell you that he is the fastest man in college football, right? And he might be damn close to it, if not at the very top. And it was always kind of confusing to me how an offensive mind like Gus Malzahn was not able to really get more out of this player. And certainly I think that maybe the quarterback position wasn't exactly what he wanted it to be a deep threat with him. But even in the quick stuff, they just did not use Anthony Schwartz a lot. And I'm not exactly sure what that reason was. Hopefully he gets a little bit more action in Cleveland, because that speed, it doesn't come around very often.
I think that this is a person who has a tremendous amount of upside because the quarterback play at Auburn was so inconsistent with Nix, and there were several times he'd be open by 2 or 3 yards, and he'd have to come back and wait for football. So I think he's got a tremendous amount of upside in the National Football League if he gets
That's
more
SEC Freshman of the Year, Bo Nix, to you.
So
He beat my Ducks.
the Titans pick is in, and they just picked Monty Rice from Georgia.
Monty Rice.
Wow, let's talk about it.
Yes.
Dre.
Wow.
I mean, Dre's got Georgia, right? So Dre's done Monty Rice, and he's seen him in depth, and we've had conversations about some of the conflicts that Monty Rice presents you as a prospect in projecting him. So Dre, I'll give you the floor there, talking about how dynamic is he? Is he a 3-down guy? His football intelligence? Let's talk about it.
Sure. I mean, he's someone who plays well on first and second down. He's a good tackler within the box. He's great in short areas. Didn't necessarily see him as someone who could play on third downs. He will give you some special teams upside. I think this is a little bit rich for him. He's a bit undersized at about 6'05", in the 230 range. But certainly a good player on first and second down. He will give you some upside on special teams. I just thought that this was probably a little bit rich for him here in the third round.
Tennessee Titans 3 picks. We got Caleb Farley, we got Dylan Radins, and we've got Monty Rice here. Kyle, you kind of had some sort of a reaction there with the Monty Rice pick. Does that mean that y'all were a little bit lower on him than the consensus?
He's not we were lower on him than the Titans were, I can tell you that.
Yeah, okay.
That's a good place to start. Monty Rice is a likable football player, and he shows up in a lot of different ways. But like Dre said, I thought he was an early down guy myself. I didn't see the kind of sideline-to-sideline range. I didn't see the kind of coverage impact ability to be a 3-down guy. And for Tennessee, when you think about, we've laid it out, and I don't have all night, so I'm not going to go through the list of everything they lost yet again this offseason, but they have so many needs that they have, and you think about, again, we talked about Brevin Jordan and the comp to Jonnu Smith and having lost him, and Jonnu Smith's still on the board, and a wide receiver, yeah. So they have a lot of things that they lost, and they must either really trust the depth that's there for this to be the pick at this point in time when there's players on the board that we liked at some of those other positions, or there's just too many needs to plug. So
some thoughts on this linebacker thing for Tennessee, because they do have Jayon Brown and Rashaan Evans, who are good football players, but Jayon Brown is an expiring contract, and then Rashaan Evans has been a bit inconsistent for a guy that they're facing a decision on that 5th-year option, which becomes fully guaranteed for the next 2 seasons should they pick that up. And so I think this is a little bit of a hedge at a position where things could get dicey very, very quick.
Joe, the Bills are on the clock again, and their pick is in.
Oh, boy.
What position do you see them targeting here?
Cornerback.
Okay.
Well, I mean, there's some good edge rushers that
Yeah.
are still available.
Joe,
Janarius Robinson and
Guess who's still on the board, by the way?
Ifeatu Melifonwu.
And Michael Carter, too.
And Michael Carter. So the same
Oh,
conversation.
wow.
The same conversation we had at 61, we can have again at 93. So my computer screen's not going to reveal anything. You'll get my live, real reaction to this selection, but I still continue to believe that Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane have to be a little more honest about this cornerback room and the upgradability to Levi Wallace, who's on a 1-year deal. Taron Johnson, you're starting slot corners on a 1 year remaining on his deal. You just don't have the long-term depth, and you have an opportunity to upgrade that starter. And you look at the Bills roster, it's really good. And to me, I'd be thinking about how I can upgrade it, and corner just seems like the low-hanging fruit, and I'm just...
Jamie, please tell me it's a corner.
It is not a corner.
Oh, boy.
Oh, God.
Is it an edge rusher?
If it's not an edge rusher.
Is it
What do
an
we do?
interior defensive line?
It is not any defensive player whatsoever.
A running back.
It is not a running back.
Oh!
Receiver? My prediction, this is my prediction.
Running out of spots now. Okay, what's your prediction?
Is it Drew Dahlman?
It is not, but it is an offensive lineman.
Okay.
Spencer Brown.
Yeah. Wow. They get Spencer Brown. All right.
So it's a good one.
Okay.
This is interesting. They don't have an immediate need at tackle. Deion Dawkins at left tackle and Darrell Williams at right tackle. They're locked up, right? Those are the long-term answers. But the guy that they lost on the offensive line this year was Ty Nsekhe, a very valuable swing option, a guy that you feel good about having coming off the bench and stepping in at either tackle spot. Obviously, you want to keep Cody Ford at guard so he can actually develop. And I think what this is, the Bills doing is making sure that they have that depth at both sides of the tackle situation that they can develop. Obviously a very toolsy guy, an unrefined player at this point, but for a team that really needed to make sure that the tackle spots were taken care of, they did a good job here of finding a developmental swing tackle, and obviously if somebody goes down, they have an answer.
It always feels like the Bills are like one step ahead in terms of not necessarily needing, especially that offseason, except that offseason when they did have so many offensive line needs, but like they're just a step ahead of the game, whereas all these other rosters, all these other teams, like by the week 16, week 17, they have no offensive line depth. The Bills seem to be in like the opposite position.
Well, it's not just offensive line; it's their whole draft, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you look at both the edge rushers, like you were talking about before. It makes sense with some of the older guys that they have there. Now they do the same thing with offensive line. This just feels like, you know, we've talked about this before, Joe. The Bills have one of the best rosters in football. They're going head to head with the Kansas City Chiefs to win the AFC, and I mean, I think they have this set up. Of course, you say correctly that you'd like for them to address corner a little bit more, but this seems to be really building up the depth of this team to be strong and keep this winning window open.
I think that Brown is someone who has a tremendous amount of upside.
Yes.
He may need a year or two to grow and develop, but he's a former basketball player. He's very nasty, plays tough, and he's physical. He's got great length at 6'8", nearly 6'9", and he moves exceptionally well for a guy with that size and that length. So I think this is someone who has a tremendous amount of upside, who can sit on the shelf for maybe a year, grow some, and I like what Buffalo could get out of him within a year or two.
I think we got to start talking about the Buffalo Bills, and this is another testament to stability within your organization and, you know, finding the right pieces and staying committed to them. And they even had stability with their assistant coaches despite Brian Daboll having interest, right? But like, everybody's back. You had players taking lesser contracts to stay and come back to Buffalo. We need to start talking about the Bills in the same light in which we often talk about organizations like the Baltimore Ravens for always drafting, like Josh said, staying ahead of the needs that you have as a team and being a year ahead. This is what happens when you hit it right from an organizational perspective, and it allows you to maintain stability so that the vision can stay continuous from start to finish.
Kyle, you mentioned the Baltimore Ravens being ahead of their needs. Jamie, will that stay true here?
This is a big pick for them. a big
Deontay Brown.
Tyler Shelton. Ben Cleveland.
Oh, wow.
Oh, boy. I like
He is
this
a
pick.
Baltimore type of
Why do you
player,
like this
too.
pick, Trevor?
I mean, like Dre just said, I mean, he just feels like a Baltimore Ravens kind of smash
No
mouth,
doubt.
in your face player. Dre, do you feel the same way?
Absolutely. He's someone who's big, he's physical, he's nasty. I think he was around 6'7", 360, ran 4'8", impressive. Massive young man, physical, someone who fits the Baltimore Raven mold. I think it's a perfect fit for what they want to do.
I'm glad he got in the third round. What do you guys think about this one, Jordan?
Glass eater.
Glass eater. There you go. Okay.
That's an
Nails,
old that's an old
glass.
scouting term used for offensive linemen that just maul people. Ben Cleveland does that. It's all over his film. We know Georgia wants to ground and pound that attack, and he was one of the leaders along with that. He fits seamlessly into this rotation right
Brentley?
now.
I love this fit, as the guys mentioned. You know, just his physical mentality, his temperament, and for what Baltimore wants to do is really establish a run with Lamar and J.K. Dobbins. To me, this is a home run pick, and Rashad Bateman, and now we got Ben Cleveland. Just that's for Lamar Jackson. That's exactly what he needed. He needed more help along the interior of the offensive line. I think they really struggled without Marshall Yanda last year. He was getting a whole bunch of interior pressure. And now also with Rashad Bateman in the first round, getting a guy who can win contested catches, I think they hit those two picks out of the park.
Yeah, I think to your point, maybe one of the more underappreciated signings across football this offseason was Kevin Zeitler. Adding that to this interior line
1,000%.
group. And you see them deal away Orlando Brown. I would even say that their tackle spots were better off than their interior spots. So just they're proving that right now, just adding more and more players on the interior. I want to see Lamar back at, his MVP caliber form, because that was some of the most electric football we've seen in the last few years.
It was awesome. That 14-2 season was unbelievable to watch.
And they need some clarity here as far as which Lamar is the real Lamar. And getting back to they had Marshall Yanda retire on them, and they let Hayden Hurst leave via trade prior to the 2020 offseason. And those losses compounded with the injury to Ronnie Stanley and the injury to Nick Boyle really impacted. Baltimore did a ton of two tight end stuff, and they really like to run condensed formations and utilize Lamar's speed to the boundary. They got away from that. Well, now Kevin Zeitler, and you take Ben Cleveland and you think about him potentially challenging Bradley Bozeman at the other guard spot, you have that ability to once again play physical up front. I'd love to see them continue to add to the tight end position here on day 3 as well with some of these physical guys. But I'm really excited for this because Baltimore needs that clarity on Lamar Jackson, the quarterback, because he was phenomenal in 2019. He was still good in 2020. But that playoff game against Buffalo kind of left a sour taste in your mouth.
Jamie,
Yes,
Tampa Bay took Kyle Trask.
they did.
Who is their next pick?
Let's keep the theme from earlier today of taking protection for a young quarterback. Notre Dame's Robert Hainsey.
Oh wow, okay. I thought that if they were gonna go offensive line, I thought they were gonna go Quinn Miners here near the end of the third round. But
Miners was always a little overrated, but
yeah, no, I figured, but end of the third round, I thought that might be a direction that the Buccaneers go. Maybe take a chance on him there. It makes sense. Going with offensive line. I mean, this is the other trench area that they would have invested in. They went with Joe Tryon at the back end of the first round. They're going with another offensive lineman here at the back of the third. This makes sense to me. This is exactly what Tampa Bay needed, and so this is the player that they want here. And if that's the case, hopefully it'll give him some versatility as well. He's got a lot of experience there, so yeah, I'm fine with it. I figured that this is probably the direction they were going to go.
Like, I'm looking at their depth at tackle right now, and it's Donovan Smith and obviously Tristan Wirfs, who was an incredible pick last year.
Mm-hmm.
After that, it's Josh Wells, Brad Seaton. That's about it. So, if the Bucs were going to, make another Super Bowl run, and one of their tackles or other offensive linemen goes down, this is absolutely a worthwhile investment to make in the third round.
Yeah, no doubt about it. They were going to invest in that depth along the offensive line, whether it was mainly on the interior or something at tackle, because I think that they know that they got lucky last year. They just didn't have injuries along the offensive line. And that just never happened.
It's such a differentiator when you see playoff teams or ones where in the season that are winning. It's, building a talented offensive line, but one that's also cohesive and healthy.
Right.
Like, it is the biggest differentiator when you get to deep playoff teams and even Super Bowl teams.
So somebody else talk to me about Robert Hainsey. What do you guys think?
Joe?
I like Robert Hainsey. I think he's better at guard, kind of a narrow build. That's kind of interesting. He's nothing like the tackles that Tampa Bay currently has in Wirfs and Smith. So
Just diversity. You said, okay, so listed as a tackle, you say he might be better as an interior. That's probably a big reason why they bring him in.
I like him much better in that role. And you and I talked about Alex Kappa and if he's kind of an upgradable piece. And I think he's a passable starter. But when you look at the offensive line that Tampa Bay has in place beyond the starters, I think it's fair to have some questions about the depth. And Hainsey, who was a pretty long-term starter at Notre Dame, probably gives them somebody that they're comfortable with immediately being a guard tackle combo depth type player.
I also really think the experience, like Joe just said, goes a long way into this, because if he is going to be a backup tackle for them this year or the next 2 years, they don't want a guy as their backup who, they're playing live reps for the first time in a long time.
Trevor, we talked about how the Tampa Bay Buccaneers literally lost nothing, but they lost maybe one player, and it's Joe Haeg.
Right.
This is the player that can replace Joe Haeg. So,
and that's exactly why I figured offensive line was coming somewhere in the first 3 rounds. It ends up being the final pick here that they have to make. Well, we think, unless they're going to trade up again. But I think that this is the route that we always felt like they were going to go.
What route do we think the Patriots are going to go here? Because their pick is in.
To me, I think linebacker.
Yeah,
I mean,
you got 3 good ones.
Jalon Bentley, he's more of a 2-down player. He's good against the run, but he's a liability against the pass. And again, Baron Brown and Cam McGraw and Jabril Cox are all 3 linebackers who excel playing in space, and so it's still shocking that they're on the board.
So this is the Tom Brady comp pick, huh?
Oh, don't do this.
Ronnie Perkins.
Okay, all right, okay.
Woo! Good edge rusher.
Ronnie Perkins, I think he's a unique edge rusher, but what do y'all believe when it comes to him fitting on the Patriots' multiple defensive line?
Dre, why don't you grab this one off the jump?
I think he is a good edge rusher. I think he may be a tad bit undersized for a 4-3 guy, but I think they run a little bit of a hybrid front, so he will most likely rush with his hand in the dirt and rush from a 2-point stance. But I definitely think he provides some juice off the edge. I think he has some issues this past year as far as character, but as far as the player goes, like the pick in terms of what he'll bring to the Patriots defense. So.
This pass rush group is pretty interesting for New England now. They brought Kyle Van Noy back after a 1-year stop in South Beach. Chase Winovich was a 3rd-round pick in 2019. They have Henry Anderson, who they brought in from the Jets. They also have Matt Judon, who they brought in from the Ravens, and now Ronnie. Rotationally speaking, they're going to be able to throw the kitchen sink at you. And I even think about Chase Winovich and his role at Michigan, and he was a bit of a versatile guy, and I think Ronnie Perkins can develop into the same kind of player with time and patience. So this is New England kind of just doubling down and understanding, perhaps looking over at the Buffalo Bills in the AFC East and understanding we're going to have to be able to get home and bring some pressure. So let's load up on pass rushers who we think fit our style of play.
Thank you, Kyle. We'll be right back with the rest of the 3rd round when we get back from this break.
Best ball season is here, and it's bigger than ever. With no waivers, trades, or setting lineups, it has never been easier to have a shot at the $1 million grand prize. Underdog Fantasy lets you draft a season-long league in seconds, thanks to their slick mobile app and state-of-the-art website. And best of all, if you don't love it, there's a $100 money-back guarantee. So what are you waiting for? Draft for the 2021 season today.
Excuse me. Yeah, just gotta get over there. Pardon me. So sorry. Excuse me. Sorry. Pardon me. Oh, sorry about your foot. Excuse me. Oh no.
Ingles, your place for food and football at home.
the bigger part here is there are so many people that are impacted by concussions that don't play football, right? That's how many other sports, right? You're talking about soccer has a major issue with concussions. Hockey has major issues. The military, obviously, there's so many other avenues, but obviously this being football programming and everybody that's watching being a football fan, you're focused on, what can we do to make the game safer and how do we do that? And this seems like a really, really good option. So, I'd love for you to kind of give us a scene from the football perspective that, what has changed even since you were in the game? I think it's something that I know I'm 31 years old. I can remember watching football even 10 years ago. I don't remember hearing the words concussion protocol so many times, right? It feels like every Sunday you hear those words. So what has changed since you've been playing?
Well, there's so many aspects to it. I mean, the guys are bigger and stronger and faster than they've ever been. And so, it's funny, I'll go and watch games live now and I'll be standing on the sidelines and I'll watch the game and the collisions and I sit back and I go, oh my gosh, I can't believe I played this game. I can't believe what bodies go through playing this game. And so you're seeing the level of play just continue to advance. And, with that, obviously, the rise in concussions, or at least we're able to, to see it and notice it and take precautions now. And, there's been a lot of rule changes. All with that in mind is that it's a great game and it offers so much to so many, but we need to continually try to make the game safer. And so taking the head out of the tackle, and some of the rule changes that have been there, some of the way that the NFL is trying to implement it all the way down to the youth levels, and all that stuff is great. But at the end of the day, what we know is you're still not going to eliminate every injury or every head trauma. And that's where we come into play is, okay, we're gotten better at how we take care of it after the fact. And the protocols that we go through once you suffer a concussion, but there's nothing that can really address a concussion. And so that to me is why this is so prevalent and, has a chance to be such a difference maker. And we believe can have huge long-term effects on the game, on individuals' quality of life. And that's what to me is so exciting about it, because people aren't going to stop playing football. It's going to be a part of life. Head injuries are not going to stop. So now we need to advance and figure out what are the ways in which we can help correct that or eliminate some of the long-term effects or the degree that a concussion may impact someone. And so again, I'm really excited to be a part of this because I have a passion for this game, but I also have a passion for protecting what I believe is the greatest commodity in this game, and that's the players. And then, as I just said, it goes beyond that because it's personal for me with my oldest son and some of the challenges that he's had to face.
Brinks TV.
Welcome back to the Draft Network's 2021 draft coverage. Jamie, we have a few picks left. Who is going to Los Angeles?
Well, the Chargers found their, partial Hunter Henry replacement. It is Trey McKitty.
Okay. All right. We got another tight end in here.
Yes.
What do you guys think? Who's the highest in Trey McKitty?
Trey was a guy who I thought Trey was very smooth as a route runner. He had a couple of good moments during the Senior Bowl. He can catch. He's great with the ball in his hands afterward. Transfer from Florida State. Trey can be a guy who you can line in line. You can move him, flex him out. He can play the H-back role. He can play the F. He does a lot of great things that you like. So he'll be a great weapon for their offense.
What do you think, Brentley?
Yeah, to me, I'm not sure I love the value, but it feels a need, right? I mean, they signed Jared Cook, who's more of that kind of seam stretcher, and you have a guy who's more of a project in Daniel Proham. He's a big, long, athletic kid, and so what those two guys are lacking is some inline blocking. So I do think Trey McKitty can fill that role in 12 personnel. He's more of that inline kind of move blocking tight end, and I don't necessarily know how dynamic he is as a pass catcher. I think there's a limited upside there, but I do like his ability as a run blocker.
Jamie?
Broncos take a Senior Bowl riser, one of the hottest names in this draft cycle that nobody knew much about prior to a few months ago, Quinn Miners.
Yeah. Oh, so here's where Quinn Miners goes off the board. Joe?
You got to love this for Quinn Miners getting a chance to work with Mike Munchak in Denver. So you talk about his best opportunity to succeed and find success. I think it is with this type of coaching, and I think a lot of people have been really excited about the buzz that he generated at the Senior Bowl with, kind of having his gut hanging out and getting after people and being competitive, being a bit of a wild man. But I think this is a really good situation for him. Really outstanding coaching and a good fit for Quinn Miners to develop.
This Broncos, this is a playoff roster, except your quarterbacks absolutely stink.
Right.
Like, that's the difficulty we're at right now with this Broncos team, where they've surrounded the skill position talents with almost unlimited resources. You have Vic Fangio with great defensive personnel, and I can't help but think that, yes, maybe the quarterback play can be just adequate enough to get them to the playoffs, but I highly doubt, unless Drew Lock just makes this absurd leap this year, that they're ever going to get the quarterback play that's good enough to take them over the top.
Dang, I didn't know that Josh was such a Aaron Rodgers hater. That's crazy. All right, we got to find out more about this Quinn Miners pick from Ben. Ben, take it away, my friend.
Quinn Miners, man, this is one of my favorite prospects in this draft. Now, you may be wondering, offensive lineman, Wisconsin Whitewater. Why haven't I heard of this before? Because it's Division III, but they were approaching the championship at the Division III level, and they have a saying, Wisconsin Whitewater, they like to pound the rock. It is a run-centric approach for Quinn Miners, who he played guard for the Wisconsin Whitewater, and they like to run something called A-gap power. And usually the power style run is multiple pullers, including that guard, Quinn Miners. We're trying to hit the B-gap. They would hit it up the A-gap, and Quinn Miners was the player that was paving open those lanes on the pole. And so a 6'3", 315, 320-pound body with a ton of stopping power. When you watch lower level players who have NFL aspirations, you expect one thing and one thing only: dominance. He dominated. And then he went to the Senior Bowl, and he kept doing it. And he had to do it at center, which he never played before. Quinn Miners learned how to snap the football by lining up garbage cans behind him in his yard, putting a pizza paddle in the handle, and trying to hit it on the snap. He was making up workouts during the COVID season. He's up in Canada at his uncle's fishery, blocking trees with his bare hands, lifting logs over his shoulders to work out and work across. He was doing everything possible to get his body ready for NFL play. So you know the work ethic is there. And he gets the best coach possible for a little bit raw but high work ethic players in Mike Munchak, legendary offensive line coach. Helped fix up the left tackle, Garrett Bowles, there in Denver. Now they drafted Lloyd Cushenberry to be center in the 3rd round last year. And so Quinn will play one of the guard spots. Dalton Reisner holds down the left guard role, but Quinn can back up center while challenging for the right guard role. Played by Graham Glasgow. He's on a 4-year deal right now, but that contract is get outable next season, and Graham isn't necessarily playing too great. And so Quinn Miners, I think, a future starter, especially with that magic Mike Munchak touch. Offensive line there in Denver. Oh, I love it when the D3 kids get picked, especially on day 2. A big congrats to Quinn, and a throw right back to our scouting desk.
Thank you, Ben. Jamie, we're back again with the Dallas Cowboys. Please tell me that you have something satisfying for us.
Interesting name. 6'4" corner out of Oregon State, Deshaun Wright.
Oh,
it's a surprise.
I feel like I just crickets.
Anytime there's crickets, I don't know who to go to.
More than any other team so far.
Yeah, Cowboys.
The Cowboys have elicited crickets from this group, and you guys talk a lot, so that's never a good thing.
Well, Joe, I think if the poop hat was over here, you would probably put the poop hat on, I'm guessing, for this.
For context, in case anybody's watching the stream and doesn't watch the draft, the poop hat, Joe has a poop emoji hat that lights up with blinking lights.
Oh, I didn't know it lit up.
He puts it on when there are bad takes on our live streams. So, is this a poop hat emoji?
Well, I feel a little bit bad because my familiarity with Deshaun Wright is 0. So it doesn't make a lot of sense for me to clown on a pick because I haven't watched the player. But it is weird with corners I like and have heard of not going off the board before Deshaun Wright.
Man, and he counts for the 100, right? Because he's 99.
Correct.
So I'm not sure.
We did not put him in our predicted.
I don't know how many people had him in their top 100 to get a point for this.
I heard some conversation down here on this side of the table between Jordan and Dre. So why don't you guys go ahead?
I actually did him, and I wrote him. I think I gave him like a 6th round grade, short clip about him. He's a 6'4" corner. He runs in the 4.5. He's someone you're going to have to press up. Zone teams are probably going to like him more than man teams will. He has some ball skills, but this is a guy, if you play him off in any kind of setting, either in zone or in man coverage, he's going to struggle. This is somebody who they probably could have gotten in the 6th or 7th round, even probably free agent. This is extremely rich for him at this pick. So.
Well, let's keep the corner train going. Titans need one. Elijah Molden.
Oh, that's perfect. This is perfect.
It makes so much sense
Yes.
because I was just saying it makes so much sense because they lost Desmond King, right, in free agency. They have very similar skill sets in terms of instincts, toughness, ball skills. I love this for the Tennessee Titans. I think this is a steal here late in the 3rd round. I love this fit.
Yeah, I mean, it's an age-old saying that nickel corners hardly ever go before the 4th round. And Elijah Molden was a player that I had a star beside as far as somebody that I would have stand on the table for in this draft class. He has the bloodlines. His dad played for the Saints for quite a bit. I just love the instinctive factor that he brings to the table. You can play him at nickel. You can play him at safety. It doesn't really matter. He's just one of those feisty guys that is always going to be that alpha on your defense.
He is Tyrann Mathieu reincarnated. That's exactly who he is. He plays the same role in college. He's just as instinctive, just a great playmaker. I really like this player. Everything he brings, he just didn't run well, but neither did Tyrann.
Well, Ben, Dre seems to think that Elijah Molden will be the next Honey Badger. Love to hear what you have to say about this prospect.
Look at my guy. Look at my guy, Elijah Molden. You see this? Dude, Dre compares him to Tyrann Mathieu. It's kind of a little nuts, but I respect it because Matthew's athleticism at LSU was a big part of it, and that's not really something that we've got going on with Elijah Molden. He's got good jumps, and he was a little bit fast, but 5'9", $190, and critically 29.5-inch arms, which is 2nd percentile for defensive backs over the last 20 years. What that tells you, a compact build and short arms, he doesn't necessarily have the physical area you'd like him to in zone coverage. And yet, one of the best zone cover defenders, heading to a Tennessee team that loves to zone blitz, that has good underneath safety players right now. Desmond King, a trade acquisition from the Chargers, he fits right into the system. How can you be good at zone when you don't occupy as much space as you'd like to? Well, you got to have eyes in the back of your head, and Elijah Molden does. The instincts on this player, the football IQ is just bananas. So when you've got a Washington player here playing through the nickel, playing a box safety role, Miles Bryant in a similar role a couple years ago, now with the Patriots, he's going to get dropped down over the 2 to 3 receiver side, and he's going to play that low zone. We call them short zones. You're going to have routes developing behind you. And with his eyes on the quarterback and with seeing some of the routes in his peripherals, he can piece together what's going on behind his head and jump into passing lanes. So he does have a wide range of influence despite not the biggest size. I am so with the scouting team on this one. I expected him to go earlier. I understand the measurables freak some teams out. It is a steal of the draft. Elijah Molden to the Titans. I absolutely love it. Scheme fit, team fit. It is beautiful. Let's get some more good picks. I like it when it's a good matchup. Back to the scouting team.
Thank you, Ben. Jamie, who's the next pick?
Another pick, another corner. Fitu Melifonwu comes off the board here to Detroit.
Oh, the Detroit Lions. Wow.
The Oregon State.
R.I.P. to the Bills' dreams of getting Ifeatu Melifonwu.
Oh, it's definitely crushed. They don't pick again until like the 5th round, so there was no chance. But I think about Detroit. I know Penei Sewell early is a great pick. They wound up getting Aleem McNeil, another player that I really like. You have Ifeatu Melifonwu now, who provides them a much-needed answer at the position. They've lost a lot at cornerback, and Jeffrey Okudah definitely didn't meet expectations in year 1. And Melifonwu, I thought, got better and better every year at Syracuse. He's big, long, physical. He tackles. He's definitely a guy that plays an aggressive style of football. I think he's got ball skills, scheme versatility. He can play in man and in zone. I mean, he was a 2nd-round grade for me and a player that I think was in my top 50. So I think this is a real steal for Detroit.
I really like Detroit's draft right now. Yeah. It's not shaping up the way I thought it was going to, but what do you guys think about this haul?
Once again, you build it from the inside out, and then what do you do to combat that? You stay with the premium position, and you get a corner like Ifeatu Melifonwu, who Joe said is very scheme versatile. You get that length opposite of Jeffrey Okudah, and then they have a lot of belief in Armani Oruwariye too, a player that was selected by a different regime, but as far as the depth, that you're building at the position. I really like the pick.
I know we're not expecting a lot from the Lions this year, but can you win with Rashad Perryman, Tyrell Williams as your top 2 wide receivers?
It's a part of the plan.
Correct. I understand it's going to take a little bit of time, and maybe it's getting Penei Sewell, adding to that offensive line that they've already spent a wealth of great draft picks, and so maybe Jared Goff can find some open wide receivers.
But when you have a 6-year deal,
yeah,
you can do a lot of things.
That's very true. That's very true.
Jamie.
Quick turnaround.
49ers.
Another corner's off the board. Ambry Thomas of the San Francisco 49ers.
Man, we're getting a run here, Kyle.
Yeah, Ambry Thomas is a nice corner. I think he has inside-outside capability. He's physical. He put on some weight coming down to the Senior Bowl. He was around 180, listed at 180 on the Michigan roster. He opted out of the 2020 season, but he did go down to the Senior Bowl, and I thought he had a really nice showing. And these defenders that played in this Don Brown defense, they're intelligent, their assignment sound, and I got that with Ambry Thomas. It's just kind of that value of, okay, are you going to project him inside? And I do think if you do project him inside, he's probably not to the degree in which we saw Elijah Molden, but yet those projections seem to indicate that these are 2 players that the league kind of covets and projects in similar roles. Thomas is a little bit of a better athlete, I think, than Elijah Molden. He's not as instinctive, and I think that's the big difference between the two. But we're starting to see these nickel corners, Jordan. You can go ahead and raise your glass, man, because this whole saying about these nickel corners and where they get valued, it's adding up here. We're seeing them start to come off the board here.
Back into the 3rd, early 4th. That's really like the sweet spot for him.
Yeah, it seems like the teams that probably follow that saying. Now there's just a few teams that are probably wanting to get ahead of the curve. We've seen them kind of pop up and been like, well, if this run's going to start on day 3, we want to get ahead of it a little bit. Brentley, what do you think about this one here?
Yeah, I really like it. I think Ambry Thomas is a good player. He's athletic, and just in terms of a need, the Niners re-signed Jason Verrett, but I love JV, but he's a little injury prone, and if he goes down, they're hurting at the position, very thin. So I think at worst, this is really, really good depth.
Jamie, who's the next Los Angeles Ram?
Not a corner. It's linebacker Ernest Jones.
Oh my God. Ernest Jones going above Baron Browning, Jabril Cox.
Jordan is saying, wow, wow, wow. Explain.
I mean, everybody had Baron Browning rated very highly. I know we thought very highly of him as well. Jabril Cox, a highly decorated player from the FCS ranks, and then went over to LSU and had a really good season as well. Ernest Jones was a bit of a late bloomer in the process, and I believe it was Joe that did Ernest Jones this year, if I'm not mistaken. So he has some good things to say about him.
Well, Ernest Jones, South Carolina, heart and soul of the defense, fan favorite, tackling machine, brings a lot of energy to the table. Leadership is definitely there. You love his ability to play downhill into the line of scrimmage, take on blocks, fill gaps, and be physical. I think some of the questions that come with Ernest Jones is, how is he in space? What's the coverage resume here? Is he able to really play man coverage against backs and tight ends? And so he's somewhat of a throwback player. I wouldn't say that he completely lacks range, but for a guy that you're just not going to ask him to play in space a ton. But I do think that he's a very smart processor. He's physical. He plays through contact. He's an excellent tackler, and he plays with good angles. So there's some really redeeming qualities here. But if you want a space linebacker, you're just not going to get that in Ernest Jones.
What you do get is a long linebacker.
Yeah.
He's got almost 34-inch arms. He's very explosive in the lower half, and you see that when he's stepping down into the box, the tackle box, and challenging between the tackles. What game was it, Joe? The Vanderbilt game?
Yeah.
I mean, he was a man amongst boys in that game, just throwing dudes around. And you watch him against not Vanderbilt, and he's not quite as effective, and that's not a coincidence. But at the same time, there's some really likable traits here as far as being a prototypical build at the position who has a lot of explosiveness to his game.
We've got 3 more picks left. I believe we're going up to 106. Kyle, give us some players on the board who you think have a chance to go here at the end of round 3, and who you're just shocked. I know we've said Baron Browning's name, we've said Jabril Cox's name, but who else are you kind of shocked that might fall into day 3 here?
Well, we get this every year, right? As a couple of players that end up falling down out of the first 2 days, we don't have access to all the information as far as the medicals and so on, and that's often the catalyst of a slide. But that trio of linebackers that TDN valued, and Baron Browning, Cam McGrone, Jabril Cox, they're still available. Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jamar Johnson, Tommy Togiai, who we talked about earlier today as far as potentially being a fit in Jacksonville given the Urban Meyer relationship. Davion Nixon, who got a little bit of pump, or I think it was November, as being perhaps the guy that was missing from this interior defensive line class, but he's another guy who has small sample size, very erratic up and down on a week-to-week basis. Joe's guy, Michael Carter, is still out there. Maybe we'll see him in the 5th round, and this pairing can come to life finally. But there's good football players left, and I thought the sweet spot in this year's draft as far as getting really good value and bang for your buck was between picks 35 and 50 or 60. And you're seeing some players that we didn't expect to go up in that range, so there's still good players that are left here at the top.
Jamie, give us another name here.
Well, we got another corner off the board. We got like one pick between them. Brandon Stevens from SMU is newest Baltimore.
Yeah.
Talk to us about him, Joe.
Really interesting football player, a running back at UCLA, and he transfers, a graduate transfer to SMU, and he plays corner, and made a transition like just before the start of the season. He winds up being a starter in every single game. Then he comes back and he's a team captain the following year, started every game at cornerback, and he's got great size, athleticism, he's very physical. Folks, you can tell he's a new player at the position. He's not a super polished guy in terms of understanding route depth and when to break and really feeling route stems and where it's taking you. But there is a lot of developmental appeal here because he has such exciting physical traits and he gives you a very physical and aggressive brand of football. So if you just want a moldable piece of clay that has a high ceiling that you can develop into something, I think Stevens is a good swing, maybe a little bit early, but I think a high character player. He'll be good on teams from day one, which is extremely valuable. And I think that he would provide depth now, but he definitely has starter traits. It's just going to take a little patience.
Dre, what'd you think about this guy?
I was not fortunate enough to watch this guy, but I think Jordan had.
Jordan, do you put eyes on him?
Yeah, I mean, everything Joe said, very instinctive. You can tell he's new at the position. We like to see him play a little bit more press man, but they had him play off predominantly for the most part, just because he was so raw at the position, and you could tell very instinctive, has really good eye discipline. That's something that was really noticeable about him from his technique. So from a moldable piece of clay standpoint, I could see why he went a little bit earlier than what people were expecting.
I'll get into a little bit of a post-show question here, and I'll ask you guys to look at the list of players who have been picked here on day 2. I want a best and worst. I want a pick that you absolutely loved, whether it was the player and the team fit, whether it was the value, and let's give us a worst pick. Give me a head scratcher, something, because that's what the NFL draft is all about. It's watching stuff, it's loving moves, but also being like,
I'll go first.
All right, so you got both, or you want to?
No, I got both.
Okay, let's do it.
I'll make it quick. Everyone knows my infatuation with Terrace Marshall. How that team had over 140 targets on the table. The Carolina Panthers did.
Yep.
Fitting inside in the slot or working outside. Robbie Anderson can do that. DJ Moore can do that. So now all 3 wide receivers can do that.
No doubt.
It's a perfect fit for Joe Brady. Worst has to be Tutu Atwell. 149-pound wide receiver, vertical playmaker. When you already have 3 good pass catchers in Van Jefferson, in Cooper Kupp, and in Bobby Woods next to him, I'm just not sure what Tutu Atwell was going to do early on in his career.
Literally never heard anyone call Robert Woods Bobby Woods.
Bobby Woods.
Bobby
Trees.
This is the first time I have ever heard
You
this.
should check out twitter.com. It's a
Yeah.
good spot.
I've never heard of it.
Send a tweet sometime.
I should. Trevor, is it cool? I don't want to get too into it, though.
Maybe like snarky and funny and those types of things on there.
All right, maybe I'll do
Yeah,
it.
so I think the majority of you up here are going to like this pick for the Broncos here. Baron Browning.
There we go.
Finally.
Come on, Kyle. Talk to us about Baron Browning.
I'm excited that he gets a chance to go to Denver and play for Vic Fangio. The big thing with Baron Browning and the challenge with him is we talked about how he was a little frustrating throughout the course of his career at Ohio State. He was recruited to play outside linebacker. Luke Fickell goes to Cincinnati. Within 2 weeks of him committing to go to Ohio State, they moved to inside linebacker. He plays there for a number of years. You could tell it's a lot for him to diagnose what's happening on the field when he's stuck inside. He moves back to outside linebacker this year. And lo and behold, you watched him in the college football playoff games against Clemson and Alabama. picturesque, like textbook teach tape cover 3 zone drops as a linebacker at 245 pounds who can play in a pressure role. He has been blitzed off the edge. He's been blitzed off the hash. He's really versatile. The splash plays are phenomenal with him. So taking him, understanding that you're not going to put him, you should not put him in the middle. If you ask him to play a hybrid linebacker role, it has to be one that's playing forward or it's getting into drops. You're not asking him to diagnose the entirety of the defense or the entirety of the opposing offense and ask him to make sure everybody's lined up where they're supposed to. Don't put that on his plate. Give him very direct, simple tasks one at a time, and then you can start to spoon feed him more as he gets more comfortable. But like, he's got all the traits to be a splash impact defender at the next level.
All right, so I believe that was the final pick of the 3rd round. Do you guys want to go quick on your best and worst here? Joe, I'll start with you, and we can just come down the line before we get out of here.
Yeah. So my worst pick is Josh Palmer to the Chargers at 77. And it's really sad because their first 2 picks were really good in Slater and Samuel Jr., but I had been thinking about the Chargers and potentially landing a wide receiver at some point, but get a guy that could separate. Not a guy that just played on a box in a static alignment on the right side of a bad Tennessee Volunteers offense. Get a guy with some juice and separation ability. There was other options. My favorite pick, I don't know which one of the Lions' last 2 picks should I pick. Aleem McNeil, the defensive tackle from NC State, or cornerback Ifeatu Melifonwu from Syracuse. Either one, I would say, is my favorite pick of the day.
Brantley?
Yeah, I think my least favorite pick would be Dwayne Eskridge to Seattle. I just think you're drafting a 24-year-old, slot receiver, who, in my opinion, you have glaring needs on the trenches. To me, is just not smart team building.
Especially when that was your first pick at 56.
That's a major it's a major head scratcher for me. But my favorite pick has to be Trevon Moehrig to the Las Vegas Raiders. I thought free safety was arguably their second biggest need on the football team, and to come away with who I had as the best safety in this draft is outstanding. And so, one outstanding player, one great fit, and just great value.
Kyle?
I'm going to go with the only player on day 2 that TDN had a first-round grade on as the best pick.
Okay.
Who got picked on day 2? Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
Yeah. So we got to love the Broncos. TDN's got to love the Broncos draft, right?
So he went to Cleveland at 52.
Oh, Cleveland. I'm sorry.
But regardless, we made the joke about they don't value linebackers, but joke's not truly a linebacker, right? He's a bit of that hybrid coverage option. And as far as a player that I'm just really apprehensive about buying into, it's Walker Little at 45 to the Jacksonville Jaguars. You think about Sam Cosmi was still on the board, Dylan Radins was still on the board. There were some good options on interior offensive line as well. Just really concerning that he's not been able to stay healthy. You did not see the same athleticism that he carried when he first came into Stanford by the end of his college career, because he has been through so much from an injuries perspective. And I thought there were other offensive tackles that I probably just would have coveted instead.
Jordan, let's hear from you.
Yeah, my favorite one, it was an easy pick for me. It was Tevin Jenkins to the Bears. And, he needed to step in right away to go to a situation of where he could play right away. They trade up for Justin Fields in the first round, and the best thing that you can do is provide protection for him. So I really like that pick. Another one, I'm being a little bit of a homer here, but I really like what the Vikings did today. They had a need at left guard. Wyatt Davis is going to be able to fill in and do that right away. And then you take the risk with Kellen Mond as well, allow him to sit next year. And quarterbacks are like lottery tickets to me. You never know when you're going to hit on one, so why not, especially when you have an expensive quarterback.
Can't win if you don't play, right?
Exactly. So worst pick for me was Nashawn Wright. I didn't really like the
You can say that too. We can double up.
Trey was so excited.
Dre's at the very end of the line, so he can double up.
Couldn't wait.
With Ifeatu Melifonwu and then also Elijah Molden on the board, and them coming off the board consecutively after that pick, I think that stings a little bit to me.
Drake, we know you're worst.
Oh man, I'll start with the best pick. I like the Javon Holland pick. I think he'll bring a lot to that defense, the secondary. He's got great ball skills, and I really like the skill set that he'll bring. My worst is a tie between Nashawn Wright and Kelvin Joseph, both selected by the same team in back-to-back rounds. I don't know what Dallas is doing. The Dallas Cowboys, whoever their cornerbacks coach is, I don't know if he's never played football before or never seen a football game, but they're pretty pretty confused. And to draft both of them in back-to-back rounds and they play the same position and both were overdrafted, I mean, it's just horrible.
Tell us how you really feel.
I know, right? Well, rounds 2 and 3 of the 2021 NFL Draft are in the books, but don't go anywhere. We'll have more on our post-draft show after this.
Best ball season is here, and it's bigger than ever. With no waivers, trades, or setting lineups, it has never been easier to have a shot at the $1 million grand prize. Underdog Fantasy lets you draft a season-long league in seconds, thanks to their slick mobile app and state-of-the-art website. And best of all, if you don't love it, there's a $100 money-back guarantee. So what are you waiting for? Draft for the 2021 season today.
Excuse me. Yeah, just gotta get over there. Pardon me. So sorry. Excuse me. Sorry. Sorry. Pardon me. Oh, sorry about your foot. Excuse me. Oh no.
Ingles, your place for food and football at home.
The bigger part here is there are so many people that are impacted by concussions that don't play football, right? How many other sports, right? You're talking about soccer has a major issue with concussions. Hockey has major issues. The military, obviously, there's so many other avenues, but obviously this being football programming and everybody that's watching being a football fan, you're focused on, what can we do to make the game safer? And how do we do that? And this seems like a really, really good option. So, I'd love for you to kind of give us a scene from the football perspective that, what has changed even since you were in the game? I think it's something that I know I'm 31 years old. I can remember watching football even 10 years ago. I don't remember hearing the words concussion protocol so many times, right? It feels like every Sunday you hear those words. So what has changed since you've been playing?
Well, there's so many aspects to it. I mean, the guys are bigger and stronger and faster than they've ever been. And so, it's funny. I'll go and watch games live now, and I'll be standing on the sidelines, and I'll watch the game and the collisions, and I sit back and I go, oh my gosh, I can't believe I played this game. I can't believe what bodies go through playing this game. And so you're seeing the level of play just continue to advance. And with that, obviously, the rise in concussions, or at least we're able to, to see it and notice it and take precautions now. And, there's been a lot of rule changes. All with that in mind is that it's a great game and it offers so much to so many, but we need to continually try to make the game safer. And so taking the head out of the tackle, and some of the rule changes that have been there, some of the way that the NFL's trying to implement it all the way down to the youth levels, and all that stuff is great. But at the end of the day, what we know is you're still not going to eliminate every injury or every head trauma. And that's where we come into play is, okay, we're gotten better at how we take care of it after the fact. And the protocols that we go through once you suffer a concussion, but there's nothing that can really address a concussion. And so that to me is why this is so prevalent and, has a chance to be such a difference maker, and we believe can have huge long-term effects on the game, on individuals' quality of life. And that's what to me is so exciting about it, because people aren't going to stop playing football. It's going to be a part of life. Head injuries are not going to stop. So now we need to advance and figure out what are the ways in which we can help correct that or eliminate some of the long-term effects or the degree that a concussion may impact someone. And so again, I'm really excited to be a part of this because I have a passion for this game, but I also have a passion for protecting what I believe is the greatest commodity in this game, and that's the players. And then, as I just said, it goes beyond that because it's personal for me with my oldest son and some of the challenges that he's had to face.
Brinks TV, loving on you with lots of cash and prizes. From Kill Cliff, the #1 clean energy drink in the mind of Joe Rogan, comes the Flamin' Joe. Sugar-free, B vitamins, electrolytes, all them good drink things. An epic spicy pineapple fusion from out of this world, straight into your drink hole. Own it. KillCliff.com.
As a reward for making Kill Cliff the undisputed clean energy drink of America and beyond, we've packed in more B vitamins, electrolytes, and killer taste than ever. And as a bonus, we've made the ultimate loyalty program. It's not a cult, it's not a club, it's the Kill Cliff Cult Club. Tap into special offers like flash sales and exclusive merch, deep discounts, and eternal awesomeness. Go to KillCliff.com to get your discounts on.
Best ball season is here, and it's bigger than ever. With no waivers, trades, or setting lineups, it has never been easier to have a shot at the $1 million grand prize. Underdog Fantasy lets you draft a season-long league in seconds, thanks to their slick mobile app and state-of-the-art website. And best of all, if you don't love it, there's a $100 money-back guarantee. So what are you waiting for? Draft for the 2021 season today.
My first question is just that you've been so outspoken about your concerns about CTE and how the NFL handles the issues surrounding CTE and brain injury. Can you just kind of tell us a little bit about kind of your feelings on that and where you stand on those issues?
Well, I think one of the things that as we learn more and we get a better idea, we also look to what the NFL, the college football, high school football are all doing now, and sports in general are trying to reduce any extra, trauma that the brain might take, whether during practice or outside of the game itself. It'd be very difficult, and I think it is very difficult to change the game itself, and especially today. I mean, we got athletes that are bigger, faster, and stronger than when I played, and the impact that they have. But if we can teach them proper techniques, which I think the NFL is doing, and college football is doing, and starts, I think, down in Pee Wee football, is that bravado that they got to be tough and this, that, and the other. It's true. It's a very physical game, but also we need to be able to look at the context of how we can make it safer. And so I think one of the things that I look at when I first started playing, I didn't start tackle football till I was in the 7th grade. I hated football too, because there was being tackled, and I go, I'm not sure I like this. But the other guys that my friends were playing it, and I felt that this was something I'd like to do. I grew up playing baseball and basketball, and football was the least favorite, but eventually it gave me an opportunity, a chance to further my education in college, and then have an opportunity to play in the pros. So And that's this week we're talking about too, Courtney, is the draft coming up and how exciting that is for some players and how demoralizing it is too for others, including myself, being a 6th-round draft pick when I thought maybe I'd be drafted in the first or early 2nd round, maybe 3rd round, and then go into the 6th round. It can be a very traumatic situation also. But I just think sports in general is taking a stance on this, which I think is about time. I think the NFL is learning ways that they can make the game safer and better. And for all the young parents out there too, of kids that are looking to play Pee Wee football or such, I just want to let them know what we're trying to do, and the message that Dr. Jake and myself and Kurt Warner and Brett Favre are promoting is this new drug called Prevacus, and working with Odyssey Group International. It's a special opportunity to try to take away some of the with this nasal steroid Prevacus, which is a nasal steroid applied through your nose, and it gets to the area of a traumatic brain injury, concussion, or whatever it may be. And you can be a civilian that could actually use this too in any sort of brain event that you have swelling in the brain, whether it be through a concussion or a hit of some sort, and this alleviates that some of that swelling and gives you an opportunity and a chance to heal. And so the acute problems that exist later on in life, if we can take care of these at an early age and start getting some of these things to our children and grandchildren, I think we can make our game, football, a safer place.
Absolutely. And I think it's a great proactive approach to bettering the landscape for young athletes. And like you said, awareness and having an understanding of, the risks and the options is so important. So I think that's awesome. Awesome work.
Thank you.
My first question is just that you've been so outspoken about your concerns about CTE and how the NFL handles the issues surrounding CTE and brain injury. Can you just kind of tell us a little bit about
I want to ask you one more thing about this, and then I'm going to end with one draft question. So I want to ask you about Treasure House and what role that plays with, brain-related injuries and individuals.
Yeah, so Treasure House is, and I mentioned my son Zachary, my oldest son. It came out of our love and our passion for him. But Treasure House is a community living facility for young adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Now, not all of them necessarily have a brain injury like my son does, numerous different disabilities, but it's all interconnected to me, is that so often we get passionate about things that attack us personally, right? Things that affect us personally. And so just like we talked about the fans going, oh, I want the game to be such and such. Well, when you've been involved in the game personally and you've dealt with some of those things, you see life differently. And so that's the same way that my wife and I, look at these kind of issues, the way my wife looks at football, right? She sees it and she looks at it through the lens of brain trauma because our son suffered an injury, because our other kids play, because I played a long career. And so through that lens, it's the same idea, is that our goal with Treasure House is to make life better for each and every individual, each and every resident that we have there, regardless of the challenges. The same goal holds true for what we're trying to do with Odyssey and Prevacol, is we're trying to get the best interest of everybody involved and make life better for those that we can. And as we've already talked, yes, football related, directly related there, because that's where we're both at. But this is bigger than that. And we believe it has life-changing impact and implications across the board. And that is a passion of mine, is how can I make life better for anybody and everybody, whether they're involved with football, whether they're at Treasure House, or they have some other, they're in some other realm around the world. And that really becomes the goal. And, so again, I appreciate the opportunity to talk about it, because I do think it's something that is on the forefront medically, but also something that really can be a game changer for so many and change the lives in a positive way for a lot of different people.
Brinks TV. Play, win, repeat. Oh my. Play, win, repeat. Oh my. Play, win, repeat. Oh my.
This is where it starts, where your story begins. This is the trail you blaze yourself. And step by step, you get stronger, faster, better. This is where it starts. How will you finish? Ingalls, we're with you every step of the way.
Best ball season is here, and it's bigger than ever. With no waivers, trades, or setting lineups, it has never been easier to have a shot at the $1 million grand prize. Underdog Fantasy lets you draft a season-long league in seconds, thanks to their slick mobile app and state-of-the-art website. And best of all, if you don't love it, there's a $100 money-back guarantee. So what are you waiting for? Draft for the 2021 season today.
It's the Gilcliff $1 Million Mega Stimmy Sweepstakes on Brinks.tv. First, register on Brinks.tv and automatically get your first entry. Next, get bonus entries when you buy Gilcliff at retail. Confirm your entry by uploading your receipt at Gilcliff.com. Then, repeat. The more you buy, the more chances to win. To find the retailer that sells Gilcliff nearest you, check out the store locator at Gilcliff.com.
Oh yeah, from Gilcliff, the #1 clean energy drink in the mind of Joe Rogan.
Freeze sleeve. Freeze it. Sleeve it. Relieve it. Go to Free Sleeve.